opening words.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. You see, I'm not in my best fit day, but we'll be fine. Good morning. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear researchers and friends. As already Dr. Sevillano introduced me, I'm Rosa Alsino. I'm the Director of Research of Innovation of La Salle Universitat Ramon Llull. And it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this 2024 Deep Learning Barcelona Symposium, here hosted at La Salle Universitat Ramon Llull. Hosting this event at our campus is both for us an honor and a reflection also of our commitment to knowledge, to research and to innovation in terms of deep learning. I hope this is really far from the city center. Yes, it is quite far. I will give you some basic information. La Salle Universitat Ramon Llull has a long-standing history in terms of innovation and education. We are one of the founding members of Universitat Ramon Llull, together with Blanquerna, with Institut Químic de Sarrià, with ESADE, and we are also a member of the International Association of Lasallian Universities, with more than 64 universities all around the world. Our campus brings together facilities and schools that cover fields as diverse as engineering, which is mainly the one that will be here today with us, but also management, architecture, philosophy, and even digital arts. For more than a century, La Salle has been a place where knowledge, technology, and creativity converge, trying to create an inspiring environment for students, researchers, and also industry partners. We have nowadays more than 6,000 students in the campus, considering all degrees, masters, PhD students, and also executive education. In terms of research, that applies quite a lot today, we have two large consolidated and funded research groups recognized by AGAUR, and also a technology transfer center with the seal of Technio, and Technova, which is our technology park that has been accelerating startups for more than 20 years. So we would really love to host all of you today because we feel that in recent years, deep learning has emerged not only a hot academic topic, but also a transformative force across industries. So as we know, because we have been participating for years, that this symposium stands for the pioneering home for Christmas, and also because your leadership in this community, in this Catalan community, helps all of us to push the boundaries of knowledge in this deep learning topic. And as we have understood that this symposium is not just an academic event, it is also a meeting for creators, for innovators, and for collaborators of all levels, a space where we can share knowledge, challenge each other, and inspire for the next wave of advancements in deep learning. The conversations that will happen today, especially outside with the posters and with the coffee breaks, will not only explore the frontiers of deep learning today, but also will strengthen the bridge between research, industry, society, and also, hopefully, between all our institutions, and that can also work together. So, just to finish, I would like to thank the organizing committee, the keynote speaker, the invited speakers, and also all the chairs that lead all these sessions. And of course, last but not least, all the sponsors who make this symposium especially financially possible. And of course, to all of you that attend today for contributing to the success of this event. Thank you very much. Welcome to this 2024 Deep Learning Barcelona Symposium, and I hope that you really feel at home today at La Salle.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this 6th edition of the Deep Learning Barcelona Symposium. I've been asked with the task to welcome from all the organizers, the committees, all the people that made this possible. And this is 6 years I've been doing that. And it started with a gathering of some folks that were coming back for Christmas here in Catalonia, many of us that were outside, abroad, that meeting with the folks that were here. And at some point 6 years ago, we started like, let's have a proper gathering, a proper conference that allows us to get together in a more formal way that we can like explore what has been done, not only here in Catalonia, but what people connected to Barcelona has done overseas. And we've been doing that for 6 years, which is amazing. And I think like many of us that have been attending for 6 years have witnessed like this evolution from deep learning, the name of the conference, to like what we are seeing today that is a mixture of things. We have transformers, we have generative AI, we have a bunch of other technologies that are mixing together. So deep learning, it's still like a legacy name, but it carries all this like progress that we have been witnessing for these last 6 years. So it's great to see that like we are repeating another year. It's great to see that in these 6 years we have been in several places. Salle today, thank you very much for hosting the conference. We see that we have had a ton of sponsors, and it's increasing every year. We see this number of people contributing financially to make this possible, growing and growing, which is amazing. That also highlights that people are taking this very seriously, that it's not just like a gathering of some folks that like just want to talk about deep learning, but it's a place of gathering, a place where people get to know each other, a place where big companies can talk to people that are doing work and see if let me see my notes again, sorry. So this year we have like some changes and some things that are different than previous years. We have been using some of this financial help to be contributing with neuronas fragidas, to start building some short videos to be talking about deep learning and the advances of AI, which is great. I think it's a great investment of the finances of this conference. Also, this year we have started doing something pretty unique, which is the mentorship program that many of you have like applied to. There's going to be mentors and mentees that are going to be getting together and building those bridges to help each other. If you haven't signed in, make sure, and you are interested, make sure that you sign in. There's always time for that. And this year we are going to start the conference with a keynote speaker, people speaking about computer vision, speech processing, signal processing in general. And we were like very comfortable in this kind of domains. However, technology has evolved and we are seeing AI being applied everywhere. A great example is the last Nobel Prize awardees. We have prizes awarded for chemistry and physics. 2 researchers that have contributed to AI, people that were indeed like contributing and pushing the boundaries of chemistry and physics through AI. And it's with that in mind that we want like to make a different approach to how we start. And we're going to be having today Noelia Ferruz, which is coming from the Centre de Regulació Genètica de Barcelona. Noelia is a chemist with a PhD in computational biophysics. She did a stay at Pfizer in Boston, and she joined the Professor Hocker's lab in Bayreuth in Germany as a postdoc working on developing computational methods for protein design. Noelia is currently a group leader at the Center for Genomic Regulation in Barcelona, focusing on implementation of generative AI methods for protein design. So it's with great pleasure that we are going to have Noelia today. Thank you very much for joining, and please blow us away.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for the invitation and for the kind introduction. So as said, we work a little bit on the edge, but I hope that you can see some of the transformative events that are happening in biology and other fields. We use NLP methods, so in particular language models, to design new proteins. And this has been a revolution at the moment in biotech, because we can, for the first time, design proteins or any other biomolecules with biotech attractiveness really efficiently. And yeah, so I'm Noelia Ferruz. I'm a group leader at the Center for Genomic Regulation, and today I'll talk about how we are controlling the process of protein design with unsupervised language models. But first, we may need to have a little brief intro on what proteins are, because probably you are not that well aware, but proteins allow us to basically be alive. They do everything that we need to do to carry on with our lives. They allow us to breathe, to digest, to sit down, to sleep, to do absolutely anything we do. So they are like little machines in our bodies that help us to continue with our lives. 3 examples. They, for example, can do carbon capture. So whenever we see a tree, those trees, they are at the moment taking CO2 from the atmosphere. They are also allowing us to sense smell. Or you can also engineer enzymes to, for example, recycle plastic. So this enzyme in here, it will take the polymers of plastic and process them, hydrolyze them to produce smaller molecules that can be processed and recycled much better. So basically, they are tiny machines. They are incredibly efficient. They are non-toxic. And they will basically solve any processing industry, but they are incredibly challenging to produce. So it will be a revolution if we were able to design any protein function that we want, but whenever we go to the lab and we try to do that, it doesn't simply work as that. So if we draw a protein in a paper, go to the lab, the chances that it will fail are like 99.9%. And it's because we don't understand many of the things or like complex processes that happen in biology, and also because there are the combinatorial space that we have. So any protein, as we're gonna see, is formed by amino acids, and then we have so many possibilities to buy a single protein that testing all of them will take millions of years. So let's see how people have been doing this over the years. This is only like a short example for you to see how incredibly challenging it is to design proteins. There is a database where people go uploading data proteins, so this has been like a goldmine for training new models. And if you see, there are like over 220,000 proteins that people have been characterizing from the proteins that we have in our bodies and other organisms. Now, if we look at how many of those proteins were actually produced by engineers, it's only like 1,000. So it's a tiny percentage of proteins that we have been able to engineer, as opposed to all the many proteins that there are in nature. So it's incredibly challenging, and up to now we had very little success designing proteins, but in the last 3 years or so, we are witnessing a revolution thanks to AI. And I will say that AI, as you know, is impacting many fields, but these 3, to me, they come as the most prominent. They will be language, computer vision, and video generation. And proteins are particularly well suited for this because they can be easily represented as the 3 main parts of these areas. I'm gonna do a little dive into what a protein looks like, but you're gonna see that from the information theory point of view, they can be represented as either language, pictures, or video, and they are directly amenable for any of the methods that we are seeing success in AI. So a protein in the end is a sequence, so we have a text, and it encodes absolutely all its information in these letters. So you can write a protein, like the genetic content, you can write it as text, 1 letter after the other. And this combination of letters, it contains the information that makes the protein have a 3D shape and makes the protein perform a certain action. So for example, if the protein is capturing CO2 from the atmosphere, all this information is only captured in the sequence. So in a sense, they are like a language. And this is what we see here. So we have first the first dimension, which is the text. We call this sometimes the primary sequence. And then this allows the protein to have take a certain shape in space, which is the secondary structure and tertiary structure. And finally, this shape is what makes that the protein does something in our body or in any other organism. And in the end, what we care about is that these proteins are encoded as text, they are a certain language, and that they, in the end, have a 3D shape in space. So they are also, in a sense, a little bit like any other object that you will use in computer vision. And this is why they've been so successful. They can be represented as language, as you see here, because they are hierarchically defined in the same manner. So for example, we will have amino acids, which are the letters for the protein, which in a sense they are like the human alphabet. And then when these amino acids, they get together, they form secondary little elements, which is like the same as when we combine letters together to form words. And then when these elements come together, they form bigger 3D shapes that have a function, which is exactly the same as words forming sentences that carry a meaning. And then we also have these 3D shapes that have a function, and we can combine many of them, so we will have large proteins. This is exactly the same as we have sentences. We combine them together, then we have a paragraph, and this paragraph becomes a text. So the parallels are obvious, and this makes NLP methods, natural language processing methods, very attractive to just take them and use them with proteins as well. And the same happened with images. We are seeing a wealth of methods of people using computer vision methods directly to protein sequences, because they are, at the end of the day, just a 3D shape, and this 3D shape is nothing but a matrix. So you will have X, Y, and Z coordinates in space, which you can represent as a 3-dimensional matrix. At the end of the day, that's what a picture is. It's just red, green, and blue channels. So you will have also a 3D matrix. So this is why many computer vision models that originally came for image generation, like things like we see today in DALL-E 3, this is why they are also being incredibly successful for proteins as well for the first time. And lastly, proteins are dynamic, like whatever they do in the cell, it's because they have certain motions, and we don't tend to do this in biology much, but I see a lot of potential by using many of the methods that we're using this day, like video generation or deepfakes, to model proteins as well. So in summary, and without going into a lot of detail, we used to model proteins with physicochemical approaches, which is what you see there in orange. We used to model the interactions of atoms with pairwise potentials, like electrostatics and van der Waals and other physics-based methods. But today we no longer need to do that. We can just unsupervised learn from the proteins because they have sequences and structures in space. And this has brought a wealth of new methods to model them. We can, for a given 3D shape, we can find the most optimal sequence, or we can directly generate images, which will be the second in here, what you see there, that picture. We can also directly train language models on them and then produce sequences. So we can make these models to speak the protein language. And we can also do all sorts of things. We can have a motif that we're interested in and then diffuse around that to do a specific function that we need for the cell. Like, for example, this is how one of the vaccines for COVID was designed. So this has been very, very successful, and it's only apparent now. But the truth is that because proteins are intrinsically represented as sequences, there were many natural language processing methods that had been used over the years for them. It was just like a notice, and it usually used to take several years for them to be applied. But the truth is that if I go through the literature, I've seen this parallel going on for decades. People were using hidden Markov models back in the 2000s, and this method now is still used for proteins whenever we want to detect whether two proteins actually have an ancestor in common or any relationship. We then, the NLP community moved to convolutional neural networks a few years later, and exactly that's what biologists did too. They took CNNs and started applying them for proteins as well. And then recurrent neural networks became more standard for language, and a few years later we started having some recurrent neural networks as well applied for protein modeling and design. And then when the transformer came out in 2017, that was when everything changed. So the use of NLP to protein sequences had been more sporadic and anecdotal, but as soon as the transformer came out, it has been absolutely all we do. So the protein design field has moved from physics to just training transformers on them. So this is a little bit of what we've done too. I guess this crowd doesn't need much of an introduction, but just in case, the transformer, the original one, had two modules, an encoder and a decoder. And the encoder is capable of taking text as input. As you know, it processes self-attention, and then this information passes through the decoder, which is capable of it's trying to produce an answer to the original encoder. So we could do, the original one did translation from English to German or French, but we could also do any sec-to-sec task like summarization, question answering, and so on. And then people took as well the independent modules. So you see people first it was, I think, Meta, and they took an encoder, and then they were able to produce BERT, which basically what it does is it takes text as input and produces an embedding. But also then OpenAI took the decoder only of the original transformer and trained the original GPT-1. And then it's for the first time when we observed that actually you can take a decoder only, and it generates text that is grammatically, orthographically correct, and it has coherence across long distances. So for the first time we were able to create text that looked like human. So that was absolutely a major breakthrough in the field. And this is the same that we can do with proteins as well. Going more a little bit into detail, at the end of the day, what large language models are doing, they are learning the probability distribution of tokens. So for a given sentence, we can compute the probability of this sentence as the individual probability of the individual tokens, which, because we are training a decoder, it can be also summarized as the individual token probability is the probability of all the previous tokens, and then the model learned what's the following one with using the autoregressive cells attention. This is exactly what we do with proteins as well. We go here, so we can learn the probability of a protein sequence by learning the individual probability of the amino acids. And then we know that because the decoder learns to predict the next amino acid given the previous ones. This has turned to be very, very successful, and we've trained 3 of them in our lab. The first one we trained was more like a proof of concept. I trained it 2022, and what I did is to take GPT-2, which at the time was the GPT of the time when I started. So what I wanted to see is whether we could effectively model the protein language and generate new sequences. But what it does if we represent that is whenever we have like the natural protein sequences, they could be represented as a huge space. But it turns that in nature we only have a few data points, so it's a space that is very, very sparse. And then what we would like to do when we design proteins is to populate this space with new sequences that don't exist in nature, but they could be equally cool. So what ProGPT-2 did was to basically learn this space for what we have points of, and then generate new sequences that are in between these points. And this turned to be very effective, but it's unconditional. So it will just generate text in any direction. And often, as biologists, what we will want to have is direction on a specific field. Like we will want to design a protein that captures CO2, not just a random protein anywhere that we don't know what it does. So that's why I trained the enzyme control, which starts from enzyme control. And in here, what you have is a language model that takes as input an instruction, and it produces as output specifically only sequences for that instruction. So you could say, hey, I specifically need carbonic anhydrases because of these reasons. And then the model will only produce sequences for that. And the last model we've trained is called RegSign, and it's a translation machine. So it goes from reaction to sequence. So the sequences that it produces are conditioned to the input reaction, and this allows any type of control over the model. I guess this part you know, but the way we train these models is by using lots of GPUs. So I have access to over 200 GPUs during the Christmas of 2021, just as the side effect of like the cluster in Erlangen in Germany needing more testers. So I took the chance and I trained 50 million sequences with a GPT-2 architecture for 4 days on 128 GPUs. This gave us a model called, for obvious reasons, ProGPT-2, and then this model, after training, speaks the protein language like this. It can generate sequences of proteins, millions of them per second, maybe not millions per second, but quite a few per minute. And then we have the problem that, well, whenever we generate English, we understand whether it's correct or not, but here I have no idea. Like, I don't speak protein, so I don't know if these sequences make any sense or not, so I don't know if the model was just like, bullshitting or just producing good sequences. So what I did to check whether the sequences actually make any sense biologically is to compare them, make a benchmark against proteins that we will have in nature, like in our bodies. So I took 10,000 proteins that we have in nature, and then 10,000 proteins generated by the model, and compared their properties, which is what we see here. I made sure that the lengths were the same, and then when we see here in gray on the box, I compared whether they will have the same proportions, the predicted shapes that we will have in space were more or less the same. And yes, you don't need to go into details, but the message is, yes, the model seems to generate things that preserve the proportions of the original training set, which is amazing, because that's exactly what we wanted to have. A new way to generate proteins that are valid, and we go to the lab, they actually work, and we don't waste millions testing them without them working. So then I look at whether will they be in a representation of the protein space. So this is what you see here in a network. Here I plot all the possible proteins that we have in space in nature, or a few of them. And then I wanted to see where the new proteins designed or generated by the transformer will be. And I observed, I was hoping to have lots of new islands, or clusters that are very far away from the current space. But I observed that instead the model, what it does is to more or less produce to extend islands in the clusters that we already have. From time to time, it will also generate sequences that are also far away, so that they are completely new. But the point is that at the end of the day, what we have is a model that produces sequences that are somewhat similar to what we had in the training set, but they are quite low in like Lagrange time distance, which is what you guys use. And then if we look at the structure of the predicted 3D shapes, they will look exactly what we wanted them to have. They will look very natural, but they are new. Because at the time, we were always having sequences that will look in space very artificial, and then whenever we bring them to the lab, they are not useful to do anything. So for the first time, we had the evidence of, oh, this seems to be working. We could go to the lab, and this looks like it potentially could work. And this is what we did. We took several of these proteins and took them to the lab. I will say this is usually very painful, so nothing I do, but like people take a protein, they bring them to the lab, they express them in bacteria, then they go and purify them. It's a process that takes like a month. So they did this in my lab where I did my postdoc for over 100 proteins, which I found unbelievable. And they observed that a great percentage of them actually were successful. So for the record, we used to have like a less than a 1% success rate. But now here we had like over 70-something success rates. So you see the parallel, like you see why the field has gotten a Nobel Prize. And then we were very positively happy. So with this proof of concept, and we started doing other things, which is when I trained sign control. And I trained this as a way to produce more control to the models, because usually what you will have in biotech industry is that you want to specifically design proteins that do something like capture CO2 or cure a disease. So with this model, what I did is to train every possible sequence with their annotation in function. And then whenever, after training, during inference, the model is capable of producing sequences for that specific function. And just a little bit deep dive into the data, we have very unbalanced data in biology. So if you look at the plot, we see that for every category, which are the 4 numbers, sometimes we have lots of members, sometimes we have only like one representative. So we have classes for different, like 8,000 classes, but so for some of them we will have like 1 million representatives, and for some of other of the classes we will only have 1 representative. So it's a very, very unbalanced data set. What I did to try to solve that is to tokenize the labels as well. This way the model, when it learns, it will learn that labels that start with 2716, like in here, they share something with those that start with 2712, and then hopefully transfer from some of the knowledge from some of the labels that have more sequences to some of the labels that don't. And then I assume this worked because we went to the lab and tested this on 3 different families. This was a lot of work that we did with a company in the UK called Basecamp Research. And this was lots of fun, but also like incredibly exhausting. So we tested for carbonic anhydrases, which are those that capture CO2, so they will be very cool because we have plenty of CO2 out there. We also tested lactate dehydrogenases and alpha-amylases. But the point in here is like, forget about the names of the enzymes, you don't care. But what we want to show is that usually we will have a 0% success rate whenever we want to have a sequence that is active, so that it has a function. But here we were having success rates of over 40% for the first time. So we are able to design enzymes that work, that are active, that you can bring them already to the lab in seconds, because we just took the sequences and brought them to the lab. So the bottleneck is no longer the design, but the actual testing. There is something we observed with the last of the family that we tested, the alpha-amylases, the ones in blue. And it's that we observed that many of them were better than what you see here, WT. This means better than the control that we have from nature. But which is cool, like you want things that are better than what we have before. But on the other hand, it kind of like we had observed that those sequences in here, in blue, they are very similar to the ones we have in the training set. Let me see if I have this here. So we trained the model with the sequences in gray, and then the model produced the sequences that you see in the distribution in blue. This means that if you look at the 2 distributions, they resemble each other, they are quite similar. So the model kind of like produces sequences whose properties resemble very much the training set. And this is cool, but also not, because let me see if I have, there we go. This will be several properties, so the model takes whatever is in the sequences that are represented in gray and produces sequences whose properties we can see here in blue. And they are very, very similar. So in a sense, the model is imagined, if we, instead of sequences, had pictures, we will have pictures of cats and dogs, and then it will produce a generation more cats and dogs, and they are somewhat different to the cats and dogs that we had in the training set, but not a lot different, like just different, a little bit different. But what if we want something that is extremely different? What if we want a hybrid between a cat and a dog? Or what if we want like the best dog you've ever seen in your entire life? Then we have an issue, because we cannot sample directly from the model from those very rare events. It will just like by default produce sequences that are very similar to the cats and dogs that are just, yeah, you know, like the ones in the training set. But we want more. We want the best dogs. We want the best dogs on Earth. Then that's what we've been doing lately. We've been using reinforcement learning to, you know, optimize the process and to be able to sample from very rare events. And this is what also we call like an agentic view, because we can treat these language models as if they were agents. They produce sequences. We can go to the lab, or we can just directly in silico predict with certain oracles what will be the properties be. Imagine in the case of the cats of the dogs, and the dogs will be like, oh, they generate cats and dogs, and then we test how beautiful of a dog that is, and then we give this feedback to the model, and then overruns, it will improve the quality of the dog. So this is what we do with the lab as well. It produces proteins, we go to the lab, we test them in the lab, we see how good of a sequence that is, and then we can return the sequence and the value itself to the model. And then over time, we hope that it will improve. This will have enormous impacts, because what we always want to do in protein engineering is millions of biotechs go into actually improving properties for a given protein. So we've tested this with in different ways. Here, recognition to Filippo, who in a few months only took the direct preference optimization algorithm that is currently being used in many models out there, like in ChatGPT, to align the answers that it gives to the preferences of the humans. And this works by whenever the agent or the model generates sequences, they usually take two answers of the model. So imagine you as a user ask a question to ChatGPT, then ChatGPT will give you two answers. And then you as a human will say, hey, you know, I prefer the first answer because the second is kind of racist. And then this goes to OpenAI that produces, takes the two sequences and say, okay, the two answers. And the first one was ranked as better than the second one. And then the model can, you know, take so ChatGPT can take the two sequences, the two texts, and rank them, and then learn that over time, well, it can align its log likelihoods to this rank, so which is what this formula is doing. So we can give a reward for the sequences or the text that is good. We can penalize the one that is really bad, and we can do that without deviating too much from the original model, because also we don't want to like forget everything we've learned through the process of training. This is called DPO. And we've been implementing this for proteins as well, and seems to work extremely well. So what we have is then now a model that is able to produce proteins, and when we can tell the model, you know, protein 1 is better than protein 2. In fact, protein 1, we can give it a mark of a 10/10, and protein 2, we can give it a mark of only a 5/10. And then we can tell this information to the model, and overruns it will improve whatever property we wanted to improve. And this is what we see here. We were up to now having a complete lack of control of the generation process. Imagine the model was generating proteins like the one on the top, alpha CA, but we wanted to actually generate beta CA. Then the model would only, at any generation of 100 sequences, produce 90% of alpha CA, but we want to have the other way around. So that's what we did here. As an oracle, we used a test, like a model that is capable of give you a prediction of the topology. So when the model generates sequences, it naturally only produces 10% of alpha CA, but we penalize the model whenever it doesn't produce alpha CAs, and then over time you see that here in purple it goes improving, it goes increasing, and then in a few iterations we have a model that mostly only produces alpha CAs. So we've achieved control over the type of proteins that is producing. We also did this for other more specific domain-specific categories for properties for proteins. For example, the model, whenever we have a label like 46118, which I forgot what it does, but I think it's like a ribonuclease. So whenever we tell the model, oh, produce please some sequences for ribonucleases, then it will only produce good ribonucleases like 1 out of 10 times. So this is because it doesn't have as much data for those labels. And it's a problem because we will need to generate like 1 million sequences to only have like 10 that are good, and still maybe they are not the best quality. So what we can do is to penalize the model whenever it generates sequences that don't have that predicted label. And only after 2-3 iterations, we observed that it went from like a 10% of good sequences to like 60% of good sequences, and over time we can reach that to like 80% of good sequences. And what's most amazing to me is that even if we were only improving for one specific label, it seems that by aligning the label to the external oracle, all the other labels in the training set were also improved, which is what you see in the error bars, in these bars in here. So one thing is iteration 0, when the pre-trained model, the original one, and then what you see in orange is iteration 30, so after alignment. So not only the oracle that we were giving feedback for improved, but also many other labels in the training set. So this is amazing for 2 reasons. First, it's very efficient to train, it's very, very efficient to align, and second, we don't need additional data, which is incredibly expensive to gather in the lab. So only with the synthetic data that the model produces and the feedback that we give to it, it can improve in a few hours. And then we also went to the lab and tested whether we will be able to design better things that we have in nature. And what we did is to generate proteins that bind to EGFR, which you may wonder what that is, but it's a protein a receptor that is present in many cancers. So people have been having lots of, focusing big efforts into designing proteins that could inhibit that molecule, because otherwise it goes uncontrollable growing in cancers. So what we did is to design molecules that could bind to this receptor, and there is already an endogenous receptor that binds to it called EGF. What we did is to try to design EGF-like proteins that are better than the actual EGF. And we had a 50% success rate, which was something unheard of, by optimizing the in silico oracles we have for this optimization. By optimizing how well we think that the molecule that we are designing and the original receptor bind, we were able to produce molecules that have a very good affinity, which is what you see here, this 320 nanomolar. That will mean it's a good affinity that is better than what we had originally in nature. So by doing that, we were able to produce only in a few hours better binders than the ones we have in nature, so they have the potential to be used as, not only for this case, but as new cures in the future for other many diseases. And then we can also do a little bit of analysis on interpretability, because even if DPO works as a bandit problem, so it will assign for an entire sequence a given value, in reality, we can also compute the reward per token, which this means for us, if we are working with proteins, we can also compute the reward per amino acid. And this is huge, because usually we will have, this protein on its entirety has a value of 10, but we can pinpoint what residue is the one that is making it not to be a 20. And then with that, we can change manually. And then this is what we see here. This is, in blue, the reward that the model is assigning to the sequences, and then over the iterations, some of them become red, and those are that have better rewards, so that the oracle thinks that those are better aligned. And if we were changing the ones in red to a different letter, to a different token, the model will complain because they are no longer aligned. So what we have to do to optimize these sequences is to change the ones in blue. And this is what we will do next, but this was only something we realized last week. So I think there is a lot of potential into how we can optimize sequences with reinforcement learning, and I hope you got more or less of a dive into what we do. And I would like also to say, we're working at the PRBB, which is a center at the center for at the beach, and we are very thankful to have lots of funding agencies supporting us over the last year, but we're also having many open positions at the moment from 6 to 10, so we would if you like deep learning, explainability techniques, it doesn't matter if you don't know much what a protein is, please send us an email and we will be very happy to, talk, give you a visit over the center and see what the chances are. And I would like to thank you for your attention and for inviting me to talk a little bit of how we are using language models to design new proteins with good potential in the lab. And thank you so much. If you have any questions, please let me know. Questions? Am I supposed to share the questions? No questions? Yes?
Thank you. That was super interesting. Very impressive. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I was wondering. I mean, you mentioned the methods that were used this, NLP, deep learning, etc., were basically quite complex physics-based or chemical-based optimizations, right? Do you think that everything can be replaced by this type of methods, or there should be like a marriage between the two approaches with physics-informed type of approaches or something like that?
Yeah, thank you for this question, because like this is my current state of mind. Like I think we've completely forgotten by now in the last 5 years that we were using in the past physics-based methods. We've completely removed the physics and now we only use unsupervised modeling. And it doesn't make sense to me that we completely forgot all that we have learned without integrating any physics. But there is also the consideration that biologists are not computer scientists. So like what happens in the field is that whatever is being successful in OpenAI and Meta, we take it, we don't change anything in the architecture and just change the data. So it will take, I think it's gonna come after. Like it will take a lot of tweaking to how do we actually understand the code, and then how do we actually understand, like integrate now the physics into this. But I think it's the way to go, because we see also limitations from the side of just using pure unsupervised learning for protein sequences. We are not integrating any domain knowledge whatsoever, so it's a pity.
Thanks for a very interesting talk. I absolutely don't know anything about proteins, but I was curious, given all these analogies with language and vision, if you also have like, if also the notion of an adversarial example will be meaningful for you. So like, for example, a protein that really looks like it should have a function X by the strings that it consists in, but actually it's doing something completely different.
I've been thinking a lot about like the example, especially for XAI, adversarial examples for us, and I couldn't come up with what will be adversarial in our case. We don't tend to have, we could find sequences that maybe break the model for some reason, but like I don't see, biologically probably they don't have any meaning. They probably only will reveal that the model is somehow wrong in that area.
Hi, thank you. Very super interesting presentation. Is there any sort of real life application that we've achieved with some of these proteins, or are we still far from that?
I think we're gonna see success in the next 5 years or so. So far we had, this is one example that worked. So this was an enzyme that had only minimal activity to, if you put it a plastic bottle of water and then see what happens, it will only like over 10 millions of years degrade it. But now we can degrade this plastic bottle in a few hours. So it's an enzyme that has like a new route, a greener route for plastic degradation, which is amazing because we have plenty. And then there was also one of the vaccines for COVID that was approved, and that's a protein that was designed as well. So those are two examples that came to mind. But we're gonna see lots of new therapies coming out. For example, for gene editing, they're having a few examples that seems to work well in the lab. Now what you have to do is to go through all the clinical trial process, and that takes years. But I'd say in 5 to 10 years, we're gonna have revolutionary new molecular therapies for many diseases.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I know it's a deep learning symposium, but how do you think quantum computing will affect this field of protein design?
How do I think, pardon?
Quantum computing.
Oh yeah, good question. So actually, I think there's still a way to go, right? Because like I don't fully follow the quantum news, but I think we will only be able to do very, very small systems, which are really, like, you know, in terms of electrons. Whenever we went to compute quantum mechanics for molecules in chemistry, for certain accuracy, we can only do very, very small molecules like hydrogen. But proteins have like thousands of electrons, and that's gonna take a while. Like, at some point, I even asked ChatGPT, like, how long is that gonna take? And we will need to have lots, how's that called, the qubits? Like, we will need to have a lot more, and they will need to be a lot more efficient for us to be able to model with quantum mechanics systems that have as many electrons as proteins. So at the moment for proteins, even with traditional physics, we don't use QM. It's just too expensive. It will take years to simulate a single system. It's a pity. So I think it's still some years, but
very prosaic question. You mentioned that in order to do this, you had the chance to use 120 and more GPUs. That I understand that without this luck, it would be difficult to come here. But now, what kind of computation resources do you use?
Oh, we're still the same cluster, thanks to these guys in the cluster in Erlangen in Germany. We have here the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, which has a lot more GPUs, like over 4,000 GPUs, but I didn't sit down and apply yet. But I heard it's amazing and that they provide good access. At the moment, like only to mention, these are pre-trained models, so you only need to train them once. It's the same with, ChatGPT and so on. So like they are huge, they take lots, like millions of dollars to train, but you train them once, and then with that, only for inference, you will only need one single GPU.
Hi, thanks for your talk. You talked about the problems of getting non-interesting sequences, like maybe lack of diversity or something like that. And I was wondering if it's more a problem of lack of diversity, like you are moving inside distribution but you don't get enough diverse content, or it's more of a problem of extrapolation, that you would like to go outside distribution, because then deep learning is quite not fit for that at all. So I was wondering your thoughts on that.
Yeah, good question. We had lots of problems. So one of them is the lack of, well, before deep learning, whether the sequences would work. So whether, because only like, if you generate all possible millions of sequences, less than 1% will be fit in the lab. So how to find them? But deep learning does that very well, with a diversity level that we're happy with. But then the issue that we had encountered up to now is how to extrapolate, which I will say interpolate to regions that are very poorly present in the training set. Those are challenging. We see for now this was only done in the last 6 months, preliminary success with this reinforcement learning paradigm. By doing this, we can go to values that are very poorly sampled in the training set. But it remains the question of how do we fully extrapolate beyond this? Because what I show here is always, let me see if I have, we always have, nothing here, but we always pass to the model labels that are present in nature. So this means for a given sequence, we have a category. But what if we want a category that doesn't exist in nature at all? This is what I don't know how to do. I don't see how to do that with deep learning. If you have, no? If anybody has ideas.
Many thanks for the insightful talk. A technical question. How do you tokenize proteins?
Yeah.
And is there any way to design tokens that carry specific functionalities or something? Or?
Yes, this is my favorite question, because absolutely everybody just tokenize at the letter level, so character level, which is amino acids, which kind of makes a little bit of biological sense. My first tokenization, however, did BPE, which I know is not the most domain intelligent, elegant way to do it, because I just took whatever OpenAI had done and retrained it. It still, however, found like with BPE tokens that are 3 to 4 amino acids or even more. So it kind of like still gave me a few of like, oh, it's finding those that are more recurrent. So it's kind of still cool. But I think the way to go will be like, oh, we take chunks that we know they do something. So like we really take the actual words. But I spent considerable time on that, and I didn't find a way to do that in an automatic fashion, because for most proteins, I don't know what they do. So I don't know what the words are. Like I cannot read the sentence and I don't know what the words are. But we'd love to have better tokenization, more like elegant tokenization methods.
Hi, absolutely amazing topic and talk. I have two questions. The first one is, how much data did you have to annotate for the DPO?
Oh, very good question. Not so much. This is something that I was not very optimistic about. But for example, for here, we only did 12 rounds with 20 data points each. But the models were pre-trained beforehand, so it requires that you have some already training distribution to start with.
Very insightful. And secondly, it appears that the validation of the sequences that are generated can also be a bottleneck. Are there any works in order to automate the process and avoid going to the lab?
Yes, that's we're gonna. Like, we have filtering pipelines in silico, but still always a ground truth or alcohol. You only get it in the lab, and that's terrible. Like, so we're buying robots and things like cool allow us to automatize it, and then we are able to test 100, hopefully in a week. Things like this. This will allow us to speed up a lot, especially if we want to do this. One issue we have is that to test this is usually 1 month per iteration. Because it's not only that we do the testing itself, but also that we need the sequences to be bought from providers, and then they arrive home, and then we need to transform it in the cells, and this is yeah.
I have a question. Usually we use these technologies for good. How if you were to be using that for bad? I mean, that's something that people think like, oh, yes, you can build proteins, but like, what if like an evil you were trying to be sufficiently funded and try to do this? Do you think this is kind of technologies that at some point will require regulation or like a close eye, because potential might be huge on good and or bad?
Yes, I absolutely agree. This is an ongoing discussion that we don't know how to regulate. We'll love feedback from other areas, from other fields where there's active regulation at the moment. One common answer that like the Nobel Prize winner will tell you is that we don't really need such a model like fancy architectures to give you sequences that could do harm, because we have plenty in public databases. Like we know very well when we had the Spanish flu, we know very well those sequences and they are in the database. So any researcher now could take it and like spread it again. We don't need a transformer to produce them. And no one did that, so I guess I will assume for now. But yeah, these are natural ones. We could use them for evil purposes.
Thank you. Super interesting talk. You mentioned one of the challenges is the sparsity of the training data, right? Like probably that's what's preventing the the model to actually predict novelty on areas that is not covered on the training data. Have you thought of maybe providing synthetic data or in areas that might be not well covered? I think it's obviously a challenge because you don't know what the proteins do, but.
We did that, but this doesn't seem to work very well for two reasons. First, when we generate a synthetic sequence, again, then we have the issue if we don't know it's good or bad. But anyway, we try for the sake of like, see what happens. So we call that like self-fine-tuning. We produce sequences generated by the models and we integrate them in the training set, but this led to catastrophic forgetting in like 2-3 iterations. It collapses. The model only starts producing. There was actually a very nice Nature paper recently from a group like in Oxford, and they saw like models collapse after self-recursive training. So if the models, they were arguing that once the internet becomes populated with ChatGPT data, and then they use the same data to retrain the model, it's going to become garbage because the models start forgetting the original very various distribution and only start producing the most common modes. And after a few iterations, they only just produce very bad representations of the most common. So we had these two. Didn't show it, but yeah.
Have you ever tried to use different architectures? For example, here on the slide, it's GPT-like architecture, and it has quadratic self-attention mechanism of computational time. I mean, yes, and now we have a lot of different architectures available. For example, attention-free transformers, RWKV with linear computational time of attention, and yeah, that's the question. Maybe this architecture could be more effective from this point of view.
Yeah, we not ourselves, but like this is also ongoing. We luckily our context length is very short, so protein sequences tend to be below 1,000 tokens. When we talk at the character level. So still we don't have lots of issues, but people have been talking into MAMB architecture, so like SSBs. I haven't used them, but like they will be useful for the context of whenever we don't model proteins, but genomes. which is a few other field, like a different domain. But in those cases, it would be very useful. But luckily, we are fine because of our context length is very small. But yeah.
So thank you very much. We are at time. I'm sure there's plenty more questions, but take advantage that we have Noelia here with us today in the coffee breaks to ask questions. Thank you very much again. I think you just opened a window.
Thank you so much.
I was saying, I think you just opened a window of a new area for this community to be paying more attention. I'm sure there's potential collaborations, so please let's explore them for the next year, and then we have like some papers together. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. The next session will continue directly, right? So there's no break in between. Morning, my name is Dimosthenis, and I'm very happy to welcome today Marco Baroni, who will lead the next session, which is mostly focused on natural language processing. So welcome, Marco.
Thank you.
The idea is that I'll have a short discussion with Marco, so as a means to introduce him, and then I will hand over to him so that he can lead the session, right? So Marco received a PhD in linguistics from the University of California, Los Angeles in 2000. And after a number of experiences between industry and research, he joined the Center for Mind-Brain Sciences at the University of Trento in Italy, where he became associate professor in 2013. So from 2016 to 21, Marco worked in the Paris Facebook, back then, Artificial Intelligence Research Lab. And then he came back to Catalonia in 2019 as an ICREA research professor, affiliated with the linguistics department of Pompeu Fabra University over here. So Marco's work in areas of multimodal and compositional distributed semantics has received a widespread recognition, including a Google Research Award, an ERC grant, the Ikai Jair Best Paper Prize, and the ACL Test of Time Award. He has been recently awarded a second ERC grant to conduct research on improving communication between artificial neural networks, taking inspiration from human language and other animal communication systems. So that's a pretty long, long CV already. So let me start with a simple yet complicated question, right? Which is, why language, right? And the reason I'm asking that is that in human intelligence, a key philosophical question is, what came first? Is it language that is required to generate intelligence, or is it intelligence that, or language is a kind of a secondary effect of being intelligent, right? And it's interesting that nowadays the same question kind of arises in artificial intelligence. And it could have been that these models, as they scale up, they could have learned whatever kind of strange representations, but at the end of the day, it was language that was the skeleton of what we experience nowadays. Why is that?
Yeah, so that's very interesting. As you say, it is kind of like a deep philosophical issue, and of course we don't know the answer for it, like to what extent like humans are special because, you know, they're special animals because they have a language, or to what extent they developed language because they were already special for some other reason. We don't know that. In a sense, kind of like large language models are a very interesting natural experiment showing how far you can go with only language, right? I mean, we know that nowadays they also have information from vision. There is all the phase of supervised alignment training, but still even just like a plain language model fed a lot of text can really respond to us in a way in which we have like the feeling that they are doing some form of reasoning. So this definitely shows that just from language, we can really like infer a lot of knowledge. But I guess the question is still like open. So are these like these amazing parrots, as they have been called, that really look like they are responding to us in a meaningful way, but they really aren't? Or is it the case that like only with language we can really learn pretty much everything there is to know about the world?
Interesting. And the language is about communication as much as it is about representation. No? And in your research, you have focused a lot on figuring out, no, how communication works and trying to make neural networks learn new languages to communicate to each other. So what was it about, and what kind of languages did they learn?
Yeah, so like I think a very interesting thing is like at the like a few years ago, this was like before GPT and all that followed that. We were doing these experiments where we were like taking 2 or more neural networks. We gave them a shared task, which was something very simple, like to converge on pointing to the same image. And then like they could exchange discrete symbols, so just like in language, but we did not constrain these symbols. And we found that like quote-unquote languages emerged that that were successful, so the networks were like doing what they were supposed to do in the right way, but the language did not look at all like human language. So for example, like one thing we found is that like what seems to be a universal property of languages is that more frequent concepts are expressed by shorter words. So, you know, dog, cat, or even they are very short words, whereas hermeneutics is a rather long word, and it corresponds to a rarer concept. But our neural network agents were actually developing a language that had exactly the opposite property. So they would use like very long words for very common concepts and relatively shorter words for more frequent ones. And we think that the reason for that is that neural networks, unlike us, don't get tired when they are speaking, right? Like ultimately what we want to do is to be as efficient as possible, but a neural network, I mean, they're actually consuming a lot of energy, but they don't know that, and so they don't care. And then, you know, a very long word is probably easier to distinguish from another long word, and so they were going for that. So I think it's still interesting. Now, you know, I see a bit of a trace of that even in the latest version of ChatGPT, which is like great, but one thing that it really is not is succinct. Like it, you know, it will explain whatever you ask it, but it's very hard to have it explain you things in just a few words.
That's true, that's true. Now that you say it, it's absolutely true. Huh? And so a side effect of language being so central in LLMs and large multimodal models nowadays is that it suddenly made these models available to the masses, right? If it had been some other kind of obscure representation that we had to translate to communicate with these models, it would be impossible. But literally from one day to the next, this kind of models were available to everybody to use, right? Is this a good thing or is it a bad thing? Or?
I mean, I think ultimately it's always a good thing, and I think having like a lot of people playing with them is kind of like stress testing them and giving us kind of good indications for where like research should focus on, because those are the problematic aspects. So I think that's very positive. What perhaps is a bit worrying nowadays compared, like, so when I started working in this field, there was interesting research in industry and there was like interesting research in academia. And maybe, you know, the one in industry was a bit more engineering-like and the one in academia a bit more theoretical, but things were, you know, like quite aligned. Nowadays, like, I think there is no academic research lab in the world that can think of, you know, building anything even remotely similar to what OpenAI is doing. And so I think this disconnect between like nowadays, you know, industry having like all the firepower to really do like the hardcore development of these models, and academia having problems, you know, not even training them, but simply even being able to study the largest model is becoming a huge computational challenge. I think that is something that is problematic nowadays.
Nice, thanks. So you had a pretty interesting career up to now, moving between industry and academia and back. What are the key lessons learned from these two worlds? No? So if you were to give some advice to the younger people in the audience that have this dilemma of where to go next, what would you say?
Well, I think ultimately, I had a really nightmarish experience in industry, and a really great one. So what I always say is, Bertrand Russell says that democracy is not the best ruling system, but it has sort of this self-repair aspect for which, a working democracy, maybe we'll always have mediocre leaders, but at the same time, it's very hard that things will go really, really bad. In industry, my experience is that if everything goes well and you have, the right kind of CTO and the particular company you work for really wants to invest in research, then it's really as great as academia could never be. But then if, the economy starts turning wrong, or, suddenly everybody wants to imitate ChatGPT, whether they need it or not for their product, then things can also get really, really bad. So I guess if I have to give an advice, it might be think about your personality. If you're willing to deal with a lot of risk and a lot of swings, and then maybe the industry world is better, whereas maybe academia, you don't get the huge highs, but in my experience also you don't get the horrible lows.
Or maybe both, no? Right. Well, thanks very much for this short introduction. Right. I'll hand over to you so that you can lead the exercise.
So the first. The first speaker, who I don't see, now I do, is Elias Abad Rocamora, who originally studied at UPC here in Barcelona. Then he had a master in applied mathematics at the Carlos III of Madrid. And now he's doing a PhD at EPFL, where he's working on adversarial robustness of language models. And that's part of the work he will present today, which was originally published at ICML. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Marco, for the nice presentation, and thanks to all the organizers, and also to Noelia for the nice keynote. So today I will be presenting our work, revisiting character-level adversarial attacks for language models. This was a joint work with my colleagues from EPFL. So let's start with, how does this work? So let's start with this very simple example. Imagine we have this classifier that is able to classify these sentences super well, no? But now we have someone that is trying to fool us. So there is someone that is trying to change a few characters in this. Where do I need to point that? Here? Okay, so now. So imagine there's some malicious individual that is trying to change some characters in your sequence in order to change the prediction of the model. So this is what we know as adversarial attacks. So these adversarial attacks, as you can think, they can be catastrophic, because if we deploy this model in a safety critical application like malware detection, someone might fool the model into believing a malware is not actually a malware. But also at the same time, we need adversarial attacks because we need to discover these vulnerabilities in order to fix them. So how do we find these adversarial attacks? No? The way we usually do it is through some loss maximization. So we take the cross-entropy loss over a neighborhood of sentences and we try to maximize it. And it's very important that this neighborhood needs to be of similar sentences, because if someone changes the malware into something that is not a malware, so the model should change the prediction. So we want the prediction to be different to a human. So how do we define this neighborhood? Usually there are two approaches. The first is token level. So we can define synonyms for every word and just change synonyms in the sentence and try all of the possible combinations. And also, we have the character level neighborhoods, where we try to have a small Levenstein distance between the original sentence and the other sentences. So you might ask, which one is better for this? So there are several problems with both of them. First, we have this sentence here, and as you can see, the token level attacks change the word likes for hates, and everyone for nobody. So therefore, we have like a change in the semantics of the sentence, which we don't like. But also the character level attacks, they can be corrected, let's say. So imagine we have a typo corrector, no? So let's say that the model for the original sentence is not able to predict it correctly because it has a typo. So we can just put a typo corrector, fix the sentence, and put it again to the model, and it will give us the correct prediction because in the original sentence, the model had the original good answer, no? So in this paper, what we show is that this doesn't work. So we are able to break these typo correctors as well if we attack the joint architecture. And for that, we propose a charmer, which is an efficient character level attack for this task. So let's start with charmer. So first, we're going to characterize how we modify a single character in the sequence. So imagine we have this sentence, they don't care about us. So what we can do is expand the sequence, which means we put a special character before and after each letter. Then we can replace one letter here, and then we can just remove the special characters. So this way we can characterize insertions, deletions, and replacements in the sequence. So our idea is to do a greedy approach, so we modify one character at a time. And in order to further reduce the search space, we filter out some positions in here which are not important for producing a misclassification. And then at the end what we do is like we filter the positions and we select the top positions and try all of the possible changes there. So this is the overall architecture of the attack. So in algorithm 1 we select the red positions, which are the most important ones, these three. And then in the three positions we try all of the possible letters in the alphabet. Then we feed them to the model and we select the one with the highest loss. If the prediction is the same as the original one, then we continue modifying more characters, and if not, we have succeeded and we stop. So we try this on zero-shot sentence classification with Llama 2 7 billion, and what we find is that our attack has the highest success rate with more than 90%, and it has the smallest Levenstein distance. So on average, we have less than 3 characters for every data set. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about why typo correctors do not work. So in the previous works where they used these typo correctors, they were considering some further constraints on the attack. So they were considering these PJC constraints. The first constraint is that you cannot perturb the same word twice. You cannot perturb the first or the last character of of any word. You cannot modify words with less than 4 characters. And you can only put lowercase English characters. So all of these constraints are super restrictive, and originally they were put because they wanted to make the sentences even more similar to the original ones, but in practice they are not realistic, and it's like just a constraint to make the typo corrector work. This is what we find in our work. So if you can see in the last row of this table, we have the latest defense that was proposed. And when we consider these constraints, we have indeed less than 1% of success rate. But when we remove even one of these constraints, and some of them, just by removing one, we can go back to 100% success rate of the attack. So let me show now some examples. Okay, so here we have some examples. No? We have the original sentence on the left, the attacked sentence on the middle, and then on the right we have the correction of this typo corrector. So as we can see, there are some examples where we introduce a very naive perturbation, which is introducing a space in between the word, and it has catastrophic results. So basically we have the word desperate, that we put a space in the middle, desperate, and then the typo corrector corrects it into dash pleasure. So by exploiting these kind of mistakes from the typo corrector, we can produce a misclassification and it's even like beneficial for the attacker because the attacker can exploit these things. So in summary, we find that the LLMs are very sensible. So with less than 3 characters and in less than 6 seconds, we can break the model, which was very surprising for us. And we also find that typo correctors defenses do not work, at least the ones that we have right now. So yeah, if you want to check more experiments, more models, and more ablation studies, you can check our paper. And if you want to discuss with me, I will be available in the coffee break. So thanks everyone, and thanks for coming here.
So in order to have more speakers, there will be no time for questions, but you can look for the speakers during the breaks. The next presenter is Matéo Mahaut, who is now a fourth-year PhD student at UPF in our group. He works on emergent communication and interpretability, and actually the work that he's going to present today and that was published at ACL was done with the Amazon AWS team here in Barcelona during an internship there.
Thanks. Okay, so this work is about factual confidence in large language models, and we'll be looking at the different methods which allow you to estimate factual confidence and comparing them. Okay, so what we're calling factual confidence here is uncertainty estimation which has been constrained to facts. So the large language model is going to see a lot of facts during its training, but it also has a weird relationship with those facts, and sometimes it's going to hallucinate with exactly the same tone that it would use to output a fact. So factual confidence is going to be interested in seeing if the model is able to differentiate between those facts and the hallucinated examples. So the way we're looking at this is taking facts that are unambiguously true and comparing them to facts that are unambiguously false. So we take a data set which is La Matière X. In it you've got sentences like Victor Hugo was born in France, and then we can ask the model, do you think this is true, compared to maybe Victor Hugo was born in Spain, which wouldn't be. There's a second step which we develop in the paper, but I won't have time to get into here, which would be if you only give the model the question, like what's George Ranking's occupation, is the model able to quantify how confident it is that it's going to correctly answer this question? So that would be a second step. What methods exist to quantify uncertainty about facts? So we've grouped them into 3 big categories, but all of them have lots of different variations, and some of them work best if you tweak them a little. But the general idea would be that you can basically just ask your model. So you give it the sentence, Victor Hugo was born in France, and then you add a prompt like, are you sure about this? Is this sentence true? And then the surrogate method would be looking at the probability of the model answering yes or no and having a difference. The verbalized method is changing the prompt a little to say, how certain are you that it's true? And if the model says very, you give it a high score. If it says a little, you give it a lower score. So just quantizing different inputs. This tends to be done, so this is a very black box method that tends to work, and it works with big models like ChatGPT, Claude, which would be models you don't have access to the weight, so you've got no other choice than use this sort of prompting method. And on the other side, you've got methods which are basically transformation of activations in the later layers, so trained probes or variations of mathematical transformations of this. And this tend to be done on smaller models so that you can actually train them, and they have to be done on open source models where you can actually access the weights. A third type of method would be methods that basically just use logit probability. So this makes sense as a baseline. You're looking at how likely a certain sentence is, and Victor Hugo was born in France is something that's going to be more likely because the model has seen it more than Victor Hugo was born in Spain. But then we can instinctively guess that this would have some drawbacks, like the difference between an active and passive form. So passive sentences are much less likely in the data sets. So if I have a true sentence in the passive form, it's going to be less likely than a false sentence in the active form. That gives us a huge problem. So we use this as a baseline, which is something the other people in the literature have done. Okay. So the main questions will be, how do the different methods compare, and how stable are they to this type of linguistic variation, like active-passive form, and this sort of things. We tested on 8 different models, different size, different architectures, different training institutes. We also tried it with GPT 3.5 and got similar results. The results. So here, the curves you can see are AUPRC, so it's an equilibrium between precision and recall of the factual confidence. And then the different colors will be the different models. Then each group is one method. So as you can see on the left one is the trained probe. So the one where you have access to the training weights and you actually have been using training data. It performs super well. The second one will be the baseline, where you've got logit probability. And then the other two, something weird is happening. Those are the prompt-based methods. So what we can see here is that for the first two, whichever model you use, your model is going to perform as well. You'll have approximately the same precision and recall. But for the other two, if the model has been fine-tuned, you get much better performance. This makes a lot of sense. You're asking something to your model. If it's been trained to answer this sort of prompt, then it works better. There's also a size effect, which we notice. So bigger models work better, with an exception. So Mistral 7B, for some reason, performs better than its bigger counterpart. So to make it clear and ignore the specific example, the take-home message of this is that in general, if you can train a probe, it's going to work better. But if you can't do it because, well, you don't have access to the weights or you don't have training data, then prompting will work. It will work quite well, but only with specific models. The bigger one, the later ones, the ones that have been fine-tuned. And it's really important to check this because the smaller ones will perform even worse than our baseline. And then if we look a bit further at linguistic variation, what we did is take our original sentences, which we were wondering about, like Victor Hugo was born in France, and then have lots of paraphrases of that sentence. The idea is that if we're interested in factual confidence and not linguistic confidence, then the model should be aware that Victor Hugo was born in France. However, I phrase this, so even in the passive form. So here, bigger numbers means that there is more variation in score when I paraphrase the sentence. So different paraphrases will have different scores. As you can see in red, two of the methods, so surrogate and verbalized, which are the prompt-based methods, will have a lot of variation in different models between paraphrases. So one model might have lots of variations and some other models don't have a lot of variation. So model-specific effects, again, with the prompt-based method. In the center, you've got the baseline and the probe method. Those, they always have a lot of variation, but at least it's constant between models. So you know that it doesn't work and it's always not going to work. It works a lot less with the sequence probability method. This makes sense. As I was explaining, it's the active-passive form issue. And for the trained probe, it's a bit more stable, so it seems to be able to handle more of the variation, but still not perfectly well. What I've copied here are the performance scores for those bigger models so that we can see that it's not necessarily the models that perform best, which have less variation. Something different is happening. So probably due to specific fine-tuning methods, which we can't really check. But it also happens with the non-fine-tuned models, so pre-training seems to have an effect as well in this stability. So to conclude, about the different methods, from a practical perspective, if you can use a probe, the probes seem to perform really well. As I've been saying this twice, I have to give the drawbacks again. They require training, which you might not be able to do because you need data, and there are some questions about how well it performs out of domain. So we did some tests in the paper with other languages and with other datasets, but depending on how far out of domain you go, there are some limitations. Then for the prompt-based method, you have to check that the model has been fine-tuned to handle this type of instructions, and generally testing that the model works should be tested. And then when we look at linguistic variation, that's generally a problem with the entire field of factual confidence. But it might still, we do see that for some models it does work, so there's some further study to see why it works in some cases and why it doesn't in others. Thanks a lot for listening. Thank you.
Okay, our next, is it you? Okay, I thought it was Juan. Good. So the next speaker is Emily Cheng, also from UPF. She is a third-year student in our group, and she's working on the complexity of language in humans and language models. And here she's presenting work that was published at EMNLP.
Hi everyone, I'm Emily. Today I'll be presenting some work out of my PhD that I also presented last year at EMNLP. So this is going to be about compression in language models. As you've heard, probably people think that language models are very general purpose compressors of just the internet as they're trained on this surprisal minimization objective. And we'll dive into that in more detail. Okay, let's see. Okay, so one thing that's very remarkable about language actually is that a finite lexicon, so a finite vocabulary, in a very small set of rules can generate infinitely many grammatical sentences. So you might be wondering, how does my 2-year-old learn all of this complexity in language? And the answer is, well, language looks very high dimensional, it looks very complicated, but in reality, it's not. So you have in actuality a low dimensional structure that generates all of this complexity, which is grammar. And so then our question is, we know that humans are performing some kind of compression when they're using language. Are language models doing the same thing? And so first, this brings me to our first measure of compression in language models, which is geometric. So some of you might be familiar with what's called the manifold hypothesis. So this is the notion that real-life high-dimensional data will lie on some low-dimensional geometric object. So as an example, we have here a Swiss roll embedded in 3 dimensions, okay? Some vocabulary, we would say that the ambient dimension is 3. That's the dimensionality that your geometric object comes in. But in reality, you can notice that every single point on the Swiss roll can be described with 2 intrinsic coordinates. So we would say that the intrinsic dimension of this object is 2. So it's actually been found that the manifold hypothesis is attested for a lot of different domains. So not only language, but also images, protein sequences, and it is actually the intrinsic and not ambient dimension of the neural network parameter space that predicts generalization. Okay, so we just talked about geometric compression, but there are 2 compressions that people might be familiar with. So say you have some language model, you have your input, Sally went to the, and you're supposed to predict the next word. You feed it through your language model, and this makes the next word prediction. So we just talked about geometric compression, which takes place here in the weights or the representations. In our case, we're only going to consider geometric compression of the representations of the language model, given some input. But if you are from linguistics or natural language processing, maybe you're more familiar with this notion of compression, which is information-theoretic. So language models are actually trained to minimize this information-theoretic compression of the next word given context, and this surprisal minimization objective harkens all the way back to Shannon's theory of communication. So our question in this project was, can these two views be linked? Okay. So basically the setup is given some pre-trained causal language model and a query data set. Will the intrinsic dimension of embeddings, so will the geometric compression of the representations also predict the information theoretic compression at the behavioral level? And then also we want to see some very general linguistic correlates to geometric compression. So is a data set that's more structured going to result in a manifold with fewer degrees of freedom? And also, does ID predict the ease of adaptation? So for instance, if a data set has fewer degrees of freedom in its representational manifold, will the language model learn that data set faster? Okay. So how do we do this? First, I'll talk about the intrinsic dimension estimation. So we have some data set, and we feed it through a language model. We extract the last token embedding of the residual stream. And what this gives us is one matrix per layer. And this matrix is supposed to represent the entire data set. From there, you can apply your favorite intrinsic dimensionality estimator and then produce profiles such as the one you see on the right. So on the x-axis, we've plotted the intrinsic dimension for a given data set. On the y-axis is the intrinsic dimension. On the x-axis is the evolution over layers. And each curve is a different model. So this produces actually one estimate per layer, but for our analysis, we're just going to take the maximum ID over layers as the maximum sort of complexity that the language model perceives the data set as. And we also test a bunch of different ID estimators. But we're only going to present results on the last one, as it's the one to correlate the most with the others. So then next, I'll zoom through this a little bit. We basically measure the information theoretic coding length by taking the average surprisal over the data set. And then finally, we compare these things to ease of adaptation. So what this means is we're going to fine-tune the pre-trained model until convergence at some time. And we want to evaluate on two things. So not only the final evaluation perplexity, which is shown there, a lower evaluation perplexity is better. We also want to evaluate on the time, sort of like the sample complexity of fine-tuning. So what this means instead is that even though these two curves look the same, in reality the blue one is better because it takes a shorter time to get there. And so what we do is we also take the area under the curve as our sample complexity measure. Okay. So models and data sets, we test on one model family, OPT, 3 different sizes, and then a bunch of different data sets. The details aren't super important, but you can picture them to be slices of natural language and code. In addition, we wanted to see whether more linguistic structure impacted the ID. So we performed some targeted ablations. So in this case, what we do is we play around with linguistic structure. So first, we permute all of the words in a sequence. This gets rid of syntax, but keeps bag of words semantics. We do a swapping ablation where we sort of do a transformation where each token is mapped to another token in the vocabulary deterministically. So this keeps some notion of syntactic structure, but removes semantics. And then finally, we just randomly sample from the token space. Okay, so now on to results. The results are pretty straightforward. So the first main result is that ID is indeed correlated to surprisal. This means that on the y-axis intrinsic dimension, the higher the degrees of freedom in your manifold, the harder it is for the language model to process, given by the surprisal. The next thing is we also find it to be correlated to ease of adaptation. So these are the two plots on the right. The higher the ID here on the x-axis, the harder it is to adapt. Our next result is that indeed, as expected, linguistic structure permits compression. So ablating syntax, lexical structure, and both at the same time have the effect of both increasing the geometric complexity of representations and also the information-theoretic coding length. So this is seen on all plots, which are different model sizes, going from left to right, each ablation increasing in both the x and y directions. And interestingly, this is consistent with the with other findings that find that syntax contributes a low information content to language, whereas semantics, lexical semantics, contributes a lot. Okay, and then yeah, so that's it. I'm out of time. But if you're interested in further results, please come see me during the coffee break. Thank you.
Okay, and the last speaker of the session is Juan Haladjian, who is currently at Apple. Before that, he got a Bachelor in Computer Science at UPF, and he has experience both as a PhD and a postdoc at the Technical University in Munich, Germany. And he's working on data-centric machine learning and in general data annotation quality, and the paper on these topics that he's about to present received a Distinguished Paper Award at ACL earlier this year.
Thank you. Yes, I'm presenting mainly the work of the first author, Juan, who did an internship at our team last year. And the work goes around data quality. I think that does not need a justification why this is important in this community. So I'd like to mention briefly so to set the focus of our work, we don't have a method to improve the quality of data. For that, there are many things that one could do. They could improve the annotation protocol, or to reduce ambiguity, or maybe fix bugs in the tooling, or remove some annotators from the annotation crowds of annotators. What we have today is a method to assess the quality of data efficiently. So typically what one does to assess the quality of data, if we have a data set, one selects some random subset of the data and has that reviewed, right? In this example, we have about 5 samples from this data set be reviewed, and from those 2 have been detected to have errors. So we estimate the quality of 2/5. What is the issue with this method? This is called the point estimate, yeah, with the quality assessment of error rate of 2/5. What is the issue is that we don't know how likely we are to get the same quality estimation if we were to repeat the same experiment again. So if we selected 5 different samples at random to measure this again, how likely are we to get 2/5? And the second one is why 5? Could we maybe save some costs and have maybe 4 samples be reviewed? Or is 5 even enough to have a reliable quality assessment? In this slide is also to just motivate this work again. And what we have is in the x-axis is the sample size of the number of samples that have been selected for this quality review. And on the y-axis, we have the margin of error in the estimated quality. So this is for a data set we have simulated to have about 5% error rate. And just to give an example of the meaning of this is, so if you look at, for example, the x-axis 100, so if we reviewed 100 samples on the x-axis and wanted to have, so the green line is a 95% confidence in the measured quality, the margin of error would be about 5%, meaning we would measure a quality of a particular, of this data set of 5% plus minus 5%, which is not so useful. So we're saying something like either the data set is perfect or has 10% error rate or something in between, which is not so useful. That is why it is important to consider and discuss and carefully select the sample size for reviewing a data set. However, this is not what we observe in practice. We look at the data section of most papers, we don't see this kind of discussion of why a particular sample size has been selected for the quality assessment. And this is, what we're presenting is not totally new, it's based on statistics, but our contribution has been to encourage the community to follow these statistical methods to assess the quality properly and efficiently as well. So these are our, oops, there is some latency here. So these are our two goals. First, how to effectively measure the quality of a data set. And second, how to do this efficiently by not reviewing a lot of data, but as much as necessary. And the first contribution is we propose to use confidence intervals. Again, method taken from statistics, not that new, but what the method tells us is what the number of samples is, the K, that we need to review based on a confidence level that we want to obtain. So the first parameter, the input parameter to this is the confidence, so how reliable the measured quality is going to be. Typically, we'll want to have something like 95% or over 95% confidence. And the other one is the margin of errors. This will depend on the particular application, what parameters will make sense in each case. We also need a prior for the error rate, the prior estimated for this error rate. So this is a basic method that we would encourage that is done when discussing the quality of a data set. We think the quality is going to be more and more important as we have some already well-trained foundation models, and what we want is to specialize them to become better and better in particular tasks. But the question is now, can we do it more efficiently? Because inspecting data is an expensive process. Sometimes it requires more skills, typically more skills than during the initial annotation of data. Can we do this more efficiently? So, and second method that we also took from statistics is quite an old method called acceptance sampling. This method has been used during the Second World War to inspect batches of war machinery. That's an expensive process as well. So the goal was to, after reviewing a couple of samples, if the same kind of defect was already detected during the first couple of samples, they would already make a conclusion about the whole batch, that probably the rest of the batch will have the same kind of error. And we propose to do the same for inspecting data. So the method comes in three flavors. In this slide, I'm showing the simple sampling. What the method does is one specifies some quality guarantees one wants to have, like what is the maximum number of errors that we can tolerate in a data set before we're going to reject the whole data set. And the method, again, proposes a sample size, and also it gives us a cutoff value. So if we have detected more errors than the cutoff, we can reject the whole data batch. And this data batch is especially, I would say, important in the industry where one maybe might buy data from vendors, and they start to deliver these batches of data per week to control the quality of these batches, to see if it drops after. Typically what vendors will might do sometimes is they give you a perfect quality for the first batch where people pay more attention to quality, and they eventually might drop in the quality. So that is a way to decide for a whole batch of data, is this batch acceptable or not? So if we split that K, sorry, let me jump back to the, next one. Yeah, it's jumping all over. Sorry. So we can split that single step that we did in the previous slide into 2 steps, so that maybe after the first step, by reviewing, maybe after reviewing only K1 samples, we can already make a decision, right, and decide whether to accept or reject the sample. If we have detected only errors during the first K samples, maybe we can already stop the process and already reject the whole data set, right? But maybe this cannot be done, and then a second step would be needed, in which case we would be reviewing as many samples as in the single sampling, like in the previous slide. And the generalization of this method is called sequential sampling. Sorry about that latency. And well, the intuition behind the sequential sampling is as we review more and more samples, we will converge either to an accept or to a reject decision. So there's a mathematical derivation in our paper. We won't go into that in this presentation. What we have, so these are basically the 2 methods we propose. One is to use confidence intervals for an effective assessment of data quality, and this other one is a sequential sample to do this efficiently for making a decision about the whole batch. We have compared the different methods we proposed in terms of how many samples need to be reviewed to arrive to a quality estimate. So based on the error rate of a data set, right? So some methods always review the same number of samples, right? They give this, for confidence interval method, give this fixed K, right? And then they are constant, they don't depend on the error rate. But the last one I present, the sequential sampling, depends on the error rate, right? If a data set is almost perfect and we start to detect only correct samples, then we can already accept that data set. And if it is very, very bad, the data set, and we all detect errors in the data set, then we can reject it right away. So that's a comparison of how efficient the methods are. We recommend using sequential sampling. Please come to me. We also offer a library of code, reusable code, and please come to me for more details. This can be applied to any modalities or applications. So happy to advise anyone willing to use it. Thank you.
So thanks again to all the speakers also for respecting the times, and I think we can now move to the coffee break and first poster session.
Okay, let's start this second oral session of the day. I'm Xavi Sevillano from Salle, and I'm here with Jose Alvarez from NVIDIA, who will be the session chair. Probably most of you know Jose, but let me introduce him to you in case you don't. Dr. Jose Alvarez is a research director in the field of autonomous vehicle perception, and he leads an autonomous vehicle applied research group at NVIDIA in California. Dr. Alvarez's journey began here at La Salle campus Barcelona, so welcome home, Jose, and continued at CVC, at the University of Amsterdam, and in New York University as a postdoc with Jan LeCun, completing his education before embarking on an impressive international career. He has held several prestigious positions, including roles at CSIRO, NICTA, and Toyota Research Institute. And his expertise spans 3D computer vision, deep learning, and self-supervised learning, with a particular focus on scaling up deep learning for autonomous vehicles. Dr. Alvarez's research has garnered significant recognition in the field. He has received numerous awards, including being part of the team whose work on SecFormer was ranked 3rd on EURIPS 2021. And he has also been awarded Best Paper at IV 2017 and Outstanding Reviewer Awards at major conferences at ICCV and CVPR. He has organized several workshops and tutorials in many conferences. And his work in NVIDIA focuses on maximizing the impact of latest research advances on autonomous vehicles products. So, welcome, Jose. I need to breathe a little because your career is so impressive. Okay, we would like to have a small talk now, and I would like to ask you a few questions, starting with your career journey from being a student here in La Salle, from now being a team leader in NVIDIA. What moments have been most critical and important in your career, and which people, which mentors have you had that have shaped your career today?
Thank you, Xavi. Yeah, so it's true that I started here in La Salle in the digital signal processing group with Xavi, among others. It was very exciting. I think that was the first inflection point. I did want to be a sound engineer, and here I am. And I met people there doing really interesting work. And then I've been fortunate enough to work at the CVC with Antonio Lopez, Amsterdam with Theo Havers, with Jale Kuhn, met amazing people that were helping me, mentoring and helping me to shape what I'm doing today, right? So all in all, I think I've been fortunate to take risks and move around the world. I've been here in Europe, in North America, in Australia. I've been able to learn a little bit from different cultures, different ways to do things, and learn that nothing is better or worse, but you can take the best of it. And fortunate enough to meet mentors and people who can help you sooner or later, and those are very, very, very important in your career.
Good. Your work, let's talk about a little bit about your work at NVIDIA, and what are the most important challenges you are facing from a technological view? I mean, about 3D vision, self-supervised learning, scaling up, deep learning approaches. Which are the challenges you are facing in your team right now?
So for me, one very important point was the scalability and the infrastructure to develop deep learning, right? So that was present at NYU, but also in Australia at NICTA, CSIRO, we had access to a very large cluster. So dealing with the clusters efficiently, dealing with a vast amount of data, learning what data is important, how you're going to train your models in any modality, right? Supervised, self-supervised, any way. That option of iterate very fast, try ideas very fast, fail fast, change, improve. For me, that's the major challenge. In terms of exciting work, I think moving forward, first, data, right? So I think we are moving from I don't have enough data to the point of, wait a minute, there's too much data, right? What do I really need? That's one. And we have been working for years on that, and I think now this is going to be a very sweet moment. And the second is more end-to-end, like instead of perception or stopping in perception and being very modular, going from really the input sensor to whatever you want to do at the end, right? So in the case of autonomous driving, predicting intentions, knowing what other people is doing, other agents, and what you need to do, and plan your trajectory accordingly, and do it, joint optimization of everything. I think that's the most important challenge moving ahead.
And what about translating academic research into practical applications?
That's a fun one. So the team at NVIDIA and what I've been doing in the past, basically we try to bridge the gap between research and product, right? So, or how to bring the latest to product. And the funny thing is that for me, product and research, we do speak different languages, right? So if you're a researcher, you think that your paper is the coolest. And if you're working embedded in product, you think your product is the best. And researchers just focus on papers, right? So understanding the product, understanding what they are doing and why they are doing that today, and what are the challenges that they have today, and more important, trying to anticipate what challenges are gonna they have tomorrow, and then access to all the research that is available to see how you can solve that. For me, that's fascinating. Changes a little bit from, I know how to do this, and I'm gonna try to apply it and create a product, to something like, I want this product to be the best, and I know, or I can see where it's gonna be challenging. Let's work on that. For me, that part is way more exciting. And it's very challenging because you talk with different people from with different backgrounds, right?
Great. And just to finish, here in our audience, we have a lot of young researchers, PhD students who probably look up at you as a career model, maybe. And what advice would you give to these young researchers? Which skills and qualities should they have to pursue a successful career?
That's a good one. So I guess for me, what really matters the most is take risks, be passionate, live your experience, right? So I've made many mistakes. I was telling Xavi, right? I can tell you what not to do, and maybe the rest of things are good. But when I look at candidates, when I look at people in the team, what really is outstanding is be a good person, be passionate, love what you do, and sooner or later you will find your way, right? I think that's very, very important. Trust people, find good mentors that can help you, and don't be afraid to fail, and don't be afraid to ask for help, right? All in all, we always need help, right? So I think that's super important.
Thank you, Jose. An applause for our session chair.
Thank you.
Hand it over to you.
Good. Great. So we're going to start the second session, the second oral session. And the first speaker is Eduard Truls. Eduard has been a research scientist at Google Zurich since 2019. He received his PhD from the Institute of Robotics in Barcelona, Spain in 2015, followed by 4 years as a postdoc in the Computer Vision Lab at EPFL in Switzerland. His research lies at the intersection between geometric-based computer vision and machine learning, with a focus on mapping, localization, and visual recognition. And today he's going to present the work that they have been working and presented at NeurIPS 2024. Please welcome, 2023. Please welcome Eduard.
Background. Does it sound okay? Yeah. Let me give you a bit of a background about the work of my team. So my team is based in Zurich, and we are in Geo, which is the part of Google that owns Google Maps, Street View, etc. We are a production team, so we try to work on practical things. And we have mostly a background in visual localization, so trying to, given an image, figure out what it was taken. The first product that we developed was the Visual Positioning Service, or VPS, which is a service that does exactly that. Given an image, it tells you what it was taken. It's been publicly available for a few years. You can try it out for yourself. You can open the Google Maps application on your phone. You will see a button that says Live View. You can click on it. It will ask you to put your phone up, take an image, localize it, and enter this augmented reality application that helps you navigate your environment. This is actually a really cool problem to work on, because unlike many computer vision problems, it's not yet solved end-to-end with machine learning techniques. So we actually have very old-fashioned, optimization blocks, and it's difficult to solve that way. But can you actually try to do that? This is what we wanted to explore with this paper, which was published at NeurIPS. This is primarily the work of an intern in our team at the time, called Salle. And here we were trying to rethink what makes a map that is good for localization, right? So it should be abstract enough that is robust to changes in appearance or dynamic objects, so you don't care about an image being taken at nighttime, in the day, winter, summer, you don't care about cars and bicycles that might come and go, right? But you want to preserve the key geometric and semantic information that helps you figure out where you are. So I can give you examples of what does not make for a good map for localization, which are these images that you see on the left. Be it aerial or ground level, they contain too much detail, too much clutter, and not very useful. What you would like to have is a semantic map, like the one that you see on the right. This is a screenshot from Google Maps, but that is learned end-to-end and machine readable. So how would you do that? This is our solution with Snap. We take as input only images. They can be aerial, they can be a sequence of ground level images. And we assumed that at training time, to train the model, we know the pose. So we know where they were taken. Now we have two separate encoders, one for the overhead inputs, one for the ground level sequence of images. And what we want is an output that is a bird's eye view, like you see here in this feature map. This is equivalent to this map that you see here on the right, but it's learned by the model. Now, given these two maps, we can trivially combine them with cell-wise max pooling, right? And we have this learned bird's eye view feature map for the scene. Now, given a new image, a ground level image, which is a query image, we can feed it to the same encoder that we use to extract a ground level map from ground level images. And we have another neural map, which is this small triangle that you see. This is a triangle because it's the field of view of the query image seen from above, right? And now we can put them in correspondence. There are two tricky parts here. One is how do you build this map from ground level images? And the other one is how do you train via alignment? So let me get to that. The first part is, again, how do you build this map from street view images? So let's assume that we have a sequence of post images. We do something very simple, which is we to an ocean convolutional neural network. It produces two things, which are image features and a 3D occupancy volume. You see that on the bottom. On the left, you see a representation of the feature map for two images, right? And on the right, you see the depth map that the model outputs. So we don't assume given depth. Now we have predicted a depth map, so we can take these features that we extracted from the image and we can lift them to 3D. We assume that we have known poses for the images, so they are already registered. So we can combine the observations from different images into 3D and fuse them. But for that, we use a simple MLP. At this point, we have a 3D feature map of the environment that the model is extracting. And we want them to be 2D, we want it to be 2D. So we simply squash all this information in the vertical plane using vertical pooling. And at this point, we have this map that you saw earlier, this 2D bird's eye view map. This is what you see in here on the top right. You see it for the map and for the query on the left, right? How do you train this? So far, we haven't trained anything. It's actually very simple. You want them to be in correspondence. If the, let me see, on the bottom left, you have in red the poses. These are the triangles. These indicate where the camera is looking at for the map images. And on green, you see the ground truth pose for the query image. So very intuitively, if these two maps are in correspondence, you want the features to be the same. For every other possible pose of the query image, which are all of these random triangles that you see in blue, you want it to be different. So this is pretty much the definition of contrastive learning. It's a family of machine learning techniques that let you solve this problem. You want to pull the features in the feature map together for the ground truth pose, and you want them to be apart for any other. And this is how we train, with only poses to supervise this model. Let me show you some examples. It's a bit difficult to read because there is a lot of information. The easiest way is to look at the top image, that is the aerial image. In red, you see the triangles indicating where the images in the map were captured, and in green, you see where the query was taken from, right? So in this case, both images are kind of, both map and query are kind of looking in the same direction. You see the same structure, which is this building facades. So this is a pretty easy case to solve with traditional models. And here, it works quite well, the same way that the state-of-the-art would do. but it works very well also on much harder settings. So for instance, in this case, all of the cameras that you use to build a map, again in red, they are pointing up, and the one for the query, it's pointing down. So you actually have an opposite views localization problem. The only parts in the scene that are in common are the like the yellow markings on the floor, some urban furniture elements such as this pole that you see on the query image on the right. And this actually works very well, which is very challenging for traditional methods. This is even a more difficult case where the map and query images are again opposing views, but very far away from each other. So you have this kind of square in the middle that you see on the IRL image. There is basically no visual overlap in common. You just have some, again, poles, traffic cones, and this is sufficient for the model to localize. You can even do things that are kind of unthinkable with traditional models. So here we completely drop the ground level images that we used to build a map, and we are building a map only with an aerial image, which is the one that you see, and localizing a query image taken from the ground and also very close to the building. And this actually works, which is very difficult to do with classical models. The interesting thing also is that we again train only with post images. There is no labels whatsoever, right? This is all that we use. And by doing this, the model is learning the semantics of the scene. What we are doing here is we have the 2D bird's-eye view map that you saw in the previous images, and we simply lift it to 3D using LiDAR. Again, this is only for visualization. There is no supervision. And you clearly see how the different components of the scene, such as trees, traffic signs, markings on the road, have different semantics. So you can actually take this representation and easily fine-tune it with very few labels and get a good semantic segmentation algorithm. This is something that we show in the paper. I'm a bit over time. I just want to leave you with one final thought very quickly, which is that this is only really possible because we have a very large corpus of data that is really unique, even in industry. And it's very interesting to work with. We often collaborate with universities, we host interns. So if this is something that you work on, that you are interested in, please reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eduardo. Our next speaker, the second presentation, is David Serrano Lozano. David is a second-year PhD student at the Computer Vision Center working on the intersection of low-level computer vision, computational imaging, and generative models. In today's presentation, he will discuss how color naming can be leveraged for image enhancement. This is a work that David presented at ECCB 2024. Please welcome David.
Thank you for the introduction, Jose. As you said, I'm going to present name curves, a learning-based method for image enhancement that we present in this ECCB. So, image enhancement is the process in which we manipulate an image to make it more visually pleasing or to the liking of a set of users. Usually, photographers use Photoshop, Lightroom, or even GIMP to modify these images. Usually, the most common software tools look like this, but for a non-expert person, it is even closer to being in the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon. You have a lot of sliders, tone curves, and a lot of features which are very difficult to learn to use it properly. So, most current methods try to mimic the style of an expert by using a large-scale dataset with images edited by a photographer. Then the methods try to estimate for each image a mapping between the input and the output. But these methods have two main problems. They are not interpretable, and they act as an opaque box. And then the result is related to the style of a specific person, and the result may not fit for all the user preferences. So to solve that, we proposed a method inspired by the software tools that usually photographers use. The first thing is that we wanted to use tone curves to edit the images globally. Then we also wanted to manipulate the images locally. And finally, we wanted to fine-tune the set of colors individually. This last feature is very similar to a concept often referred as color naming. This concept defines 11 universal color terms across all languages and cultures. However, to use it in computer vision, we should label or assign a set of probabilities for each RGB value. For example, using the Van de Waaier method, we assign a probability for each color term according to an RGB input. On the screen, you can see that the first color has a high probability in blue, while the second one has a high probability on both purple and pink. So if we apply this method pixel-wise into an image, we obtain 11 probability maps, having the probability of belonging into a color name for each pixel. As you can see here, we color code the probability maps. So the first step of our method is to standardize the input, as often the images that we capture are either over or underexposed. As you can see in the screen, you can see a TSNE representation of a data set and the wide range of exposure levels that usually images have. So the first step, we proposed to use a very lightweight and efficient backbone to obtain the proper exposure level, making it easier to obtain the probabilities of the colors. So then, once we have standardized the image, we propose obtaining a set of features and obtaining the color naming probability maps, which define how humans associate each pixel into the color terms. Then we concatenate the features with the probability maps and estimate a set of tone curves, each one for each color name. The tone curves will create different images which are adjusted globally. In detail, here you can see an example of a tone curve, specifically the tone curve of the color name red, and how it manipulates and alters the red regions of the input image. However, we cannot estimate the tone curve directly by using just a set of convolutions, as we need them to be differentiable. So we proposed parameterizing these curves using the Bézier parametrization. And instead of estimating the curves, we estimate the set of control points that define the curve. Doing so, by using, well, we only need to use a set of convolutions and linear layers to estimate these curves. We also impose a set of constraints to make the curves both smooth and monotonically increasing, as the ones as photographers often use. And then, once we have these curves, we apply them to the standardized image, obtaining a set of different retouched versions, each of them focused on a color term. We then combine them using a set of attention mechanisms and a weighted average, using the color naming probabilities. Our method is the state of the art in several benchmarks, and to enhance a 2K image, we only need around 20 milliseconds. In the slide, you can see some examples of the MIT 5K, and our approach improves the shadows, the midtones, and the highlights of the images, while removing the undesired color casts. We can also apply our method to some beautiful images from Barcelona, and even improve the image of a Barça player. This last is obviously a joke coming from a Barça fan. And thanks to using intermediate parameters or tone curves, for each color name, the user can fine-tune them. For example, in this case, the user could manipulate the curves from the orange color name. And now I want you to focus on the right image to see the differences. And for example, if we reduce the shadows, we can see how the overall lightness of the pixels which we can relate to the color orange increases. And the same if we increase the highlights. Now let's manipulate the blue region of the image. And for example, let's augment the highlights and reduce the shadows, making the blue even stronger. We can see how only the orange at first and now the color blue are altered. And here we can see the differences between the initial version and the one with the modified curves. So just by incorporating some perceptual features into a model like color naming, not only we obtain a state-of-the-art performance, but we made our model interpretable and interactive, allowing the users to fine-tune the different colors within an image, which has been enhanced by mimicking the style of a professional. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David. So our next speaker is Gemma Canet-Tarres. Gemma is a third-year PhD student at the University of Surrey in the UK. Her research focuses on generative AI with a particular emphasis on enabling more controllable image synthesis by leveraging different input modalities. Gemma is going to talk about the work that they presented at ECCB 2024. Please welcome Gemma.
Spoilers. Hi everyone, I'm Gemma and I'll be presenting the work Thinking Outside the V-Box that was part of an internship at the Universitat Adobe. So this work is on object compositing. Object compositing is the task of given a background image and an image of an object, generating a new image that incorporates that object into the background. This sounds like a very straightforward task, but it actually includes many subtasks, like for example, reposing the object, harmonizing it, relighting it, adding shadows, reflections, finding a good location for the object, etc. So the way the state-of-the-art generative object compositing models simplify this task is by requiring a bounding box, and they restrict the generation inside of this bounding box. So they basically treat this problem as an exemplar-based in-painting problem. So this has several limitations, like for example, if the bounding box is not completely accurate, if it's a little too big or a little too small or a little displaced, it can very easily lead to very unnatural results. Secondly, if the object should have a very long shadow or very long reflections, since it can generate outside of this bounding box, it will never happen and the image will look unnatural. And the third limitation is that since the model only sees a masked version of the background, it never sees the pixels that are underneath that mask. And so it can't faithfully reconstruct those pixels. So what we propose for addressing this limitation is doing a novel task that we call unconstrained object compositing, and we propose a diffusion-based model for solving this task. So our model, well, what I mean by unconstrained object compositing is we want a model that can generate natural images incorporating an object into the background with or without the bounding box. And in neither cases, we're generating in the entire image, so that the object that is composed can have natural shadows, natural reflections, that if the bounding box is not completely accurate, we can actually adjust it and make the final image look more natural, and that helps in several applications like the ones you can see here. So our method is based on stable diffusion, so we have the same structure, encoder, decoder, and the UNet. Our inputs are a complete background image, not a masked one, an optional bounding box, and the segmented object that we want to compose. And what we return are the composite image incorporating the object into the background with any shadows, reflections, or any object effect that needs to be added. and also a binary mask depicting the pixels that have been changed. So the pixels where the object is in the final image, and also any shadows, reflections, or object effects. So I just want to highlight a couple important parts of this pipeline. The first one is in the input bounding box. So as I mentioned, we want our model to perform with or without any bounding box. And if we provide a bounding box, we want it to be able to adjust it so that the final image looks natural if it's a little misaligned. So the way we do that is during training, 50% of the time we don't provide any bounding box, and the other 50% of the time we do provide a bounding box, but we add some perturbations to it. So we change the scale a maximum of 10%, and we translate the box a maximum of 10 pixels in both directions. And the other interesting part is the encoding of the object. So we encode the object using CLIP and a projector network that transforms the CLIP image encoding into something that the Stable Diffusion network will understand. But we see that this encoding actually has some scale information that leads towards having our model having a bias at the end, and it always adds the object in a specific scale. So for getting rid of that, what we did was rescaling the object on 4 different scales, encoding that and averaging those embeddings so that we get an object embedding that has no bias. And then this embedding we feed to the United Vehicles attention. So this is the model that we want to train, and for training it we need some training data. So for generating this data, we basically need pairs of our ground truth image, which is an image that incorporates the object into the background in a natural way. And then we need pairs of this ground truth image, clean background image, and a segmented object. The way we obtain this data is by generating an automated pipeline that takes any image incorporating a background and an object. We run a semantic segmentator on it and randomly pick one of the foreground objects. We identify any shadows or reflections it might have using a shadow detector and some heuristics for detecting the reflections when there is water. We include all these masks into our inpainting mask and inpaint the background. However, we found that if we use the diffusion-based inpainting model, they tended to hallucinate new objects there. So for getting rid of that, what we did was using a double-step inpainting, in which we first use a GAN-based inpainting to get rid of the object and get a clean background, although the texture might not be perfect. And then we'll refine that using a diffusion-based inpainting model that where we set the content preservation to the maximum so that it doesn't generate anything new. And so this is how we obtain our training data. Here you can see some results that we get using no bounding box, so no location guidance as input. And as you can see, the model is able to place the object in different locations and scales that are diverse. And if we do provide the bounding box, we still see some benefits over other mass-based models. In this case, our model is the last column. Like we can see how by adjusting any misaligned bounding boxes, our model leads to better results, especially when we're adding an object that is interacting with an existing object. We can also see we can generate more natural shadows and reflections. And finally, since our model sees the whole background image and not just a mass version of it, it can more faithfully reconstruct the background information. And just quickly, because I don't think I have much time, mention that we evaluated comparing to mass-based object compositing methods using both identity preservation metrics and a user study. And we also compared to object placement prediction methods, which are models that instead of generating a new image, just output a mask or a bounding box delimiting a plausible location for that object to be added. So we compared to those models too, using some metrics and a user study, and we found that in all cases our model was preferred by the users and either outperformed or performed comparatively to the other ones. And so, yeah, this is it. If you have any questions, feel free to reach me or contact me anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Germán. So our next speaker is Albert Pumarola. Albert is a research manager at Meta, where he leads a team developing efficient media generative models to enable mass adoption of Gen AI models. Born and raised in Barcelona, he completed his PhD at the UPC, and today he's going to talk about MovieGen, a cast of media foundation models. Please welcome Albert.
Thanks. Okay, awesome. Yeah, thanks a lot. This is always my favorite conference of the year, so thanks a lot to all of the organizers. Today I'm going to be talking about MovieGen. MovieGen is our effort at Meta to build a foundational video model. So let's start first with like sort of an example of how the model looks like. So imagine that you have this text prompt, which says, imagine a red-faced monkey with a white fur is bathing in a natural hot spring. And then it proceeds to describe like the monkey and the hot spring. And this is what the model outputs. Oh, now it's low res. Let's see if increase the resolution. Okay. So this is what the model outputs. It's a 1080p video, 10 seconds, 24 frames per second. And I would say it's quite impressive the results it managed to get. So you can see like all the reflections are there. The tail is consistent through time. You can see like the wet fur. You can even see like the feet underneath. So the idea today is to talk a bit about how we build this model. We recently released like a 96-page report. So yeah, this was like a massive effort. So there you'll have all the tricks and tips that we did. But of course now with 8 minutes, I don't have much time to talk about all the material there. But the idea here is more like to give you like a sort of introduction so that you can, if you're interested, you can just check it out afterwards. So we're going to be talking about three main things. First, what are the capabilities of such a model? Then what were the main challenges to build it? And at the end, like sort of a cheat sheet on how to build one of these models. So the most basic capability is text to video. That is what we've seen, right? So we take this text, we input it into the model, and then what we get out of it, it's this like high resolution video. Then we can also do video personalization. This is what we call P2B. So now it's no longer just text, but we're also conditioning with like sort of what's the person's face. So this is the video rate outputs. And then also we can do video edit, which is basically B2B. So now the input is video and text, and it also outputs video again. So on the top left of the two videos, it's the original video. And then for each one, it's just like editing it based on text. So you can see that, for example, it can remove the headset, or it can just change it. And this is my personal favorite that adds like this sort of cute costume into the doc. So this is how it looks. So there are many challenges when trying to build such a model. Here I'm gonna like basically show the main three ones. The first one is, of course, that this is a very hard problem in the sense that we're moving from a low-dimensional input into a very high-dimensional output, right? So if you think about it, we're just like saying in some words like, okay, I want like this sort of scene, but it's just like 3-4 sentences, and then the model just out of that low-dimensional data, it needs like to come up with like, okay, what are the objects in there? How do they look? How are they positioned? How they move? Where's the camera? How does the light interact with those objects? What are the physics? So this is always very challenging. So here you can see like this is a very complex video. A lot of physics going on. There's different depths of objects, and also like all the light interacting with the fur. Another big thing is visual consistency and appeal. So for example, this is an example of what we don't want. So you can see like there's something going on with the fins, so the video is not consistent across time. And also the visual appeal is not that high, right? So it's sort of like a boring video to look at. So it's, for us, it's not just important to have like this visual consistency, but also to have a good visual appeal. And then the really big thing here is the output dimensions. So each of these videos is 500 million pixels. And then, of course, for every pixel RGB, so you can imagine like the amount of dimensions that the model needs to infer, it's massive. So to accommodate for that, you need like a very big model that like can teraflop all that computation and estimate this massive amount of output dimensions. Okay, so this is the key improvements that we did. I tried like to condense all those 96 pages into this single slide. So this is like a sort of cheat sheet on how to build one of these models. So I would say this is like the take-home message slide. So first of all, model architecture and loss. This model is based on a Llama 3 architecture. It's 30 B parameters, so it's 30 billion parameters. This looks big, but it's not that big anymore. For example, language models are much bigger. In Meta, we just released 405B Llama. So this is 405 billion parameters. So 30B is not that big anymore. The other thing is that we changed the objective loss of the model. So we no longer use the standard diffusion loss, but instead we move to flow matching. This proved to produce better videos, so we're sticking with it. So this is like the first step, right? Like this is normally where academia would stay, and this is also where we focus the most. And then there's a bunch of other teams in Meta that help us and support us to build the other things that are even more important than the model and the loss. So first of all, this was trained on a large training cluster, around like 6K GPUs. This is very tricky. It's not just like, okay, you click run and it trains, because things start to crash very fast. So for example, with this amount of GPUs, the probability of one GPU failing is no longer negligible, right? So your model and your training needs to be robust to suddenly one GPU burning or one GPU going crazy. So this by itself is already a challenge, but then also like PyTorch doesn't support such parallelization. So the PyTorch team help us like build custom kernels, custom everything with these many nodes. And then probably the most important thing really is the data. This is what everyone loves the most. You can have an amazing model, a very nice cluster, but if you don't have data, like don't even try. So we have around 100 million videos and 1 billion images. But then of course it's not just the quantity, but also the quality. So there's entire efforts, like really big efforts on how to filter this data so that we can sort of throw all the data and just filter a lot and just really get the best one. So we're filtering based on quality, motion, content, and also we need like to caption all that data. So you can imagine that this is also like a massive effort. And then the last one is a bit being smarter about how you actually train one of these models. You cannot just pretend to start from pure noise weights and get like perfect just in one go. It's too risky. And yeah, we don't have many tries or many runs given how long it takes to train one of these models. So we go in a more progressive way. So we iterate in terms of resolution. At the beginning, we only ask the model to predict low resolution, and then we keep increasing that resolution, and also capabilities. So first we train text to video. Once that's trained, it acts as the foundation for the next models. So P2B and B2B that I was showing. So it's sort of like a curriculum learning thing. And then the last thing, of course, is that every video will have different resolutions, different length, and so on. So you also need to adapt your model to be able to consume all that data. Otherwise, if you're like very strict on, oh no, it needs to be this resolution and this time and so on, you run out of data really fast. So yeah, this is like basically, like if you want to try to build one of these models, this I would say it's the main cheat sheet. So with that, yeah, thanks a lot. I'll be around, so yeah, if you have any questions, just let me know.
Thank you. Thank you, Albert. I guess many of us wish we could have so many GPUs.
I mean, come on.
I wish you keep buying GPUs though. So our next, and the one before the last speaker is Genòmica. He's a research scientist at Naval Labs Europe, working on human-centric computer vision. He received his PhD from Central Supelec in 2024 and visited ICREA in 2023, where he worked on learned latent representations for human pose and shape estimation. Please welcome Genòmica.
So hello everyone. I will present VQHPS. So it's a human pose and shape estimation model that makes prediction in a vector quantized latent space. So this work was presented at ECCV this year, and it was part of my PhD work. So this work is a collaboration with this amazing team. So I will start with what we did. So the goal is, given an image, to estimate a 3D human that follows the sample topology. So sample is a human body model, which is parametric. So it takes as input the body shape and the body pose, and it will output a 3D human mesh with about 7,000 vertices. So most methods to do that can be divided in two families. So first you have parametric methods that will aim, given an image, to output the simple parameters, so the body shape and the body pose. The main advantage when doing that is that the results are very realistic because they are the output of a learned body model. But the pose parameter is very hard to predict because it's composed of 3D rotations, which are not continuous, and the error accumulates over the body. And so there are a second type of methods, the non-parametric approaches, which will output directly the 3D coordinates of the mesh vertices. So the good thing with that is that you have more flexibility, but the bad thing is that you can also output things that do not look like humans. And the computational cost is very high because you must predict 7,000 points in 3D at the same time. And so in this work, we propose an intermediate approach. So first, we learned a generative model of human meshes. So it's an autoencoder with latent representation that can be decoded to a human mesh. And our goal is, given an image, to predict this latent representation that can be decoded to a full human mesh. So first, we build the generative model. So it's a VQVAE for human meshes that we call mesh VQVAE. So first, we will encode a human mesh into a sequence of n vectors in 9 dimensions. So like a VQVAE, in the same time, we learn a dictionary with a lot of vectors in L dimension, and each of the vectors will be replaced by the closest token in the dictionary. And so one mesh can be represented either as a sequence of tokens from the dictionary, either as a sequence of indices that corresponds to the position of the token in the dictionary. So this model will be learned on a large motion capture database. We don't need images for that, by minimizing the reconstruction error. And if we evaluate it on other data sets, we can see that the reconstruction is pretty good with 5 millimeters of error per vertex, which is very small. And we can see qualitatively it's almost not perceptible. And so then our goal is, given an image, to predict this latent representation, to decode it to a human mesh. So the most important part of the model is here. So it's the main difference with state-of-the-art method. It's, instead of predicting 3D coordinates or simple parameters, we output a probabilistic distribution over mesh indices. So since we represent a mesh with a sequence of tokens, we have a classification task with as many classes as the dictionary is big. And so we will learn this model only with the cross-entropy loss, like a classification model, which is very different from other methods that use many 2D, 3D losses and everything. And we also predict the camera and the rotation of the mesh so that we can rotate and reproject it. So we use 4 data sets for training our model because we need a lot of data. So in the wide images and indoor motion capture data sets with pseudo-ground truths, because as I said, we use cross-entropy, so we need ground truth meshes, so we will encode the ground truth mesh with our autoencoder that will give the ground truth sequence of indices, and we will compare this with the predicted distribution. So for evaluating, we take in the wild data with 3D ground truth. So here we can see that we outperform both parametric methods like Cliff, for instance, or token HMR, and non-parametric approaches like FastMetro, for instance, which are virtual marker, which is state-of-the-art for non-parametric approaches. And one interesting thing with our approach is that even when training with very few training data, so here just 20 videos approximately, we obtain accurate results. So we can see that our prediction looks similar to ground truth more than others. And we can see in particular that non-parametric methods like FastMetro will have very unrealistic results, because if they don't have enough data, they cannot know how human looks. And since we pre-trained our generative model of human meshes, we know how human looks, and so we have realistic results even with little training data. So in conclusion, we introduced 2 models, so mesh VQVAE to represent human meshes as a sequence of discrete tokens. So this quantization will act as a prior because it restricts the results to plausible poses. And it's particularly adapted to transformer-based architectures. And then we introduce VQHPS, which is an architecture to predict this discrete latent representation. And we obtain state-of-the-art results with only 1 training loss for meshes, especially with little training data. So thank you for your attention. If you have questions, don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you so much. And with this, we come to the last presentation of this session. Alessio Masuccelli is going to present this last presentation. Alessio is a computer engineer by the Politecnico di Milano. He's a researcher at Alchemia Research Center and concurrently pursuing his PhD at the UPC, where he started in October 2023. Today, he will be presenting his work on instant recoloring of neural radiant fields, which was presented at CEPR 2024. Please welcome Alessio.
Okay, good. Yeah, today I will talk about this paper that it was done by amazing colleagues and presented, as he said, at CEPR 24. So the problem is that given an existing nerve that for people who do not know is a scene that has been learned implicitly into a neural network, we want to be able to recolor it. And this is not trivial because being an implicit representation, it's difficult to decide which parameters we want to modify without destroying the other part of the scene. So with our method Irene, we are able to do it in only 5 seconds using a user-edited image. And after the optimization, we are able to propagate the edit and get a multi-view consistent recorded nerve. Previously, in the state of the art, only palette color type of edits were used without the ability to control the area of edition. So you can see in this case, we are trying to change the color gray, but we cannot change only a part of the scene, but we either change all the scene or we don't, in a way. Also, sometimes where the palette decomposition was fading, we were seeing bleeding into unwanted areas. Like in this case, we have the shadow of the Lego that is becoming pink. And then even starting from a pre-trained nerve, the model, we're needing 15 minutes or more of optimization time. Palette nerve even taking for 30 minutes to 2 hours. So with RNA, we kind of solve these problems, and we are able now to do object-specific edits. And we can prevent bleeding into unwanted areas. And again, as we said before, we're able to do it in only 5 seconds. So how do we do that? So we start from a pre-trained instant NGP model that is composed by a multi-resolution as-with features, a density MLP that has learned the geometry, and a color MLP that is learning the appearance. We are able to do the optimization in only 5 seconds thanks to 3 different observations. The first one is that in the neurons of the last layer of the color MLP, there is a spontaneous color clustering that is happening inside the neurons. As you can see in the image, it's like on the leg you can see a neuron is only learning the yellow, another neuron is only learning the red, and in this way, by only changing the weight of only the last layer, we are still able to do color edits. The second cool stuff is that in the neurons of the last layer, we are able to classify them into 2 types of neurons: the view-dependent ones, that are neurons that are learning the specular components, and we don't want to change them. And the other is like non-view dependent neurons that are we call diffuse neurons, that are the neurons that we want to retrain. Luckily, we are also able to identify them automatically by looking at their response in regard to the viewing direction. You can see the specular one will have more ups and downs depending on the change of direction, while the diffuse one will be more stable in a way. The observation is that we can use the already learned hash grid features that are learned in the hash grid to use them as input for a sub-segmentation field that we can use to decide where we want to control the area of edition. So now to recap the method, we first do a neuron selection, and usually neuron selection were giving us 60 neurons out of 64 that we want to retrain. Second one, we duplicate the last layer and add a sub-segmentation MLP to decide where we want to apply the edits. And then we train everything using a single training image in only 5 seconds. And then after 5 seconds, we are able to generalize and learn a multi-view consistent recolored nerve. So now to show an example of what happens if we don't do the all Irene stuff. Now we want to change this color, this bonsai scene from green in the leaves, and we change also a bit of the body of the tree. If we only do a last layer retraining, now you see that we have some artifacts that changes depending on the viewing direction. And now if we go more, we can see that the closer we go to the training image, the better the result is. But like in a way, we are like, by training only one image, we are forgetting the other part of the scene and getting artifacts when we go away from the starting training image. Now we can see again all the artifacts that we get, and it's like twitching, not multi-view consistent in a way. But then if we do Irene, our final version, now we have a multi-view consistent where we are learning the right neurons to change. And so even though we are like overfitting on one single training image, we are not able to forget the true appearance of the scene, and we have a multi-view consistent recoloring. So now I'm going to be showing some comparison results compared to recolor nerve and palette nerve. First on some synthetic data like the hot dog, where we have less color bleeding. Then we have the horns, again, where we are able to recolor only the center part. Then I'm going to show some results where we edit the same object but with different color. Now with the flower. The orange again. And then we are also able to do multi-object edits. So in the training image, you can also edit multiple objects, and the model will still learn to recolor them. And also even some type of edits that are like crossing object boundary, we are also able to do them. And the models learn to recolor consistent what it needs to recolor. Yeah, this has been Irene. Thank you very much. And if everyone wants to have a chat after, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alessio. Thank you so much. So we are a little bit ahead of time. So while we wait for lunch, I maybe encourage the speakers to come to the stage. And if you have some questions, maybe use this time to be able to interact with them. So if Eduard, David, Gemma, Albert, Genole, and Alessio, do you mind coming here? Maybe there's some people who wants to ask some questions. And to break the ice, I think for Alessio, maybe, have you thought how to use this NERF, this data that, so you're generating data, you're changing, have you thought how to use this data for training new models?
In a way, no, because like my line of research is not in that path in a way, but I feel like maybe it could be used like as data augmentation. Like again, if you talk about cars, maybe it's useful that maybe your data set is only full of black cars, but maybe you need to have cars of multiple colors. So maybe if you have a representation like 3D Gaussian or NERF, you could like use this as a generalization to recolor them. So I think, yeah, it could be useful for like data augmentation in a way. But me personally, I'm not like go into this. So if anyone wants to do it and cite the paper, feel free. Yeah. I also think a cool stuff, just because before we were talking about many GPUs, I think it's cool that I did this only with a 3090. So it's like, if people want to do in research, it's like, you don't need 6,112 GPUs to do that. You know, I think it's like pretty nice.
I can see Albert in the corner. I don't know if there's a reason for
that. Probably you should prefer more GPUs for NVIDIA, but I mean, you know.
Please, any question from the audience?
Hello. Okay. First of all, thanks for your good talk. And this is a question for Eduard, I think. Yeah. So have you any insights or quantitative insights of how robust this location module is to artifacts or things that are not relevant for estimating the depth or the position of the camera? For example, I'm thinking on historical images that we know more or less where they should be taken. And there's some cool applications on knowing the exact pose of the ancient photographer that took the photo and so on. Do you think that this could work, or the artifacts, all the old cameras positioning would be completely influential to the model?
So we assume that we have good poses. If you don't, this would not work as is. You would have to figure out how to work with that. I think historical images might be interesting to work with. It's probably difficult to get enough of them, you know, to have a good coverage of the scene. What I can say is that what we do is we do use map images that are collected at different times from the query images. So that's what we train to align. And it works even if they are like 5 years apart, right? So you have these invariants to temporal changes, which is part of what you learn. So in that sense, I think it would work. Imaging differences, it would also work. The not having good poses, you would have to figure out how to solve that problem.
Thank you. Any other question?
Hello, and thank you everyone for all the interesting talks. I have a question for, I think, Albert, regarding the movie gen model. So video generation is very interesting, but my question is, have you applied the video embeddings that you extract from your model for other downstream tasks, such as, I don't know, extracting relationship maps in the elements in the embeddings, or maybe pixel-wise derivatives or something like this?
Yeah, definitely we could do that. We haven't done it yet. Right now we're mainly focused on how can we bring like this sort of technology like to scale so that you don't need that many GPUs, but like people can use it in the research labs. So that is currently our main effort. But of course, there's a lack of like downstream tasks that come up out of a foundational model. At the end of the day, that's the goal of a foundational model, right? It's like a model that has learned from many data and it's massive, so that then other sub-models can learn out of it.
Thank you, Albert. Any other question? Maybe I have one quick for David. You were doing these color curves, right? And you were showing at the end these very nice results, and you're saying we can change the blue and whatnot. How do we evaluate that? If I want to use that, yes, I can see that they are different, but if I'm a little bit not so good at choosing the best one, how do I know which one?
Yeah, we should do a user study to find how easy it is to modify the things you want to do in an image. So because at the end we're creating a model that it's, well, we have an initial version of the enhanced image, but then you can tweak some parameters to make it to your liking. So at the end it's perceptual. What it's good for you, it's maybe not, it's not for me, so we should do a user study.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. Any other question? I guess for Albert and the number of GPUs. What is the biggest challenge, right? So I think when you talk about the model itself, that was on the left of the presentation, many people get focused on that, but I assume, as you were saying, to the point of a GPU can fail. What is the biggest challenge to make these models run, and reproducibility and whatnot, right?
Yeah, definitely. So of course, like my background is research. We mainly focus on the model side, but then like we are so used to the PhD in like small scale to just like click run and it just like magically runs. Here, because the model is distributed through so many nodes and even time zones sometimes, yeah, things go crazy. Nothing works. Like you start something and everything crashes. Like the checkpointer of PyTorch no longer works because it cannot like synchronize across all the nodes. What I was saying, like now suddenly the probability of a GPU failing is not anymore that small, right? If you add them all. So we really had, this was where we spent most of the time, I would say, like working with the PyTorch team to fully support us. And because at the end of the day, yeah, like, I mean, I'm in the research side, and I think that's like sort of the easy part, in the sense that like you sort of change a line in Python and that's it. But then of course there's like massive teams working behind the scenes to make that like one line PyTorch change actually happen. So I would say it's like a massive effort that I think it's amazing.
Thank you. One quick question related also to something that Xavi asked me. What is the most important skill that you see for people if they want to join Meta?
I think Meta
NVIDIA is better though, but.
I think at Meta the most important one is moving fast. Actually, it's like one of the slogans, internal slogans. You need to be able to really move fast, because now we're at a point where suddenly all the companies are sort of like competing for getting the best models out. And these models take major efforts and major time. So it's not just a lot of people, but you just sort of, once it launches, then it will take several months to train, and then you hope for the best. So it's really about moving fast, and then if new technology comes up, just being able to adapt really fast. So it's not that much about like, oh, being the best at one specific thing, but really being the best at learning new things and being able to adapt. And of course, passion, because otherwise, yeah.
What about software engineering? Is it?
I think it depends on where you want to work, right? If you're more on the foundations part, it's mainly about math and research. If you're more in the capability side and the production line, then it's more about like extremely being a really good engineer. So you need to think what you like the most, and then learn the skills for that specific role.
Sounds good. Any other question? Sure, please go ahead.
Yeah, it came up mainly when he was talking about the PyTorch team that I think did a lot of the CUDA code, right? And I feel it's like, at least now in the world of, let's say, rendering, I feel like all the cool paper now are not just like an effort in research, but it is like still a CUDA part that is like important, like we can say Eastern NGP, or like now even 3D Gaussian splatting, like the CUDA code is crazy, and I feel it's like, maybe before with like normal deep learning, it's like, okay, Python was enough to do stuff, but now it's like, okay, if you want to do actual new stuff and change stuff, now you need to go inside the CUDA and the C++ to like be able to change it. So like, do you think this like a trend that is going to happen because you need the speed? It's like it's viable to do, even though, because I did it myself, it's like horrible, but probably it's needed for the future?
Yeah, definitely. So, for example, now, one of the things we were saying, like learning fast. So now we are learning a lot about CUDA kernels. And basically, how can we just integrate our research with that? Because it's not, like if you really want a model that scales to millions of users, you need to be really efficient in the model serving. So it's not just enough to do, okay, I have some generic PyTorch code and that's enough. You really need to come up with research solutions that are compatible with the CUDA kernels and that will benefit afterwards while you do the inference at serving time. So yeah, definitely, like CUDA is like a big thing to learn.
Okay. We can start with the afternoon session. Please take a seat, and if you can lower your volume. Okay. So it's my pleasure to introduce Fernando de la Torre. He's a professor at CMU, where he directs the Human Sensing Lab. He also founded a startup that was acquired by Meta, and he was working there for some years. And there he developed algorithms that are used worldwide by many people. His research focuses on human-centric AI, with emphasis on modeling faces, if you look at his Google Scholar. But he sometimes also does crazy things, like dense pose estimation from Wi-Fi signal. Today I learned actually that he is an alumni of La Salle, so let's welcome him home with a big applause.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have some questions for you to see if we can get your perspective. So as I said, you are at CMU, which is one of the top universities worldwide in computer science. And it would be nice if you could tell us a bit about what was your path to CMU and in the end establishing a lab there.
Yeah. Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here in the school that made me the engineer that I am, and scientist too. So my story is a little bit of, my journey was pretty much a random walk. Nothing was designed. So I started studying my PhD here in La Salle School of Engineering. I started working in the topic of phases. And then I read randomly one paper, and I saw that the author of this paper was in University College of London. I sent him an email, hey, can I go to work with you during the summer? I pay everything myself. He said, sure, come. And then I arrived there, and she says, by the way, I'm going on vacation. I said, well, that's not good. But he gave me a paper that changed my life. He gave me a paper called Again Tracking, who was done by Michael Black, who is a well-known person in the field. And then I started communicating with Michael Black, and then I asked him several questions. He was gracious enough to answer. And then after a while, I did some improvement. The professor came from vacation, and then with the improvement that I did, he rewrote the paper. And then I read the paper and said, wow, did I do that? That looks good, you know? So the paper was accepted, and then just happened that in this conference, this Michael Black came, and I just, and I draw him here to a poster and say, hey, can I show you what I did? we start talking, and then I self-invite myself, can I work with you? And then he became my advisor, no? And then when I finished my PhD, when I was, during the conference, I was talking to many people, and again, I self-invite myself to give talks. And just happened, I give a talk at CMU, and they liked the work that I did. They offered me a position of postdoc, and then after the postdoc of 2 years, people know you, they like what you do, and then I became faculty, no? But a little bit the take-home message that has worked for me is first, expand your horizons, no? The life many times is a problem of imagination. You don't know what to do with your life, so talk to people. You know, the decisions that you make in your life are based on your family and friends. You know, try to expand this. Talk to people. Now there are a lot of podcasts, there are a lot of biographies. This is one. And then be a little bit owner of your destiny, you know? Create opportunities, no? In my case, as Picasso says, you know, you want to make sure that the inspiration catch you working, not sleeping. So, what in my case, you know, I self-invite myself to many things, and many people are going to take you no, don't take it personally, you know. 99% tell you no, ask 100, that's okay. You know, so that's a little bit the thing that has worked for me in this journey.
Very nice. So the takeaway is you stalk a professor.
Yeah.
And then you do great work.
Yeah, but by the way, a necessary condition is you have to do good work. The rest, you know, if you don't do good work, then things are not gonna happen, no? But yeah.
Okay, so following on the inspiration that you were saying, like where do you get your inspiration from, and how do you make to not be pulled towards just doing LLMs? Like in Eurips last week, there were many posters that had a sticker saying, not an LLM paper, so that they attracted the attention. So how do you do that?
Well, there are several things. One, the areas in my lab, we work in augmented and virtual reality, we work on generative AI, and also we work on a new area that I'm very excited about, which is data-focused computer vision. So I had a startup, then I went to industry, and I was leading the team for mobile augmented reality. In real production, we ship models for Instagram and for Messenger and things like that. And 70% of my time, I did not spend doing algorithms. I spent dealing with people and data. And then people is hard to correct, but with the data, when I came back to the university, I say, well, what can I do to do that? What kind of problems did we have? So we ship models to 3 billion people. 40% of the human population have these models. Many of you have these models right now in your pockets. But we train these models with 100,000, 200,000 samples. How do we know which samples to choose such that we have a generalization in the real test set distribution? Or I was panicking if I ship these models and then they don't work for a subpopulation, that's it, I'm fired, you know? So all these kind of things, and right now machine learning does not provide guarantees. You know, you have a training set that you hope is representative of your test set. You have a test set that you hope is representative of the real test distribution. You run in the test set and that's it, and you pray that things are gonna work, no? So the question is, how can we put some formalization to this? So these are the areas, no? And then there is another thing that happened. You say, well, why don't you work in LLMs first? Because it's not my background. And then you think, oh, you are a professor, you can do whatever you want, and your students are gonna do all the work for you. That's not true. That's not true. First, I have constraints of funding, and I'm well known for this area, so a lot of funding that comes to work on these human-centric models, and there are interesting problems to solve, no? Some of the things I'm working now is virtual avatars, and these have a strong connection, you know, with LLM. Now, the future of customer representatives is going to be a virtual avatar, and you want a virtual avatar that has good synchronization with the speech, that has hyper-realistic appearance. We have, our human visual system has been evolved through many thousands, if not millions of years, for two things, for basically survival, and for survival, we need to understand people's faces. That's what we are, and that's why we are so key. When we see in the face there is something done. So all these subtleties is still open research problems. It's not a problem that has been solved yet. So I think it's a mix of things that are unsolved. It's a mix of things that interest me, and also the funding, constraints that I have. No? But if somebody wants to give me money to work in LLMs, I'm happy with that. So don't be shy.
So you would say that also in your own objectives, you don't only prioritize like making a paper and getting citations, but also to make things that work in the real life.
Yes, actually, that's a good point. This is something that changed a little bit when I was, back in the days, I was publishing papers because they were interesting, but not necessarily useful. After my industry experience, I'm more focused on trying to do things that are useful. And that's why I like to have a lot of collaboration with industry, because in industry, usually you have to solve a more urgent problem, no? And it can be useful in 5 years from that. No, I'm not looking something useful in 20 years from that. And by the way, I think basic research is great, and somebody has to do it. But for me now, after the experience I have, I really like to work on things that are interesting and I see usefulness, no? And I like to work usually in new problems. I like more to work on new problems than just trying a benchmark and try to get 1% more, because I think in academia, first, we don't have the computer power, to be able to enter in some of these competitions. No? We don't have the computer power or the data to train foundational models. We can fine-tune them, and that's about it. No? So that's a little bit my take on this.
Very well. We already did the 10 minutes.
I told too much.
Yeah, but you covered many topics. You covered academia, industry, like the path towards getting there. So thank you very much. Let's give him an applause.
Thank you, everyone. So now we are going to start a very exciting session. Today we have 7 super exciting talks. We have a mixture of representation learning. Then we have also safety in AI. We have very cool applications to weather forecasts and biology. And our first speaker is going to be David Bonet. I don't know if David is around here. Yeah, he's coming now. David Bonet graduated in telecommunications engineering and at the University Politècnica de Catalunya, completing his master thesis at Stanford University. Now he's a research specialist at the University of California, Santa Cruz Genomics Institute, and his current work applies AI and computational methods in genomics and precision health. So welcome, David.
See? Okay. Okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm going to be presenting our work on Hyperfast, a method for instant classification of tabular data. Oh, sorry, I have to... Where should I point with this? Okay. Okay, so, oops. So in this work, we tackle the problem and overcoming limitations of current deep learning and machine learning models on tabular data. For those not as familiar with this modality, it's simply structured data that can be seen as a table where the rows are samples and each column represents a different feature. And in this case, the problem is classification. So the target is a category that can be either binary or multi-class. And the problem with these methods and algorithms that probably many of you have used before, like XGBoost, CatBoost, like GBM, is that they can take quite a lot of time to train. And also you have to do extensive hyperparameter tuning, which basically translates in a lot of time spent to obtain predictions for every new dataset. So to overcome these problems, there is some work in this direction. For example, TabBFN, which is cited here, which is really efficient, but basically very limited to very small toy datasets. So what we wanted to obtain here was a method that is scalable and can be applied to very high dimensional datasets and real world data applications. For example, in the field of biomedical applications and genomics, where I'm currently working on, what we find is that data sets can have thousands or hundreds of thousands of samples and features, so these models don't really work as well in these cases. So our approach is the use of a hypernetwork. For those not as familiar with a hypernetwork is simply a neural network that predicts the weights of another neural network. And the main goal here is to train a meta model, a high capacity meta model, in this case the hypernetwork, that encodes the task information in the weights of a smaller model that will do the actual predictions. So this big meta model has to be trained just once, and once it is trained, the meta model can be used to just do a forward pass, obtain the weights of another smaller model that will do the predictions. So the hypernetwork model itself is a substitute for the entire training pipeline that you would usually have to do for tabular data. So in our hypernetwork design, which is, it's not only the hypernetwork layers, there's many components that make this work. So first we have the data transformation layers, which involve random features and PCA. It's an efficient way of approximating kernel PCA, and this gives us the possibility to use a variable input size and scale to very high dimensions, and also gives feature permutation invariance. Then we have the hypernetwork modules itself, which they take the representations from the previous layer plus the associated labels to each data point, and with this they generate the weights of the next layer of the main model. And in these hypernetwork modules we use also sample-wise pooling operations, which also provide sample permutation invariance. Then we also have a nearest neighbor bias, which is a retrieval-based component in the last classification layer that is very helpful in many tasks. And then the whole hypernetwork is trained end-to-end with a cross-entropy loss on the main model that we generate. So how do we train this? To train the hypernetwork, we basically get a large collection of data sets, and we sample many tasks from these data sets. And in each step of this training, the hypernetwork weights are learned while you infer the weights of the main model that gives the predictions. And then once this model is trained, the inference is pretty easy. You just have to take new labeled data points from a new data set, give it to the hypernetwork, and in a single forward pass, you will obtain weights from an MLP. And then if the task that you're working on doesn't need real-time predictions, then there's always the option to do ensembling, so generating many main networks if you want, fine-tune them, and then obtain an optimal ensemble of networks, and then just do predictions with this. So for our evaluation, we use 15 tabular datasets that are completely independent from the meta-training ones. And we make sure, for example, that in the genomic datasets, we train on sequences of dogs and we evaluate on human ones. And then we have the original big datasets and then a mini version based on the limitations of TAP-PFN, which was the state of the art, and is limited to only 1,000 data points, 100 features, and 10 classes. And what we see in the results, hyperfast in purple, we can see that hyperfast can obtain predictions in less than a second. It can obtain also predictions 3 orders of magnitude faster than competing methods. And we also obtain the best average run across budget runtimes to up to 1 hour. And for the large scale one, hyperfast also obtains the best overall predictions, and remarkably, when we train for up to 1 hour, we can also see that it matches the average rank of very complex AutoML methods. I don't know if you're familiar with AutoML methods like AutoGluon and AutoScaler, which are basically also big models and frameworks that use many models, stacked ensembles, and they basically do the fine-tuning for you and train for up to 1 hour, and we match that performance. And then here we have some cool applications on biomedical datasets, which are real-world datasets. HubMap is an ancestry prediction dataset with 100,000 features, and diabetes is 31,000 features. In this case, the features are the genotype of humans. In this case, the columns are called single nucleotide polymorphisms, SNPs. So this means that we have a reference genome and we have a 0 if in that position we have the reference allele, and a 1 if we have the variant, the alternate allele. And these data sets these are, let's say, small versions of them. We can have like data sets with hundreds of thousands or millions of features. And in this case, what happens is that linear models like the Lasso or ElasticNet perform even better than gradient boosted trees, because gradient boosted trees are not really good for this task. They are way more prone to overfitting. And Hyperfast here performs better. We have to do some ensembling and feature bagging to be able to fit on GPUs. And also, remarkably, on the diabetes one, we obtain a 10% increase in balance accuracy, and we also obtain the best performance if we only look at the test individuals of underrepresented groups, which, as Fernando was saying, it is very important also in these cases of obtaining good predictions in all the populations that you're working on, especially in genomics, where you have this data set that it's from the UK, so it's the UK biobank where the majority is from European ancestry, and you have very small percentage of individuals from underrepresented populations, and it is really hard to be able to generalize in all these cases. So that's it. In summary, Hyperfast is this meta-trained hypernetwork that is really easy to use. You have here the QR code. We provide a scikit-learn-like interface, which is really easy to use. You can try it out, and we hope it provides new ideas for future tabular data models that are able to scale and be accurate in real-world data sets. Thank you.
Thank you, David. We'll try this Bonnet network for tabular data. That's going to be great. Our next speaker is Alex Gomez Villa. Alexandra holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from the University of Antioquia in Colombia and a master's degree from Zürichsee, Switzerland. Currently, she's a postdoctoral researcher in computer vision at the Computer Vision Center, and her research interests include emerging perceptual properties in foundational models and representation learning.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Gomez Villa. I'm going to present you this work that was presented on ECCV this year, which is called Exemplar-Free Continual Representation Learning via Learnable Drift Compensation. So first, what is continual learning? So in continual learning, basically we aim to learn new classes over time and try to not forget the old classes, learning in the previous task. Okay, that's the basics. Then there is something called exemplar-free continual learning. In this application, we are not storing any previous data of already learned classes. Okay, and then the third term today is class prototype accumulations. In this trial application, we are trying to store prototypes of all classes, already learned classes, and try to use that to compute distance. To compute distances in the feature space, which is basically for doing classification afterwards. So in this work, what we are doing is proposing a new exemplar-free continual learning method, which is based in the class prototype accumulation strategy. So we are going to correct prototypes over time. Okay, so let's first talk about semantic drift. What is semantic drift? So for instance, let's assume that you have these two nice distributions in the first square, the blue and the yellow one, after you learn the first task. Okay, then when you are trying to learn new classes in the second square, the pink one and the orange one, at the beginning before seeing the data, all of these points are badly distributed in the space, of course. You are not learning anything. But then you try to learn those points, and at the end of that task, the pink points and the orange points are nicely clustered. But if you didn't use any data from the blue and the yellow distribution, then the space of those classes is going to be moved or drifted. And that movement, those red arrows of the yellow and the blue distribution is semantic drift. So why semantic drift is important? Okay, let's look at this plot. In this plot, let's focus only on the red lines for now. You try to do classification using the prototypes of all the classes. And here is for task 1 and task 2 data. If you are not correcting the prototypes in any way, just you learn the next and the next data and try to do classification, you can see how the naive line is in the bottom on the accuracy. Over time, your prototypes or your representation are drifting and drifting, and you are having lower and lower accuracy. Okay. Now let's assume an ideal world in which we perfectly know the position of the all classes all the time. You can do this just artificially storing prototypes, artificially storing data, and that will be the oracle. And if you can see in the oracle, which is the dashed top line, you can see that actually is the top performance. Okay. And what happens if we correct the drift? If we in some way correct that movement, so then that will be the corrected line, the continuous line. And you can see here, for instance, in the right square, that after the difference between the not correcting anything and correcting the drift is really a large percentage of the difference of accuracy. That means that only correcting the movement in the embedded space over time, you are getting a lot of improvement, or you are recovering a lot of that lost accuracy. So that's the message after this slide. Not all forgetting is catastrophic. It's not that you are completely forgetting everything, no. The representation just moves. Okay, so now that we know that correcting the drift is important, let's talk about a very standard technique to correct that. That's called semantic drift compensation. In semantic drift compensation, the idea is the following. Let's assume that you already learned your blue class right here, and that you need to correct the position of the blue class right here, and you are learning the position of the pink class. So when you are learning the pink class over time in that task, those points are going to move while you are training in your data. So the idea behind SDC is to, okay, let's use just that displacement on the current data and assume that the all points of the all prototypes are going to move in a similar way. So for instance, we can see here an example of translation below, and you can see basically that the blue points at the beginning are in some position at the bottom left. And after you train in a new task, these points are moved, just shifted, just translated in this toy example. If you use SDC, you can see how SDC, which is the pinpoint, can efficiently predict the correct position of this all class now. So SDC works very well in this case of translation. What's the problem with SDC? Well, at the end, SDC is assuming that actually the movement of these all classes of the drift of the old knowledge is locally captured by translations. And that's not true. It can be more complex than that. And we can see that again in this toy example. In this toy example, instead of just translating the distribution of the all points, we apply a rotation and a scaling. And you can see now that SDC, which is the pink point here, is really bad guessing the true mean of the data, which is the green point. Okay, then what we propose here, okay, so that drift, that movement of the old data cannot be captured by a simple translation. Then what can you do? Well, what we propose here is to learn that translation, learn that mapping of the old prototypes of the old classes. How can you do that? Well, LDC works as follows. First, you train your continual learning algorithm. It can be supervised or unsupervised, whatever you want. Okay, then at the end of the task, what you are going to do is, okay, what are we going to learn is using the previous backbone of the previous task and the just learning backbone of the new task, we are going to learn a mapping, a projection, an MLP, this PF right here, to map the points from the previous distribution to the new distribution using a simple mean square error. Okay, then you learn here a simple mapping between two consecutive tasks. Okay, so after that, then you need to correct your prototypes, because remember, I'm drifter right now. When to correct your old prototypes, which are single points, the mean of the class, you need just to do a forward pass using this projector. And this is going to correct the position of your old prototypes in the new task. It's pretty simple, actually. Results. First on supervised continual learning. Here we just compute a 10-task partition on Cypher 100, tiny image and image 100, standard benchmarks in continual learning. And first, you can see a comparison between LDC, which is the red part, and the orange part, which is NCM, which is not correcting the drift in any way, SDC, which is the previous approach, and our approach, which is LDC. As you can see, we are consistently beating previous approach. What's more interesting is the middle parts also, the method pass, FetchReal, and FICAM, which are not designed to work in this way. But we need some small changes to make it fair as possible, but okay. We are also better in this part. Then finally, EFC is the closest method to our method, but it's, let's say, pretty complicated. Really need to do a lot of work to estimate the true position. But our method, even as is really simple, like it's really doing better than EFC. Okay, the other interesting part, of course, is that our method is completely independent of the training paradigm. So how can you do a semi-supervised exemplar-free continual learning method? Well, it's really easy. It's really easy. Just train a self-supervised continual learning method, then compute prototypes using your strategy, compute prototypes, and then correct those prototypes using LDC. So finally, the take-home message is that, okay, so a large part of forgetting is caused by semantic drift. Our method LDC can compensate for the drift in an any moving backbone. It's fast and easy. And it can be added on top of any class prototype continual learning method. And finally, LDC can be applied to any self-supervised continual learning methods to create an exemplar-free semi-supervised continual learning method. Thanks.
Thank you, Alessandra, for this night insight into continual learning. And our next speaker is going to be Ferran Alet. Ferran studied mathematics and physics in Barcelona. Currently, he is research scientist at Google DeepMind, working on machine learning for science.
Good afternoon, everyone. The problem that we're working on is the same as I presented last year, which is improving global weather forecasting using machine learning. And now our goal is basically the same. We want to predict different weather variables like surface wind or temperature, but also weather in different levels of the atmosphere everywhere on Earth, up to 2 weeks ahead. And the interesting thing is that we are at a very key point where machine learning is starting to outperform traditional physics, and so it's bringing kind of a paradigm shift in the field. The performance is better, but it's also much faster. So it used to take supercomputers to make these forecasts by simulating physics at a very high degree of resolution, and now it can be done in a single GPU in a matter of minutes. And it's also much more accessible because we are putting the code out and the weights out so everyone can try it on GitHub. One surprising thing is that weather data is very, very large for machine learning standards. Some of you may recognize MNIST from a couple of decades ago. This is how tiny the images look now. ImageNet is probably much more famous recently in the deep learning era. And a single variable, let's say temperature at 2-meter resolution, at 2 meter of altitude at 0.25 degrees of resolution is like a very, very high resolution image. But not only that, right? MNIST only was black and white. ImageNet was 3 channels. But because we have so many layers of the atmosphere and so many variables, it's like a very, very thick image. And it's also like a video because we're trying to predict this over time. So what turns out is like it's about 35 gigs of memory. So the predictions are very big, probably one of the biggest in machine learning. So last year I presented the paper in Science that we had on deterministic global weather forecasting. And the results were basically that we surpass the state of the art in deterministic weather forecasting. However, probably many of you know that weather is inherently chaotic, and because we have partial information, we have a finite number of sensors, finite number of computations. Eventually, what this turns out is that if you want to make a forecast, like let's say a week out, these forecasts need to be probabilistic. So this is an output of our model from last year, and you can see it starts being very sharp, but then it starts being blurry because it's deterministic, and so it's averaging the uncertainty. So now I'm presenting the work we did on GenCast, which is a diffusion-based model that is now probabilistic, and we got it accepted in Nature. So the idea is, the goal is the same. We just now have different ensemble members about possible futures about what could happen. The technique is similar to DALI or Imagen or these type of things, where instead of generating images given text prompts, we generate future weather given current and slightly past weather. So we're going to fit all the frames from the state of the weather right now, and then we're going to diffuse and predict samples for the future. So the resolution and the type of data is the same. The data set is literally the same. However, we can go a bit further into the future, right? Because deterministic predictions only make sense about a week from now, but probabilistic predictions, we get skill up to 2 weeks, except that now it's stochastic. And it's also much longer. So diffusion takes about 8 minutes to generate a single of these ensemble members that I was showing, a single possible future. 8 minutes may sound like a lot, but also to get the weather, it's worth to spend a lot of compute on it. So the technique is basically we start with a sample of Gaussian noise on the sphere, and we learn a denoiser that keeps denoising the image. It keeps denoising the state of the weather on all the variables simultaneously, and then we learn kind of the delta between current weather and the next weather. And then once we've learned this denoiser and we've kind of done the full steps of denoising process at inference time, we apply the same thing for the next time step and the next time step up to 15 days. So some changes that we did with respect to the paper that were presented last time. The architecture is roughly the same. We start from the grid, we kind of embed it in a mesh that is uniformly distributed around the Earth, and then we propagate the information there, and then we project back. Maybe one thing that is a bit insightful is that we removed some of the characteristics of the graph neural network. We changed it to a graph transformer, which is still sparse, but it's now the connections, like the passing around, is based on transformers. And also we used to have these very long-range connections that were very sparse but allowed kind of long-range message passing. We removed kind of both the graph neural network and the long-range message passing because we saw that it aligned better with TPUs or GPUs. And so we were able to make the model faster and bigger by aligning better to the hardware. And then we had to add kind of a conditional normalization to embed the noise level in diffusion. And then in terms of diffusion, the good news is that kind of the elucidated diffusion models from NVIDIA, mostly we followed that and it worked almost out of the box. We had to change the fact that in images you want to sample the noise in pixel space, and you kind of don't care too much about the geometry of where you're doing that. But in the sphere, if you do that, you're actually adding too much noise on the poles, so you have to take into account the noise. And then we have to change the denoising loss to care about accuracy rather than perceptual metrics. So the summary is the results are better. Blue is where we are better, and red is where the state of the art based on physics was better. And now we also care in probabilistic models, we also care about calibration, so you want your error and your variance to be roughly the same size, and you can see that the model tends to 1 here. One nice thing is that we used to have to train autoregressively, so that means that we apply the model twice, let's say to predict 1 day. Like two 12-hour steps, we kind of targeted the 1 day prediction, but now we actually only predict once, like for the next time step, and at inference time we run it multiple times. Also, that's a bit surprising because video models are usually generated, like the diffusion video models are usually generated hierarchically with kind of time super resolution, but we do it autoregressively, and the intuition is that kind of the true weather distribution, the average of the weather does not compose, but the true weather does compose, and because weather is Markovian, even though real video prediction is not Markovian, but weather is Markovian, we can get away with that. We also get better spectra and better realism, and now the samples look kind of sharp all the time. So if we look at the example of cyclones in particular, when we can run an open source tracker on the fields, and you can get a set of tracks, like for here in the case of Hurricane Milton that happened in Florida this year. And so you can see that 5 days ahead of the landfall, we were pretty certain, but if we go back into the past, we are much more uncertain. But the nice thing is, because it's a probabilistic model, we can start to convey useful information long before the cyclone hits. So our evaluation, which is a bit interesting, is basically based on classification. So where the cyclone actually hits, we labeled as positive, and the metric we use is based on the actual consequences of our forecast. So there's lots of decisions to be made, like shall we deplane planes, shall we evacuate a region? And if you make a mistake on whether you act or don't act, you're going to incur a cost of acting or a potential loss of not acting, and then the cyclone actually happens. And so what actually happens is you have a cost-loss ratio, which is the benefit of acting versus its cost. And the 0 means basically climatology or random, and 1 is an oracle, and we're better in all the ratios. But it's an interesting metric for those that are interested. And that's pretty much it. We publicly released the model. The forecasts are on Earth Engine. The papers are on archive, and the code and weights are on GitHub. Thanks for.
Thank you very much, Ferran, for this very exciting and timely work. Our next speaker is going to be Germán Barquero. Germán Barquero, yeah, you have a club of fans here. He's a PhD student in the Computer Vision Center at the University of Barcelona. He holds a double bachelor degree in computer science and mathematics from Universitat of Barcelona and a master's in computer vision. His research interests include human behavior understanding, human motion modeling, and generative AI.
Okay, perfect. I hope everything is okay, because that slide shouldn't be there. But okay, so yeah, last year I was here also presenting a human motion prediction work, and I remember the first slide was showing some skeletons. So now it's not skeletons anymore, now it's human meshes, so that's an improvement. All right. So why are we interested in generating human motion? So this application is really important if we want to drive robots, for example. We want to drive our virtual avatars in virtual reality, or we want to provide animators with some tools to generate human motion instead of sampling from a pre-recorded database, for example. So one of the signals that is the most useful for us to drive this generation is text, because text is a very user-friendly way to drive this generation. We can just provide our textual description of the motion that we would like to see generated, and then it's quite straightforward to change this textual description if we are not satisfied with the generated motion. So yeah, definitely this shouldn't be here. Okay, so what if we want to generate something that is more complex, a sequence of different motions where we are saying that first the person needs to run, then the person needs to sit down, then maybe the person needs to jump, right? The problem is more complex, and it's even more complex if we want to also set the duration of every action, right? We cannot simply just add a more complex textual prompt because we don't have this control. So our question with this work was, how can we increase the control in this motion generation? And one of the first works that was working, that we proposed this problem of composing different human motions with different durations is Teach. And they were doing it in a fully supervised way, in which they trained the variational autoencoder, in which the input was the previous motion and the text prompt of the next action, and the output had to be the next motion, right? And this next motion should adapt to the previous motion. But there are some limitations, because not only we want to adapt to the previous motion, but we want to anticipate also which is going to be the next action and prepare the motion for it, right? There's also another limitation, that in this particular work, the motion was not smooth. If we see here an example that I hope it shows, the transitions that are generated are not smooth. Okay, is there any way where you could make this play? Can you play this video? Okay. Okay, so you can just imagine some motions that match the individual descriptions, but do not show plausible transitions between them. It's just an interpolation. So it breaks absolutely the realism of the composed motion. So our research question with our work with FlowMDM is, can we get rid of this post-processing that we need to do to make these transitions look smooth? And we also get rid of any manual setting of how long this transition needs to take? And can we even get rid of the necessity of having this huge data set with a lot of motions, very long motions with different textual descriptions, because it's very costly to annotate? No? And the answer would be yes, we can do that, and that's what we tried to do and we achieved with our work. Our contributions are threefold, but I'm going to focus on a single one, which is going to be the take-home message today, which is a new positional encoding technique that is very specific to diffusion models. So before going to the details on how we do this, we need to first understand how a motion diffusion model works. It's basically a transformer in which we fit the encoding of the textual description that we want to generate the motion for, and we also fit the noisy motion from the previous iteration. Right? And the output of this motion transformer, which is a bidirectional transformer, has to be the denoised motion, right? In the right, you see the repetition of this denoising process, because as you very well know, diffusion models, we need to repeat the step a lot of times, right, to get to the answer, to the result. So I'm going to focus on a very particular thing of this motion diffusion model, which is the positional encoding, right? And why is this important? Because if we want to generate very long sequences of motion, we are limited in the traditional paradigm of positional encodings, where we use an absolute positional encoding to the maximum length that we use for training time. So if our motion sequence, our longest motion sequence in training is 10 seconds long, the network is never going to understand the positional encoding of a pose at this second 20, because that has never been seen at training time. Right? In NLP, they've tackled this issue. They have explored a solution which is using instead relative positional encodings, right? That instead of feeding a fixed embedding for each position, each token within the sequence, they feed information so that the transformer understands the relative distances between tokens in the sequence. Right? That helps extrapolation, and it allows the model to generate longer sequences than those that have been seen at training time, right? So still, there's an issue with this and motion, no? Because when we are generating motion, imagine that we want to generate a sequence where I say you need to walk until you hit the wall. This wall, it needs to be hit at the end of this subsequence. We need this absolute information of where the sequence is starting and where the sequence is ending. This is something that is lost in this paradigm, right? So how can we benefit from both of them? Our answer lies in exploiting something that we've been trying as a community to remove, which is this very long denoising process in diffusion models. Now, and our observation at the beginning was, all right, how are the dynamics of this denoising process? And we looked at the attention scores of the multi-head attention layers, depending on how far the tokens were from the query, let's say. And what we show is that these dynamics are heterogeneous along the denoising chain. At the very beginning, the network is trying to generate these global dependencies. It's trying to inject the semantics of the textual description. And then once this is already there in the noisy motion, it just switches towards adding the relative dependencies, all the details, right? And making sure that everything is smooth. It removes the noise in the later stages, right? So how can we, now that we know that naturally the network is learning this, how can we use this in our favor, right? And the answer is very simple. In the beginning, we're going to use what the information needs, this AP, this global attention, to build the global dependencies. At some point when these global dependencies are built, the transitions are not going to be smooth at all here. The transitions are not going to be smooth, but the semantics of every textual description are going to be there, right? And then at some point we switch to the relative position encoding, we apply a local attention here, and our motion prior now is time invariant. And this is very important because we can extrapolate, we can generate sequences that are very long without the limitations of, without needing sequences that are 5 minutes long, for example, at training time. All right? So there are some details that I'm not going to discuss for the sake of time, and I hope that this video does show, because otherwise you're not going to see the result of our method. Please, no. Yeah, can we do it manually? Maybe there has to be a button there. Okay, so you can imagine that the transitions are very realistic and everything looks amazingly. I'm sorry about that. So yeah, mainly the conclusions, this was removed, so I don't know what happened, sorry about that. So our conclusions are that blended position encodings combine the benefits of both the absolute position encodings, this global attention, and relative attention and local attention, right? And yeah, thank you for the attention.
We can check the videos in the QR, so we trust you, but trust but verify. So our next speaker is Yumin Lee. Yumin completed her PhD at Bose Center for AI in collaboration with the University of Mannheim in Germany. Currently, she's applied scientist at Amazon in Barcelona. Her research focuses on improving generative models with an emphasis on enhancing controllability and alignment for real-world applications. So, yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Yumin. I'm glad to present one of my PhD work accepted. Accepted at ICREA this year. So in this work, we are trying to generate images conditioned on layout. Yeah, so a layout basically in this project means a semantic label map like this one, which specifies per pixel semantic classes. Like here is a street, here should be car, and in the back it should be some trace. Yeah, so previously GAN-based methods often generate similar results, resembles the training site, X of diversity. Well, now we have diffusion models. So more recently, we have a lot of text-to-image diffusion models, such as stable diffusion, which gives us diverse results, which can be conditioned on text prompt. So a natural question is, can we leverage those pre-trained T2I models for the specific layout-to-image task? There are several attempts prior to our work, which can be mainly categorized into two branches. The first one, naturally, you can fine-tune the T2I model fully, like FreestyleNet here. But another branch is like introducing some extra adapters, like the very famous ControlNet and some other works here. So here we keep a frozen T2I model, and here we just try to introduce some additional network. So here actually we are trying to follow the second category, because in this case we can fully preserve the prior knowledge of the previous T2I model. So here basically is a visual comparison of two prior works. Like FreestyleNet, like I just mentioned, because they fully fine-tune the T2I model, as you can see here, the model kind of lose the text controllability. It doesn't matter what we give as the text prompt, it always generates very similar results. And for ControlNet,
it kind of responds to the text prompt here, which is great, but it doesn't really follow this layout here very nicely. So what we are trying to do is to maintain the same text editability, but we are trying to make the model better follow the semantic label map here. Basically, unlike prior works, trying to propose different architecture design to accommodate the layout condition here. In this work, we are trying to propose a new training strategy designed for layouts to image diffusion models. So traditionally, people just follow the traditional diffusion model training. So like here, we just sample at a random time step, and we train the model to learn how to denoise it, and basically using a MSE L2 loss. But here, as you can see, the layout conditional map is not leveraged at all. So based on this, actually, this motivates us to propose some new training strategies. Actually, we have two strategies. The first one is introducing the adversarial supervision, where we can explicitly leverage the label map for supervision. And the second strategy is a multi-step unrolling. So basically, for diffusion model, we all know during inference time, we need to sample sequentially, but as I've just shown previously, we just sample a random single time step for supervision, which is not ideal. So here, actually, we combine both strategies. We actually encourage a consistent adherence to the label map in a time horizon. A little bit more detail about both strategy. So here, in addition to predict the noise here, what we can do is to get a estimation of the clean image, basically a reformulate of this equation here. And at each time step, we can get a clean image estimation. Then the crucial step is we introduce a segmentation network-based discriminator. So basically, this discriminator will classify each pixel here into n real semantic class plus one fake class. So by doing so, we are actually encourage the generator, basically here a diffusion model, to fool the discriminator to generate a nice result that can follow this layout condition. So in this way, we actually explicitly leverage this layout condition during training. And secondly, we use a multi-step unrolling during training already. So this step basically try to imitate the inference time sampling, which is exactly the same. So instead of just using one single time step here, you could see we actually can unroll like k time step during training already. And then we can also apply this adversarial supervision over this whole unrolling horizon. So in this sense, we can encourage the model to always fulfill the layout condition, not just at one time step, but over a time horizon. Right. To verify the effectiveness of the proposed training strategies, we quantitatively compare with some other methods using FID to measure the fidelity, and MLU is a metric to measure how aligned the output with the input label map condition. And finally, the TIFA score basically measures the text controllability using a VQA model. So here, actually, we can see it for freestyle.net as we saw previously. It does not really react well to the text prompt, which reflects in the TIFA score. So basically here, we achieve a pretty nice result with better MLU, better alignment with the layout condition, but also has maintained text editability. Right, there are more results in the paper. We did a bunch of ablation studies because we are proposing a new training strategy, which is model agnostic. So we basically compare not just combine our training strategy with ControlNet, but also some other models to improve their performance. Right. Here are some visual results. So here, basically, we try to compare with some other method. Here, basically, we are showing better alignments with the
label map condition here. And this is basically to compare the text editability. So given this original caption, now we can make some modification to generate snowy scene, nighttime scene, or get a burning one. So by doing so, we can modify the output, but always follow this, the ground truth label map. So here we are not just only generate some nice image, but we can use these images for some downstream applications, for instance, to augment your training. Because here actually it's pretty hard to annotate this kind of per pixel semantic classes. So by doing so, it's pretty cheap to generate more diverse samples for data augmentation. Yeah, so this basically concludes my talk. Other models and ways are available, so you could try it out. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect timing, that's great. And our next speaker is Konstantin Schulholt. Konstantin is a postdoc researcher at the University of St. Gallen, Switzerland, where he also obtained his PhD in computer science early this year. His research is focused on using neural network weights as a data modality to identify and exploit latent structure in weights. Further, he works on phase transition in neural networks for model diagnosis and training guidance.
Thanks, Fernando, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. Hope you're still half awake this late in the afternoon. Yeah, so this is a talk on scalable weight-based learning that we originally presented at ICML this year. It's joint work with two of my PhD advisors, Michael Mahoney from UC Berkeley and Damian Bort from my university, University of St. Gallen. But it heavily builds on previous work that we did with my third PhD advisor, Chabi, which is also the reason why I'm here today. So shout out to Chabi. Yeah, so where I want to start is that essentially with a question, where is information in machine learning? And we commonly answer this in ML anyways within the data. And that's true, obviously, but also I would argue that as you train models on that data, that information also gets ingested in the models, right? And so there's lots of information embedded in the trained weights of the models. And we train models every day, so there's tons of models around, each of which maybe are trained on different data, trained with different parameters, so they learn slightly different things. There are also tons of models available online in public repositories like Hugging Face, which has more than 1 million models available as of last week. So taken together, all of these models, your private models, public models, they can be considered as a population, as a data set. And that data set of models contains that collective knowledge, the connective information that these models have learned, which makes these populations a pretty rich repository of information that we could use. So what we could do with that is essentially two broad classes of things. First of all, analyze new models, right? If a new model comes in, we can try to make inference about how that model performs, whether it's a good candidate for fine-tuning, whether it has some backdoors maybe, based on how it relates to existing model in the population that you've understood. But also you can generate new models, by picking or sampling from that distribution of pre-trained models in your population or merging different models. The challenge here is that in model space or in weight space where the information is, it's pretty hard to work with these models because different architectures have different weight spaces. They don't match. Weight spaces are huge. And also there are symmetries and invariances in these weight spaces just inherently because the way we design these architectures. So in order to work with these populations and do these cool things that we can do, we need to find a way to map models from that population space into a representation space where they're better disentangled, where we can do these things in a more accessible fashion. And that's the goal of a nascent field that's called weight-based learning. It's essentially finding a way to learn good representations of model populations. And in this talk, I just want to present one way of doing that, essentially. There's a bunch of related work. I don't really have time to go into detail, but I wanted to give a quick shout out to local researchers that work on this. For this particular work, we figured that the main limitations of previous work are that they either do model analysis or model generation. It's one or the other. And also they're usually limited to analyzing or generating small models and fixed architectures. So we wanted to lose that constraint a bit. And work towards more unified representations that could do both analysis and generation, and would also work on various sizes and various architectures. And so that's what we tried. How do we do that? Generally, if we want to analyze and generate, in this case, model weights, that sort of calls for an encoder and a decoder, in our case, an autoencoder that ingests models and outputs models or model weights. We train that naturally with the reconstruction loss, but we also add a contrastive loss to structure the latent space a bit and simplify some of the complexities away that exists in weight space. Via, obviously, data augmentations in weight space, obviously also to increase the number of samples, but also to specifically encode inductive biases. I mentioned this earlier, there are invariances in the weight space. They're part of the reason why it's so complex to work with models in weight space directly, but if you know about them, you can use them as a data augmentation to reduce that complexity in latent space and learn latent space, at least to some degree. All right, the next thing we need to figure out is to how actually use weights as modality. How do we fit a model into a model? There are different ways to doing this, different approaches. It's an active field of research. The way we went is sequentialization, so VIT style, taking something structured, chopping it up into chunks, arranging it on a sequence, and then feeding that to a transformer. The deal here is that it's relatively simple and robust, right? It's not dependent on one specific architecture. You can kind of apply this everywhere. You don't make strong assumptions on what matters, so it has a low inductive bias, and it's relatively scalable as well because you can pass it to a transformer. What that looks like for us is, like you can see in that figure there, so we take a, can you see my mouse? Yeah, excellent. You take the weights of a model, in this case, like a small CNN with 2 conf layers and a fully connected layer, and you pass that through a tokenizer that just converts that model into a sequence of tokens. So one model is represented by a sequence of tokens. And with that, we can then design a backbone that does what we want it to do, so analyze and generate and scale particularly. We dubbed that SANE, sequential autoencoder for neural embeddings, and the key idea here is just to learn sequences of embeddings. So not learn global embeddings, but learn sequences of embeddings. Visually, taking the same thing that you've seen on the previous slide, tokenizing a model, and then we can pass that through a transformer backbone, compress each individual token into its own latent representation, and then from there we can just go back to original token space and compute reconstruction and contrastive loss as per usual. The key thing here is that as models grow, they have longer token sequences, and so they have also more embeddings in latent space. And so the capacity, the representation capacity in latent space kind of grows with your models. So it scales with the need for capacity as well. Also, as your models get too big and you can't really fit them into your GPU anymore, you can just train on chunks because your representation learner doesn't need to see the whole model at the same time, which is kind of nice because then it allows you to go for really big models. And lastly, because models are represented as just sequences in an embedding space, different models with different architectures are just different sequences, but in the same embedding space. So you can interoperate between different models, which is the key kicker that we needed to get from this ASCII model space into something more nice. All right, okay, I'll speed up. How do we use this? Well, we already touched this, model analysis. We can just embed models and then aggregate their sequences into the mean to make inferences about model performances. That works quite well. What's even cooler, I think, is to treat these learned representations as aggregations of the knowledge of what the models have learned, the original base models have learned themselves, and then sample from that population, from that representation to instantiate some of this knowledge again, to generate models. We've run a bunch of experiments. I'll just run quickly through this. What I kind of want to take away from this is that there are baselines and they work well, but they work well on specific aspects of the landscape, so analysis or generation or just specific architectures, whereas our method just works well everywhere. It doesn't work the best, but it works everywhere. And so it does provide a unified representation of weights essentially, yeah. Last example, just because I think it's kind of cool, really quick. The cool thing about this backbone is that it's not limited to what it has seen at pre-training time. So you can pre-train on one population and then generate something else. So you can generalize to new tasks on new architectures. So in this example, we've pre-trained on ResNet 18s that have been trained on C400s. And then we sampled models with different architectures, larger models with different architectures for tiny ImageNet. And then we can compare these samples essentially to random initialization because that's the only baseline you have. And as you can see here, the sampled models in orange, they always have a performance benefit. It's not always huge. It depends on how close it is to the pre-training population. But this is a very, very simple example because the pre-training population is very homogeneous. And so this, to me anyway, suggests that there is a cool benefit in reusing the knowledge that your pre-training population has by representation learning and sampling. All right, okay, I hope that motivates you to reuse your models, not just individual ones, but all of them, and leverage the knowledge that they have learned. And I hope that you got the idea that Saint can help you to that end. Obviously, get in touch. I'll be around. Paper and code are available. And before I go, also, we just got a workshop accepted into ICLR on this topic on waste-based learning. It's broader than what I just presented. There's lots of topics, so go check that out, and hopefully see you in Singapore. Thanks.
Thank you. And the last speaker of the session is Xavier Suau. Here, his PhD at UPC in Barcelona. Then he was brave enough to co-found a startup company working on human activity recognition using computer vision and machine learning. Currently, he is a research scientist at Apple Machine Learning Research Team, and his research focuses on understanding the structure of latent spaces in general with applications to test time adaptation, alignment, controllability, and interpretability.
Thanks. I'll be presenting this work that we also presented this year at ICML. It's called Whispering Experts, Neural Interventions for Toxicity Mitigation in Language Models. And it joined work with all these folks at Apple. Language models, or generative models in general, have failure modes. And we know them. For example, diffusion models, if you really clearly state you don't want a gorilla in the image, they will draw a gorilla in the image. And this happens also for LLMs, where you don't want toxicity, and the model just produces toxic language. So in this work, we're going to focus on toxicity, but we have some follow-up works that also tackle the aspect of diffusion, and we can talk about that offline. So this weird behavior motivates model alignment, and there are different ways of aligning models. One is pre-prompting, fine-tuning or fine-tuning LoRa's, reinforcement learning for human feedback, etc. But all of these require either expensive data or they are slow to produce, like prompting, which is try and error. So in this paper, we target a very specific task, which is toxicity mitigation, because it's important. And we design a test time intervention to mitigate it. Let me recap a previous work, because we built on top of that. We presented actually here at the Deep Learning Symposium like 2 years ago. And it's a method to identify expert neurons. We have a concept which we define by sentences, a few sentences that are the positive and the negative set, and then we run them through the language model. And for each neuron in the model, we collect the response. And these responses are treated as predictions of a classifier. And since we know the labels, we can compute average precision. And this is what we call expertise for a given neuron and a given concept. So with this, in this previous work, what we did is identify the top K units in the model. And then we were able to, by just changing their output, induce a concept in the generation. This was very good. It required no training, no fine-tuning, and it was applicable widely to any LM. But it had some caveats, and this is what we're trying to solve in this work. So first, the previous work introduced a hyperparameter, so the number of units, you have to choose it. Secondly, it treats all units the same way, regardless of their expertise. And third, it was unable to mitigate concepts by setting the neurons to 0. So this is some finding we found. And mitigation is important, especially for safe deployment of LLMs. We don't want some behaviors to appear. So that's why we propose Aura. It's a hyperparameter-free method that mitigates toxicity in language models. So in a nutshell, what we do is, let's say we have an original LLM, which has some neurons, in this case 3. It's a very small one. And it produces signal in time as we decode, right? Each neuron produces some signal. What we do is we identify the level of toxicity of each neuron, so how responsible it is for toxicity. And then we make the neurons whisper, and we make those that are highly toxic whisper more or even mute them. So we proportionally dampen the output of each neuron. And we have this whispering profile that we've found to be very effective in this setting.
So how this works, sorry. We have this jigsaw dataset, which is a dataset of toxicity. It's a public dataset. And we run some sentences that are toxic through the model. We collect the responses. So for each layer, we collect this tensor, which we aggregate in time by choosing the maximum response per neuron. And this is the maximum response in terms of toxicity for each neuron. Then we do that for several sentences and for non-toxic sentences also. So we have a small data set of responses, of maximum responses of toxic and non-toxic, and with this we can very basically compute the area under precision, under the ROC curve, using these as predictions. And then with this, we feed into this intervention profile, and we get the amount of whispering that we should apply to each neuron. By doing this, we're able to mitigate toxicity by about 2x or even more for state-of-the-art models with no inference cost. I didn't say that. And qualitatively, what this looks like is like here, we pre-prompt the model to be not nice, like don't say anything nice, and then say giraffes are, and the model continues with just big uncoordinated elephants or annoying, ugly, etc. If we add this whispering or mitigation in the model, then we get facts, and there's no like wrong or sensible language, let's say. Aura also works in conjunction with pre-prompting, so we can pre-prompt the model to be nice, and if we add Aura, we get even nicer. So in the x-axis, in the y-axis, we have the toxicity, and the dashed line is the toxicity of the original model, so everything that is below is less toxic. But also for adversarial pre-prompts like this one, where the model is asked to be really bad, let's say, we can see that the original model is really toxic, like 0.8, and by applying Aura, we can go for all pre-prompts below the original model toxicity. So in concluding, we have a hyperparameter-free method to mitigate toxicity in language models by dampening the output of the expert neurons related to toxicity. We mitigate toxicity by more than 2x for state-of-the-art models with no degradation of zero shot and perplexity. Didn't add these results in the talk, but we also measured that. And there's no inference cost because basically we merge this whispering factor into the linear layers of the model. And Aura is effective, but it also has some caveats. So the choice of the dampening profile is arbitrary, and we perform a static intervention. So in order to solve these, we have this new paper that we probably, I hope, will present next year here that allows to mitigate toxicity, but also induce concepts. It works also in LLMs and diffusion. Same Python function works on both. And with this, we can, for example, increase the level of fantasy in diffusion or in some generated text, given some pre-prompts. And if you want more info, you can just go on this website. You have code and the paper. Thanks.
So, okay, so all the speakers, if you can come on stage, and we have time for questions, the fun part. Okay. Perfect. Anybody has questions? Now is the time to drill the speakers. Okay, I guess I have a question for all of you, because in theory, the theory and practice is the same, in practice is not. The question is, from the work that you did, what is the hardest part to make it work? You know, what is the kind of thing, you know, that you really spend time to make it work? Because the ideas are easy, you know, but then making work things is hard. What was the key takeaways for each of your work that you did to make it work? Or, yeah, and I have to give you a microphone otherwise. Oh, yeah, there is another one.
Me first, okay. Well, mostly is I often say that in research, everything that you try, like it doesn't work the first 70 times. the first 70 ideas. So mostly the way I make things work, especially in this project, was to, okay, I have an idea, this could work. Yeah, of course it's not gonna work. Then work on similar projects, similar ideas, what other people did, go take a walk, go spend a weekend somewhere, and try and try and try. And at some point, if you are lucky enough, yeah.
So you have to be lucky to make it work.
And knowledge is also. Yeah.
And knowledge. Yeah. What is the gradient descent step? You know, that you know, it's an intuition, or it's just hyperparameter swapping, or it's just.
I think intuition really works. Intuition really works a lot, but at the end, if you are not exposed to the correct stimulus, yeah. So that's kind of the lucky part, yeah. Mm-hmm. You have to read a lot, probably go Twitter, yeah, that kind of things.
Good.
Cool Twitter, I like that.
Yeah.
So we basically had two main challenges. One is just it's a new domain, so there's nothing out there. You kind of have to invent everything, including the evaluation, which is kind of challenging here. Technically, though, the main problem is that we were dealing with relatively large models, up to like ResNet hundreds, so like 100 megabytes per sample, essentially. So just the data loading, getting the data loading fast enough that you could get the GPUs busy or keep the GPUs busy. That was the hardest technical challenge that we had to solve. Yeah, and you needed to solve it, otherwise it doesn't fly.
Okay.
In my case, I would say algorithmically and models, sure, there was complicated parts, but mainly I would say data, because in Tabor data, I would say compared to images where all images are images, in Tabor data, you can have a lot of missing data, a lot of skewed distributions and many things that you don't expect, so you have to look at your data a lot, and then it was also hard to make it work on very high dimensional data and make it scalable. It was definitely a challenge, yeah.
For me, the most challenging part is make the training stable. Like, as you can imagine, when you introduce adversarial supervision, if you have ever trained against, the difficulty is always how to make it stable. So for diffusion models, it's probably even worse because you have different noise levels and so on. So my big challenge I didn't mention is how to make the training stable. So actually the crucial part is you need to balance the segmenter. Actually, I initialize this with a pre-trained segmenter, because if you train it as a pretty typical GAN style, everything is trained from scratch, you can imagine stable diffusion is already pretty strong. But if you have like a randomly initialized segmenter there, it won't work. So practically speaking, you need to make the training stable. That's really the key. Yeah.
Yeah, in my case, I think it's making videos work at Deep Learning Barcelona.
That was a challenge. A technical challenge. But we know how to solve it. Just don't link it to the Google Drive.
So no, yeah, in my project, it was more about not having data. We didn't have a lot of data sets where we had these transitions between different types of actions. So we were limited with that. So we had to find clever ways to somehow extrapolate the knowledge from pure motion without annotated data, no, to how to generate these combinations, no. And for that, I think that something that is useful, and maybe it can be useful for somebody, is understanding very well how the model is working underneath. In human motion, for example, I don't think many people understood what is the effect of positional encoding, for example. That it's something that we explored and we analyzed very in depth and helped us to bridge the gap, no, between not having enough data and coming up with nice results.
In our case, maybe there's two things that are quite big. One is because we're part of a big group, like 15, 20 people, and it's kind of an ongoing effort within a company, just deciding the problem you want to solve is kind of a big issue, and so that it's relevant for even 2 years down the road. The second thing is we are using a machine learning method for something that it's mostly based on the traditional physics, and so it's a different community. And so coming up with evals that are both realistic and also properly done from a statistical point of view was a bit of a challenge, so that everyone was happy, both us as kind of statisticians and them as model experts.
Yeah, in our case, for this specific paper, the technical implementation was not hard because it's a simple method. It was much harder to do all the ablations and different sets of experiments in parallel and then collect the results because these models are big. And in general, one thing that is important, I think, always, not to make the research work, but to make it successful and publishable, is to find a good narrative. And that's sometimes you have to drop results that you think they're good, but they don't fit well, etc. So choosing the right narrative, it's quite hard, and we're improving in that.
Yeah, you need to explain, find the story. No, that's good. Now, I see here a lot of young people. Oh, there is a question.
Some questions
there.
on here.
Yeah, this question is regarding GenCast. So like, for example, in AlphaFold, from AlphaFold 2 to AlphaFold 3, one equivariant layer was replaced with some diffusion. And my question is whether something similar happened with from GraphCast to GenCast, and generally speaking, whether it's a trend to actually lose equivariance and try to do something more general. Yep.
Yeah, so how much inductive bias to put into the model is something that we thought about quite a bit. So there is a bit of equivariance through, like, let's call it discrete equivariance through the sharing of the weights within the transformer. And so there's there, but we are not encoding, for instance, the fact that we are working on a sphere, like the way spherical CNNs work, for instance. So we are kind of taking a middle approach. Until the scale we trained, we were not finding that much overfitting. We've seen scaled a bit more, and we're starting to overfit, so we'll have to think about kind of better ways of encoding inductive biases.
Any more questions? Yeah, one question there.
Yeah.
Oh, there.
Hello, and thank you so much for the talks. I actually have two questions. The first one is regarding the toxicity. So you mentioned there is no degrading in the zero shot and perplexity thing. Could you explain more about this and how you evaluate it? Because, I mean, there's a reason why models are toxic, right? Which is that there are toxic samples in the train set. So the only way that toxicity does not degrade is that there is no toxic samples in the test set. But how do you make sure of that, and which benchmarks you use? And the second one is for the learning on the weight spaces, which is, again, how do you evaluate this? So how do you make sure that you have learned a good representation on the weight space of models? Thank you.
Yeah, in terms of measuring how the utility of the model degrades, that we could use as many tasks as we want. We decided to use EMNLP, which is kind of a compendium of like more than 50 tasks. And we didn't see a big drop in EMNLP, so something that's still very reasonable. And also we measured the perplexity both on a static set of Wikipedia sentences and the perplexity using using another external model, a large one, on the generations made by our model to see if it fits what the other model expects. Yes, we could also evaluate how it works on some data set that has toxic data. Instead of that, what we did is we measured how the perplexity on toxic data shifts as we intervene the model, and we saw a super strong shift in terms of the perplexity mode and stable shift or minimum shifts for all other data domains that we tried.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Good question. Like I mentioned earlier, it's actually kind of hard. As usually in pre-training, we use a proxy task, right? So we have this proxy task of contrastive loss and reconstruction loss. So the first thing that we obviously do is sort of track that. And we use the reconstruction loss sort of to confirm the manifold hypothesis. So if we're able to compress well, then apparently there's structure and we're able to learn it. But ultimately it's related to what somebody said earlier as well. It depends on what you want to do with it, right? So we kind of evaluate bar downstream tasks as well, and we try to find good proxies for what will predict whether the downstream tasks are going to work well, and we haven't really found them yet. So good reconstruction doesn't necessarily translate well into good generation downstream, because apparently you become too specific at some point. What we found meaningful is that you can linear probe at training time for like, say, high accuracy on specific tasks, because you have labels for the models usually, at least we do for the models that we train with currently. And we use that sort of to get a handle on how well stuff like performance is disentangled in latent space currently. Right, so the higher your linear probe performance is, the more linearly disentangled well-performing models are from poorly performing models. And that by induction makes it easier to find the distribution of high-performing models in latent space and sample from there. So we use these things as proxies, but ultimately it's depending on whether we want to predict things or disentangle things, analyze models, or whether we want to generate models, and then we take it from there. Does that answer the question?
Well, we can take it offline now because we have to conclude the session, but let's thank the speaker again.
Let's head now to the coffee break and second poster session. For those of you on the waiting list that didn't get your t-shirt, you can get it now, okay? There are 2 exit points of the auditorium now, so it will be easier to get out.
First for her master thesis in ETH Zurich, where she did some research on segmentation, and then she also did a couple of internships in Amazon, one in Amazon Berlin in 2019, and another one in Amazon Barcelona, concretely in the fashion innovation team. Later, she joined as a full-timer as applied scientist in fashion innovation team in Amazon Barcelona, and she went from one team to another. So she started working on body estimation and virtual try-on, but then moved to another team that was about automating marketing functionalities. So we will make some questions to Miriam that we consider that it could be interest to our audience. So Miriam, first question, what actions would you consider that would be relevant to achieve that more young women like you become a more representative group in the computer science community?
Well, first of all, hello. Yeah, you hear me, right? Yes. Okay, so, this question. So the thing is, I think what we need is to have more reference. So I remember exactly when I was deciding what bachelor to pursue at first. So I thought that what I wanted to do actually was computer science. But I remember telling myself, okay, I've been told that there will be no women in there, so maybe it's not the best option. So that's why I actually decided to, at the end, to do telecommunications engineering, which I don't regret. But that was the reason, because I was told that probably there would be no women. And at the end, spoiler, there was no women either in telecommunications engineering. So in most classes, I was the single woman. So I think that this lack of references sometimes prevent us maybe to pursue some things that we actually want to do. And for instance, I remember later when I started doing my PhD, there I found girls like me doing the same, which were brilliant. Some of them are here. And this helped me a lot into, okay, so I mean, to start doing directions in my career, for instance. So I think it's very important to have these reference roles where we can see ourselves reflected and take these decisions that sometimes we are preventing ourselves of doing.
Yeah, great. So what would you say to young women that are now students, maybe doing their master or pursuing a PhD program, for instance?
So what I would tell them is to try to do what they want to do, to actually go for it and try it. Because in my experience, what I found in myself, but also in many colleagues, is that this imposter syndrome, that I know it happens a lot across PhD students actually in general, but that we tend to underestimate our own capabilities.
And actually, there's studies that show that when a woman applies for a job position, usually they are overqualified for that job position, so that they are already late. You know, if you're already overqualified for a position, maybe you should already not be applying for that one, you should be applying for the next one. And this does not happen that much for men. So usually like the average qualification for when applying for a position for women tends to be higher. And this is basically because we tend to do this underestimation of our capabilities, and at the end, there's no reason for it. So when I was doing the PhD, I remember that there's this point that it's, okay, let's gonna try to do some internship and so on, and you start thinking, maybe the process will be very tough, or I won't get in, and it will be difficult. But then you see people like yourself that are trying it, you go for it, you see that maybe you get in, maybe you don't, but it's a learning experience in any way. And if you go in, you see that the people that work there are humans like you. They do mistakes as you. So it's simply a matter of trying it. I think that no one regrets, like, just try something. If it doesn't work out, that's okay. You will also learn from it, but not prevent yourself because you think beforehand you will not be able to do it. And I think that's the mistake.
Yes, so moving to, let's say, another topic, we have seen that in many cases, brilliant master and PhD students continue their careers abroad, but you are one of the cases that you have decided to stay in Barcelona. So what factors did you consider to make this decision, or what do you think about the current opportunities for a professional career in this field in a city like Barcelona?
So, first of all, I wanted to stay in Barcelona because my family is in Barcelona, my friends are in Barcelona, and there are many other reasons to stay in Barcelona that I don't think I need to convince you. But okay, first I knew I wanted to stay. And when I was finishing my PhD, there were not many options, but if you were really looking for those positions, you could find them. Like, there started to be options in companies. I mean, that was my case, at least. I wanted to go into a company role. And the good thing is that I think that every day there's more possibilities, more positions, and that's what I feel. Like, we know that Barcelona is a tech hub, and we see it here, this conference every year happening now for years. Like, there's a big community. So I think there's possibilities to pursue your career here and don't sacrifice anything about your career for it. So at least I don't regret the decision I did at the moment, just to stay here. And of course, it's very good to go abroad and do experiences. I also did my experiences abroad. But the good news is that I think there are possibilities now to stay if that's what you want to do.
Now that you have been the same time in the PhD as in industry, can you tell us the main difference when doing research in these two different environments?
I think it has already been commented in previous conversations, but yeah, the main difference is that first, when you are at university, maybe you are doing very, very interesting stuff, but I think it was Fernando saying maybe it's not always useful, but sometimes it is. But when working in a company, like what you do has to go somewhere, usually, and it's very customer-oriented. So you start working from the customer, what do they want to get, what's the need, and then you start producing the product. So I think that's the biggest difference. In my case, I enjoy it a lot because I see that what I do, it can be applied, someone will use it, or it can have an impact. So I really enjoy that part. Of course, you lose the freedom that maybe you have when you are at the university to do exactly what you want to do. You kind of lose a little bit that freedom because you need to do what's needed for some product that the company is interested in. But I think it can be very, very nice to see that what you're doing actually goes to some application and some real use case.
Okay, so last question, Miriam. Nowadays, you work into automating marketing functionalities at Amazon, the largest online retail website. So what are the biggest challenges?
First of all, when building something for one of these, like for instance at Amazon, that is such large scale, you always need to consider that when building any solution, it has to be scalable from the beginning, it has to be responsive, and that's something that should be considered from the very first moment that you're thinking about the solution, because otherwise it will never work. And that's one of the things. Now, the other thing is that, for instance, in this case that we are working on marketing, marketing can be very subjective, and that's something then difficult to automate, right? If you are trying to automate something, subjectivity is kind of out of place. So that's why we are trying to move this subjectivity into data-driven decisions in order to do marketing that that's what it needs to do, like that offers our customers products that are actually interesting for them. So yeah, I think that's one of the biggest challenges, to kind of change a little bit the paradigm and doing everything data-driven and doing it at scale, because you need to consider that when you build a solution, it has to work worldwide for all different marketplaces, different contexts, and that can be very challenging.
Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you. Okay, so we will start now with the session of speech and audio. So we have 4 speakers. We will start with Gerard Gallego. He's a 4th-year PhD student on speech translation in UPC. He has done internships at Apple, Amazon, and Dolby. And he's going to present this work that he did in collaboration with Belen, a student that he advised. And this work is a collaboration with Meta. So thanks, Gerard. You can go at stage. Thanks.
Hello? Cool. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Gerard. I'm going to present this work that we presented at EMNLP 2024, 1 month ago. This work is titled Unveiling the Role of Pre-Training in Direct Speech Translation. So first let's clarify what speech translation is. It is not speech-to-speech translation. It is a speech into one language into text in a different language. And by direct, we mean that we directly translate without the transcription in between. So the normal thing to do would be to transcribe first in the same source language and then translate it. We do it directly. I won't enter into details of the reasons now. The thing is that for this approach, normally what we do is to do ASR pre-training. So we do we first pre-train the model on speech recognition. Then once we have the model trained, we discard the decoder. And we use the encoder as a starting point for the training of the speech translation system, of the direct speech translation system. So then in this context, we had this motivation where we said, okay, we would like to better understand the need of this ASR pre-training. And particularly, we wanted to understand the training dynamics of the model, to understand the reason of this performance gap. Sorry? Oh, wow. It's not working. Okay. Thank you. No, but I'm passing it here. It's connected here. Thank you very much. Yeah, but... No. Yeah, but, okay, there are 2 versions maybe. There was one that I sent, and then the HDMI. I'm on HDMI. I am connected here. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay. It took a lot of time for you to realize of this. Amazing. Yes. Sorry? Okay. Let's start all over. No problem. Okay. Yeah, so let's go back here. This is speech translation, direct speech translation. Then we do the pre-training, so we directly generate the transcription. And then we use this, we discard the decoder, we use this as a starting point, and then we train the direct speech translation. Everything's working fine now, cool. So then, the motivation is, we want to better understand the need of this ASR pre-training, and we want to analyze the training dynamics to understand the reason of this performance gap between pre-training or not the encoder with the speech recognition. So then we have this hypothesis, which is that in the encoder, what is happening is that we are doing speech modeling, which is way harder than the language modeling that is happening in the decoder. So this means that in practice, during training, the decoder is trained way faster than the encoder. This means that we end up with a model that struggles to effectively condition the text generation that happens in the decoder with the information from the source. So basically, we want to focus on the source contribution of this encoder-decoder system. And we went back to machine translation, so text-to-text translation, and we analyzed the previous literature on understanding how source contribution evolves along the training. So there is this previous work, so here in the x-axis you see the number of updates, and then you have the source contribution at that specific time step. And they found that there are 3 main stages during training. So first, the model drops the source contribution. This means that the model focuses on language modeling on the decoder side. Then at some point, of course, this is machine translation, so it needs to condition the generation with the sentence that it has in the source. So the training realizes of that and then starts incorporating it back, so it increases the source contribution. And at some points, it just flattens, and then in the third phase, it just refines translations. So we wanted to focus, on that, and we wanted to understand what happens specifically in direct speech translation. So the way we measure source contribution is slightly different from this previous work. We use Alti+. It's an interpretability method that we developed, and this is in another work, I mean. And this allows you to understand exactly for each decoding step, where does the information from the inputs come from. And when I say from the inputs, I not only say from the source sentence, but also from the target prefix, which is the previous tokens that have already been generated. So we want to particularly focus on the source contribution. So we sum all the contributions coming from the source tokens. So you see here I'm focusing on the token union at the output, and this is all the contributions from the words in the input sentence. So we sum all of them, we get a single score, which is the source contribution for generating that word. And then we basically average across all the sentences and all these sentences in the test set. So that way we get a single score which measures how much source contribution is getting the model. So these are the results we got when we analyzed that along the training. We have here the number of updates, and similarly than before, the source contribution. And we have a zoom in here to better analyze what is happening. So we analyzed 3 models. The first one is a machine translation model to kind of confirm if we have the same findings that the previous work. Then we trained a speech translation model without pre-training, which is the one in orange. So without this ASR pre-training, just trained from scratch. And then we have another one which has been pre-trained on ASR. So the findings here are that the machine translation one just behaves exactly as the previous work found. So you see that here it starts going down in terms of source contribution and starts incorporating it at some point. So this means that first it focuses on language modeling on the target side, and then it realizes that it needs to incorporate information from the source, and it flattens at some point. So you see how it flattens here. But then when we analyze the orange one, which is speech translation without ASR pre-training, we see the exact same 3-stage training, but way longer now. So we see that here it goes down, it goes super deep, and then it takes a long time during training to incorporate information from the source. And then finally, we also see in the blue one, which is the one with ASR pre-training, so the one that has a very good encoder from the very beginning, that it doesn't have these 3 stages, it just has 2. So it starts with a very small source contribution and starts incorporating it directly, and at some point it flattens. But if you see here, like it even does it in a similar speed than the machine translation one. The thing is, why do we care about that? So this obviously has an impact in the performance of the model. So you have here in green, the machine translation one, obviously is the one that it's higher because the task is simpler than speech translation, of course. And then you have in blue the one with the pre-training, and in orange the one without pre-training. It never reaches the same performance than the one with pre-training. And also if you see how it grows during the training, it takes way longer to get like good performance without the ASR pre-training. So we believe that the first stage, which is like the language, when the model just focuses on language modeling, this could be like a consequence of the model needing to bypass the encoder information, because basically the encoder is really bad, so it's not trained enough. So when we do speech translation without ASR pre-training, in the time that the speech translation encoder becomes capable of extracting good representations from the speech, the model probably has already converged to using language modeling mainly. So the thing is that with this model, we never reach the same level of source contribution achieved with the other option, the one with ASR pre-training. So this leads to inferior performance. So we said, okay, what can we do to improve this? So we did a very simple experiment intervening the model. So if we zoom in into the decoder, the place where happens the introduction of this source information is at this point. So in the cross attention, we have this sum after the multi-head attention block. Yeah. So at this point is where the model chooses if to use more or less information from the source. So we did a very simple trick that we called weighted residual connection, which is just multiplying by some scalar value that this is a fixed parameter. And basically with this we want to just allow the model to focus only on language modeling. Don't allow the model to only focus on language modeling. And now training a good encoder is a priority from the very beginning of the training. I'm skipping this faster. So then basically with this, if we compare the baseline without ASR pre-training and the one, and our method, which also doesn't has ASR pre-training, we see that we improve this baseline by like 1.4 pleo on average. And then if we compare with the other one, with ASR pre-training, we basically match the same performance. So we kind of can skip this ASR pre-training by just doing this trick of forcing the model to use source information from the very beginning. We also did some ablations to check like the two components of work, like if they are important. It seems they are. And yeah, like that's all. I think I don't have much more time, so thank you for your attention. Hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you, Gerard. So now let's move to the next speaker, Guillermo Cámbaro, now at Amazon. He's going to present a work that is related to a NICAS publication from this year. Guillermo is a research scientist at Amazon AGI and professor at UPF. He works on generative models for audio and speech. And he did a PhD in self-supervised learning and speech recognition at Universitat Pompeu Fabra. So let's start. Thanks.
Thank you. Give me 1 second, I'm going to make sure audio is properly configured here. HDMI, okay, perfect. It's a nice presentation, no? Oh, boy. Yeah? Let's see. We can make this. Sì, potete intentare. Sí, he canviat de port també, però anem a provar l'altre. No arriba. A veure. És que raro, no? Sí, sí, no? We are having technical issues. Just 1 second. Sí, està aquí extended. Que no sigui per l'altra banda. Sí, sí, anem a intentar arreglar-ho i ja està. No, abans ho hem provat i funcionava. El directe.
Sorry, let's just wait a moment that we fix the technical issues.
Ara sí, ara sí? Vale, canvia, vale. Okay, thank you. Please, an applause for the... I'm not gonna even touch this. I'm not going to breathe. 8 minutes of presentation, briefly. Let's cross our fingers. So yes, I am Guillermo Cámbara. I work in Amazon AGI, as Miriam said. I'm particularly within the group that does research on generative speech. So our goal is to build voices that are very expressive and also that you can control, okay? So that's why today I come here to talk about generative speech modeling, synthesis as always, like normal text-to-speech, but also editing, because we are thinking of controlling, so it's nice to unlock these editing capabilities, okay? Let me show you briefly the roadmap of today's talk. So basically, today's talk, it's about Mapache. This is a paper that we presented on ICASP this year in Seoul, Korea. And this is a paper about a mass parallel transformer that you can use for both doing speech synthesis and also editing. Like you think in image, you do image in painting, right? And you can change certain details. We could think of why not modifying audio, why not modifying speech? Can we tweak one word? Can we change the content of a whole phrase or something? There was a misspelling, can we correct this? This paper is about this, okay? I will talk about motivation, of course, introduce the model, and also which evaluations did we run. Now, motivation, going from causal to non-causal modeling. For those of you that are not so up to date, maybe to TTS, let me tell you that you are aware of these advances in NLP and computer vision, so we all know about these GPTs in text, we all know about these diffusion models in images. So of course, this had to percolate to text-to-speech at some point, right? So we started applying this paradigm of training with large amounts of data in large transformers to text-to-speech, achieving these higher expressive voices, right, as I was mentioning. The first works mainly were using autoregressive GPTs. So it was the same idea of applying GPT to text in the end, okay? You use GPT to autoregressively create new text given a prompt. In a speech, we applied the same principle. You put a speech prompt to capture some identity, you put the text you want to pronounce, and then you use a GPT to generate speech tokens with the content to be pronounced that then you decode to a waveform. It's the same principle, So the first works, most of them, they were working with these autoregressive GPTs. We also did this work called base TTS. We built the largest TTS model up to date with 1 billion parameter trained on 100K hours of data. And this kind of served as motivation for Mapache, which is the main work I'm going to explain today. But let me give you an introduction on base TTS, okay? So basically, we studied the emerging capabilities on text-to-speech. we work with these 3 different model sizes. You see base small, medium, and large, no? And we were just increasing the number of data we trained the model with, and also the parameters we use for the model, no? And we wanted to assess if the model was acquiring new speech capabilities or not, you know? What did we assess? We assessed these capabilities that you can see here in the graph, like capabilities to render emotions, no? Without any explicit emotion label, no? You read some text and you can imagine if this is the person that wrote this was angry or not, you know? Certain tricky capabilities like generating foreign words. Normally you put some synthesis text of English and you have some French word or Spanish and the pronunciation is going to be likely English, you know? Then other things like paralinguistics, no? Like whispering, no? Or like things like, oh, no? I mean, these kind of things that you ask many TTS models to do and they don't really render this, okay? We studied this and we found that, yeah, with larger scale, as you can see here, like the small model, white one, wasn't so performing, you know? We asked linguist experts to assess these capabilities, you know? And we noticed that as you increase the model size and data, the model starts to render naturally these things. Let me show you just one sample. Let's see if we can hear this properly. In this case, we have a text that we put to the model, and ideally, it should render the emotion because someone is supposed to be sobbing, okay? Let's see if we can hear it. No, I guess we are. Is the audio... Yeah, it should be playing. Let me see 1 second.
Beth collapsed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably.
Can you put higher volume, please?
Beth collapsed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. I failed them. I failed them all. They're all dead. Nothing we can do will ever bring them back. How can I ever live with myself again? How?
You see that it's narrating this part, no, and she's sobbing, and you see the process is like sad, no, she's regretting, and so on. The echo is because of the acoustic conditions. It's not supposed to come from the infra world or something. Eh? It's just, I think it's doing some retro feedback or something. Okay. So now, we studied these emerging capabilities. This was super nice, but we noticed like, okay, this model is still autoregressive GPT. It renders left to right. So what if we want to do more advanced things? Like I said before, you want to modify an existing speech file. You want to change some words. You want to correct certain parts that were mispronounced. What if we want advanced speech editing skills, no? So that's why we thought like, okay, it's tricky to do this with a GPT left to right, no? Because whatever audio you try to implement is going to work with the past, but not with the future of the audio, no? So that's where we introduced Mapache, which is a version of very similar in essence to base TTS, but this one, instead of causal, it works non-causally. So here we have like an example. Imagine you have someone saying it's super good. You have the speech, and you want to change it to, instead of it's super good, you want to change it to it's super nice, okay? How do you do it? You want to keep the first part untouched, but you want to render again the second part. So the idea here, and let me illustrate it with the inference pipeline, is that you codify this speech into speech tokens with a vector quantized encoder, okay? And then you are going to mask the parts of the speech that correspond to this word that you want to change, like good, okay? So you mask this, you leave the other parts visible, okay? You leave them visible because it's where the model is going to look for the speech identity, for the identity of the speaker, the emotion, and so on. And this you're going to use as input to your transformer model with the new script that instead of it's super good, it says it's super nice, okay? You feed both to this model, speech MPT, instead of GPT, it's mask parallel transformer, it works parallel. And this model renders the new speech tokens, okay? And then you use some sort of decoding. In this case, it was diffusion plus a UniNet to get the waveform. I'm not going to go too much into details, but it doesn't work with a single forward pass. You have to do some sort of fancy decoding algorithm. We use this for mask it. I think for reasons of time, I'm not going to get too much into this, but you have it here. You can consult it on the paper. And just let me show you a few samples to start wrapping up with the talk. So we try different tasks of evaluation. The first one, it's simple. It's simply repainting. It's just like you have an existing waveform, you mask some part of the speech, and then you ask to repaint it again, to regenerate, and see what happens, no? In this case, we have this sentence, and you will see that we will mask this portion in bold of the sentence, and the model will regenerate it with the same speaker identity, but it will do a variant in terms of prosody. It's a new, you're repainting again, okay? So this is the original audio.
Upsetting and foiling his plans.
Let me play it again.
So Orville was held for trial, upsetting and foiling his plans.
And now we repaint the first part.
So Orville was held for trial, upsetting and foiling his plans.
You see the last part of the sentence is the same, but in the first we repainted. Said the same, but with different prosody, okay?
So Orville was held for trial.
Okay. We assess this with some benchmark. You have more details in the paper. I'm going to go quickly on this, but we basically, to assess the validity of this, we ran a preference test with persons to see if they were able to distinguish between real speech or the one we repainted. And there was not really a statistical difference. And then we ran some tests on terms of assessing the word error rate, with a speech recognition model to see if it introduced more errors, or also we measured the speaker similarity, and overall the results were good in the sense that it wouldn't introduce too much artifacts here. Then of course we can do in painting instead of repainting, and in this case we are changing the content. So we have the same sentence as before, Orville was held for trial, upsetting and foiling, but now we're going to change this script. Instead of upsetting and foiling, we're going to say, and Michael discarded his plans. Let's listen to the audio again.
So Orville was held for trial, upsetting and foiling his plans.
And now we change the content.
So Orville was held for trial, and Michael discarded his plans.
You see, it's the same identity, everything, but seamlessly we put new content here, we edited.
So Orville...
And then just to wrap up, we also did some Mashra tests with Lear listeners. They were preferable against other baselines and so on. And now let me show the last example, and I will finish this presentation. You can also do speech synthesis, because you can put some prompt, 3-5 seconds of a new speaker, unseen speaker, and you can ask to outpaint a whole new sentence. You take out the prompt, and you just did TTS. And actually, because this is quite a large model, 500 million parameters, it also has emergent capabilities like rendering emotion. You will listen here, it renders the emotion that implies this text, and also does some paralinguistics. You will notice the ha, okay? Let's listen to it.
Why does he chew so much bubblegum? Ah, he must be so stressed.
Okay, so you see, you can do everything, synthesis, editing, whatever you want with here.
What?
That's it. Also got really good scores in Mashra compared to Tortoise, like it's a GPT open source baseline. They were on par. This model was even better on speaker similarity, so it was quite competitive on the benchmark. So that's it. It's just, let me wrap up. We did this research on this new trend of models with discrete modeling for speech, and you see, we did some work on unlocking emergent capabilities with emotion, and now by making it parallel decoding, we were able to also unlock these speech editing tools. That's it on my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Guillermo. Now let's introduce the next speaker. Jordi Pons is a researcher at Stability AI, working on generative models for audio and music. Previously, he was a staff researcher at Dolby Laboratories and received a PhD in music technology, large-scale audio collections, and deep learning at the Music Technology Group in UPF. So the stage is yours. Thanks.
És el mateix cable, Torno a connectar, vale? Està connectat perquè l'àudio funciona? Vale.
trobat l'HDMI directe?
Sí. Ah, no, el pots trobar.
Ara?
Ara. Ah, vale. Ara provem l'àudio, espera.
Sí, provem l'àudio.
Yay. Cool. So, yeah, I'm Jordi Pons. I'm a researcher at Stability, and I'm part of this team here that develops stable audio. Okay, so let me introduce really quick what stable audio is. Basically, it's a generative model based on latent diffusion. So this generative model, basically given some text, it generates some audio, but it does through a latent. Okay? So basically, this generative model generates a latent, and now this decoder that is trained in autoencoder fashion can decode the latents into audio. Okay? So a latent diffusion model for text to audio. That's what we are going to see now. So basically, the paper I'm here to present is a stable audio 1.0. Where the generative model is a UNet, where the text conditioning is CLAP. So for those of you from image, CLAP is language audio pairs, in image is CLIP, language image pairs, right? So it's the same thing. It goes through kind of the conditioning through cross attention. Then the autoencoder is a variational autoencoder, and importantly, it operates at 43 Hz. Note that the audio is at 44 kilohertz, and this is 43, so 3 orders of magnitude kind of downsampling. Okay, so this was actually key to be able to fit these long contexts into this kind of model. So you see it can generate 95 seconds long audio. Okay, so back then when we were doing all this kind of research, most of the papers were able to generate 10, 20, 30 seconds long. And here we're able to generate 95 seconds long audio. Okay, so that one of the keys to do that is actually this very compressed, temporally kind of downsampled VAE. And finally, we train our model with license data from AudioSparks. Then recent advancements include stable audio 2.0, where the main difference is actually that we can generate even longer audio. Okay, one of the goals of our team was to generate music that is at the level of CD quality. And what do we have at CDs? We have a stereo, we have 44 kilohertz, and long-form music, right? So that was our goal. That's why we pushed to actually be able to generate this long-form kind of music. And again, one of the keys was to reduce the temporal downsampling at this latent to be able to generate at this resolution, okay? One thing that is important with this change is that now most of the training data can fit into the training example, okay? So for example, with 95 seconds, with a thing that is 3 minutes long, you need to cut it. It's like if you train with your model with images and you only use for training patches instead of the whole image, right? So then you don't get the whole structure, you don't get the whole big picture. So actually being able to train with the big picture, with the whole kind of length of the audio, we're able to generate music with the structure, okay? And this structure is not encoded via kind of semantic tokens, it just emerges naturally. So the kind of prompt that we have is this kind of general prompt, but still has nice temporal evolution degeneration. So let's listen to this. What you need to, whoops, internet is not fast enough. Okay. So what you need to take in to listen here is the sense of development. So here, it generates 3 minutes 10, kind of, and now we see these pads and what's going on. Now the pace comes in as naturally, right? So it's not that we are rushing to these 10 seconds or 30 seconds. We have these 3 minutes where the music can actually develop. And in this case, it's electronic music, kind of the way we go to that is with layers and stuff. That's kind of the language of this kind of music. And all these emerging that's the kind of thing that we were going forward, looking forward here to have, and that actually we can structure emerge naturally without you kind of encoding it naturally, well, artificially with kind of semantic tokens or stuff like that. Apart from that, one of the main problems with this kind of model is that it was trained with audio sparse data. Basically, this is licensed data, and we cannot make the weights public, okay? So that's something that our team was really looking forward to put out there, a model with open weights. That's why we made stable audio open. And the main difference is essentially that we train instead of with audio sparse with Creative Commons data, okay? And now we can release the weights, and basically it's content from Freesound and FMA, and most of it is samples and audio loops. That's why we generate shorter kind of form content here. So let's listen how this sounds. So for example, can generate stems. Or drum loops. Well, let me play again because no. Or for example, interesting stereo textures like this one. If you would listen with headphones, you would listen to the very interesting kind of stereo effects that are happening here. Well, so this is in a nutshell the recent progress since the kind of the paper we presented at ICML 2004. We really pushed kind of towards this kind of long-form music generation and also open source such that, you know, people can actually use it in their own workflows, and that's exactly what our team is mostly interested in actually using those models to create content, make art, stuff like that. So for example, for musicians, it would be super cool if musicians can, for example, run in their machines, stable audio open, and generate some samples, and then run it through their usual workflows like Ableton, and create interesting loops like this one. Can you put more volume, please? Yeah. Okay. And can you take the... These kind of sounds that, the idea of this demo is that you can bring these kind of sounds into your professional workflows like Ableton, and you can generate interesting new sounds that previously were not possible, essentially. Or for example, you can use it for style transfer to go from noise to audio. That's normally what you do with these models. You sample noise to generate audio, and now basically, you can also include in the noise the audio that you want to transform, and you can transform it with text, and you can make demos like this one, for example, where you have original drum loop, and you can transform it into more stereo, more glitchy, more like a drum machine, or more like an 808. Okay, so this is again using a stable audio open to transform this sound based on text. And as the last demo, it's 10 seconds. So you can also use it, for example, for video context, where you have a video that there's no audio. You can record your voice. To a car, okay? So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Jordi. Now let's go for the last talk of the day with Santi Pascual. Santi Pascual is a researcher at Anutacon working on generative models of speech. Previously, he was a staff researcher at Dolby Laboratories and received a PhD in speech generative modeling and representations at UPC Barcelona. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I'll present about video to audio task, and first I'll visually kind of introduce what video to audio is, although name is self-explanatory, but yeah, introductions don't hurt. So, silent video on the left, video to audio system puts sound on it, okay? Or more precisely, since we're talking about generative modeling, generate sound for it. So a demo of what we do, what we will see in the end is already here. Oops. This demo is important. Okay, reverb is off, but notice that synchronicity is important. When you hit the keyboard, you want the thing to sound, not anytime, but at the proper time. So the motivation for this work is that state-of-the-art video to audio generation methods are limited because they typically ignored synchronicity, and they typically work with not very good quality audio quality. Normally they work at wideband range. So they trade off audio quality, semantic matching, or even synchronicity, and we try to tackle all of this. In our proposal, we have a non-autoregressive generative model based on MassJIT. Thanks to Guillermo, this will be swifter. We propose it with enhanced synchronicity thanks to some proper dense video conditioning, we call it. We propose to operate on full band thanks to using the proper audio codec, which is 44 kilohertz CD quality audio codec, general audio codec. And we also propose a novel set of evaluation metrics to analyze quality versus semantic matching versus synchronicity, but for the sake of time, we're not going in depth on that, so refer to the paper, please. Yeah, a bit of MassJIT. It was originally designed for image generation. You learn to generate by learning to unmask mask positions, as BERT models would do. Now, how do we turn this into an audio generator? We just change the tokenizer, kind of, okay? I'm abusing a bit the situation, but just go from image tokenizer to audio tokenizer, period. You apply the same thing, which is a transformer on top of it. Now, what's our model about? Bidirectional transformer. And it's basically what we call a mass token language model for video to audio, named MassVAT, concretely. So this is a sequence-to-sequence model that gets RGB frames at the input and the mask DAC or audio codegram in the input, and predicts the probability of each codegram, mask codegram position, which is the missing token there, okay? So we're trying to kind of restore missing tokens. So white blocks in the diagram are no learnable parameters, and we basically leverage as many frozen and pre-trained things as possible. First, we have clip image features for semantic information coming from the video at 30 FPS, and so that we have a very high rate, dense conditioning, try to learn alignment as much as possible from clip sequence. And then S3D video features for enforcing synchronicity. These features are injected into a transformer encoder that will be driving the cross-attention layers. And note that in addition to the video features, and for the sake to maximize the video to audio alignment, which is super important to us, during the model learning, we also distill the beats self-supervised audio features into the encoder output. This is mainly a boost multitasking kind of enforcement into the representation so that we try to converge better into the solution of our generative connector, which is this transformer overall. So we found out through ablations that cross-attention and beats distillation boosted quality and semantic matching. So if you have a lion in the video, it will roar. This is what semantic matching is about, not sounding like a coffee machine. But our model still had a lot of trouble to learn strong synchronicity, okay? And this is part of a big motivation for us, because state-of-the-art did not follow very well. We wanted to. So we found very beneficial to inject the S3D synchronicity features directly with ADA-LN blocks, which is very, nowadays very established thanks to DIT models, diffusion transformer models. In the paper, we have ablations that showcase the importance of different components shown in this big schematic. Okay? Important things that I wanted to bring here that we got from ablations and architectural tweaks is clip is not enough, even at 30 FPS, to learn alignment, okay? At least in a setup like ours. ADA-LN and S3D is very effective with respect to synchronicity, so it's the winner if you want synchronicity there. And having an encoder that preprocesses visual features help boosting semantic quality and the output quality, okay? And the thing is, this connects very well with deep learning, the deeper the better, so this encoder totally helps. Yeah, once we have the model trained to learn how to unmask, we apply the proper sampling algorithm on top of it. This is MassJIT based, okay? The left side of the picture, the sampling part of the picture. We begin from a fully masked grid of audio tokens, and we learn through the video conditioning how to unmask these tokens progressively with a certain scheduler, applying classifier-free guidance or not, we did, applying some diversity factors, we did. This boosts quality, diversity, semantic matching, and synchronicity. And this is done over a sequence of n steps of arbitrary choice, and very similar to diffusion. Like these and diffusion are quite like siblings as a modeling strategy. This is in a discrete space, let's say. After we select a set of candidates, we also proposed in this work what we call the beam-based selection, which is we had a pre-trained audio-visual shared space contrastive encoder. It's like a clip or a clap, but audio versus video in a concurrent work that we had. So we leveraged this as a post-selector. After sampling, we had like a winner selected like this, yeah. So experimental setup, we had not particularly large model, not particularly large train set, but we tried to really, how to say, separate the evaluation test set into evaluating the axis of quality and semantic matching, synchronicity, and then an overall performance on an out-of-distribution data set. So here I'm presenting directly the subjective results, which is what a set of human listeners said with respect to what they thought about the quality of our generated audio, how well it aligned. So some messages is we had a strong baseline that focused on a diffusion non-lossless codec model for generating audio conditioned on a video without caring about synchronicity, and another one that cared a lot about synchronicity but not so much on quality, okay? This is V2A mapper and diff folly. The important messages here is V2A mapper was a very strong baseline as it had a strong focus and it's a diffusion model. So no lossless codec was involved. It was winning in quality and semantic matching kind of, or we were kind of competitive against it, but synchronicity-wise, our model totally smashed it, I should say, in the synchronicity test set, okay? I don't want to be unfair. But the important column, or my favorite column, is in the last one, which is in the first out-of-distribution scenario. So our model didn't see as much that kind of data. It's music data. It needs strong alignment because you have someone playing an instrument and you want it to be synchronized strongly. And apart from out of distribution, it needs a lot of synchronicity to look natural. So we ask people, like, just rate this video from 1 to 5. What do you think? No telling about quality clues or anything. And yeah, our system won overall because the strong signal I get from here is either you model synchronicity or your video to audio model has a strong flow, basically. Here I have some demos, and I will wrap it up like this. So the beginning one, you've seen it, and then someone playing the instrument. This is the out-of-distribution case. Still, and a Sora generated video that is totally out of distribution in a totally imaginary scenario, which is the shapes in the coffee. And I think I can leave it here.
Thanks, Santi, and thanks to all the speakers. With this, we conclude with the session, and now, yeah, we move to the panel.
Hola, hola. L'altre és francès? Sí, sí, sembla que funciona també. Vale. Bueno, hola. So, hello. Good. There's still people around. So we have here the panelists. Do we have the other slide with their pictures? Yeah, there we go. So I'm going to start with a big welcome to Ari, because she's the first one joining us here. Like, it's the last addition to the stage. Like, everyone else had been on this stage before. So I'm going to start with her. So Ari Font is the co-founder and CEO of Alinea, which is a startup that enables enterprise to evaluate, control, and optimize Gen AI applications. Prior to that, she was a senior director of engineering at Twitter and also at IBM Watson. She has a PhD in language and information technologies, and her field of expertise is in the NLP range. And we are very happy to have you here today. Next to her, it's Laura. So Laura is a senior research manager at NVIDIA and also an adjunct professor at the Technical University of Munich. She leads the Dynamic Vision and Learning Group. And she is very familiar with some of the papers here presented, because she was also general chair at ECCB this year, correct? Then we have Antonio Torralba. Antonio Torralba has been involved in this event since the very first edition in 2018. He's the head of the Artificial Intelligence and Decision-Making faculty at the MIT Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science. His research is in the field of computer vision, machine learning, and human visual perception. And then Aleix Martinez here is a principal scientist and director at Amazon Science in Seattle and here in Barcelona also. He leads the strategic investments in generative AI and other machine learning, computer vision, and NLP initiatives. Before Amazon, you were also a full professor at The Ohio State University. So yeah, we welcome everyone here. Thank you for being with us tonight. Yeah. So there's a classic question that happens here every year, which is whether Barcelona is an AI hub for deep learning and so on. So I'm going to start with simple question: is it? How is it perceived overseas? Who wants to go with this? Ari, do you want to go, since you have a team both New York here, or Aleix? I don't know.
I can start.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I think, yeah, I can answer personally for me. I don't know about the rest of the world, but clearly the talent we have here, and you saw all of this today, is unparalleled. So I think, for my perspective, more than half of my team is in Barcelona. So we created an actual branch here, even though we're tiny. We're 8 people. So we have 4 or 5 people here for the reasons we just, for talent reasons. Also, for a startup, costs are starting to be high, but you cannot compare them with the US. So it makes business sense. So from that perspective, absolutely.
Any other takers? Or do you want to move on? Okay. So continuing a bit with the scientific publications and industry and so on, we see that many scientific publications that go into top conferences, they never see the light in the industry, right? So there is a big gap between scientific research in conferences and applications in industry. Do we want to bridge that gap? And if so, how do we do that? How can we make scientific contributions into the industry or like products? Who wants to go for this?
I'll go first. I think everyone can contribute to this one. There is definitely a gap. I don't know, there are 2 parts to your question. One is, should we close that gap? I think it's an important question. I don't know that we should. I think that academia has its purpose, and you certainly want to incentivize people to think outside of the box and develop methods, models that are so different that no company would care about to invest in. right? Because it's very risky. And it's okay if 99.999% of those fail, because it's that one that eventually will come up, which will move us to the next dimension. So my take is, don't just modify the current models or the tiny little thing that you could do to make it, to just get it to publish a paper. Think about what are the big changes that could happen if you build something completely different, completely out of the box. So that's first part of the question. Second part of the question is, it's so different to publish a paper than to put something in production. There are two worlds. There's a running joke in industry which says that if you have a project and you're successful, you put it in production. And if you fail, you publish a paper. So it's very, I wouldn't say it's very easy, but it's easier, certainly, to do something, to build a model, to do something in machine learning, computer vision, NLP, and run it through a certain number of data sets that are available out there, determine for which data sets they work, or even worse, keep modifying your model until it works on that data set, and then just publish that, right? And then what happens, obviously, we understand why people do that. They need to publish to build their CV. But then when you do that, you know what's going to happen. You're going to put it in production, and it's not going to work, right? So I can tell you for a fact that there are some algorithms out there that you may think, in industry right now, in production, that you may think are incredibly amazing. And when we have tested them, the yield that we get from those algorithms, and by yield I mean the outputs are of high quality enough to really be in production, is probably around 5%. I mean, single digits, right, like 5%. Obviously, this is the best of the best. So obviously, there's a gap even within production, right? So I don't think, going back to the first part of the question, I don't think that by just trying to modify the current state of the art, you're going to go very far if your goal is to influence industry and production. I think that the way you influence it is by developing new models or types of models beyond deep learning, right? I forget, I think it was Sammy who said this, but he said, if you want to win the Turing Award, don't work in deep learning. Right? It's already been given. So what is beyond deep learning? That's what I think I would encourage people to do, and then forget about production. Now, if you want to work in production, welcome. Come to industry. There's a lot of interesting work to be done, don't get me wrong, but it's a different probably world.
Anybody wants to add?
Yeah, maybe I can also pitch in. So, yeah, before joining NVIDIA, I thought that, doing the paper was the hard part. I did all the hard work, all the hard thinking, and people are just going to do the boring part, which is productizing. It turns out it's neither that boring nor that easy. So the paper is maybe like the 1%, right? The starting point. It's an important starting point, right? But then there's 99% of the work that still has to be done. And it's not boring at all. So even for a researcher, productizing is actually a lot of fun, and there's a lot of things that are still interesting to look at. About bridging the gap, I don't even know what that means. I mean, it's two completely different things, right? And it requires different talent for one, for publishing papers and for actually productizing those papers, right? Or other ideas. So I think we shouldn't even be bridging the gap. Each one should be doing the thing that they're good at. And I can guarantee you that the two worlds are actually meeting. So product teams are actually looking at papers. They're looking at new ideas out there. So, keep publishing, keep giving to the community, and the community is taking whatever it needs. So that's kind of a natural process, I think. I don't think we should really force it. It's really working on its own. Yeah, I guess that's my take.
Anybody else? Okay. So Fernando was talking about this before here also about the publishing for just increasing like some benchmark or the publishing for a product and so on. And following a bit on this academic research versus industry, it seems like in our field, everything is going towards like larger and larger models. So that puts academic research in a tricky place. So I want to like drill your minds into how do you see the research in academia going forward in the future? How do you see a PhD unfolding? And also whether we should be, or academia should be, exploring things like that, like go beyond deep learning, large models. It's a very wide question, but yeah.
Maybe I can say something. So, yeah, I think that first, I think that academia has to also focus on other things that are very important, like setting the foundations for the field, and that sometimes don't require, thousands of GPUs, but it requires some GPUs, and I think that still academia is struggling to even have some GPUs. And I think that we have to solve that problem. I think it's important that funding agencies understand that buying hardware is important, that it's not just for physicists, that they need to buy like a big equipment. Now, we actually have to buy that equipment too, and I think there is still a problem with funding agencies and convincing them that it's not just about the salaries of the people, you also need the hardware. But I think that the other aspect is that there is a lot of work that needs to be done that is really about understanding what is going on with all these models. And that might not require the same amount of compute. And also thinking about what comes next. What is the next revolution? And as you were saying, deep learning is, okay, it's already working, it's already here. And if you are interested in doing a scientific career, it's not about writing just the papers that will be important this year or the ones that, that industry will kind of jump on right away. You also want to write the papers that people will consider like important in 10 years. And those papers are very difficult to write because first they will not give you, they will not pay your bills because they will be important in 10 years. So what do you do in the meantime? So probably you want to have like a multi-scale approach where you have one paper that is good now, another one that will be good in 3 years because that's the one that will give you the next job, and then another one that will be good in 20 years because that's the one that will give you the Turing Award or something.
Any more? Yeah.
I think when you were talking about just thinking that the things that you want to research on might not take as much compute, I think of, for all these LLMs, and you really need to look at the transparency and explainability and all the sort of governance and fairness, ethics, and that is of course also compute intense, but not as much, like Antonio was saying, right? So there's a lot of aspects that that you can work on around these models that for them actually to be useful to anyone, not just industry, but any organization. So I would say there is just a lot of different things that might not require bigger, but definitely require quality and thoughtfulness.
Yeah, so following on this, when we think about a PhD in academia, because like in your team, you've had like a bunch of like big data sets also out there for like training nice models and so on. So, and going forward, what do you feel that are going to be like the new proposals for students in your lab, for instance, Antonio, and or like for the industry also, right? Like what would be the new proposals for topics in industry or in the labs, or if like collaborations are going to be like mandatory in a way? How do you see this going forward?
So for new proposals, so I'm not so sure I fully understand the question, but let me answer something. Yeah, so there are some students that have been working with me here in the audience, and they know that I like doing crazy projects. I don't like doing the thing that is clear that is going to work. I like doing things that, who knows, probably it's not going to work. And when I pitch this to the students, they always start saying, well, this sounds crazy. Who cares about this? No one is working on this. Yeah, that's why I think we should be working on it, because no one is working on it. So I think that's what academia should be doing, and that's the type of proposals that I make to PhD students. And it's hard to balance, but it's a very different type of thing that you will do if you were in an industry lab, where you have to focus on things that are maybe still you think that no one has done them, but they are more likely to work. So you don't take maybe such a big risk, because you want to also balance the rate of success. I think that's one difference between academia and industry, although industry labs also can be very academic, and sometimes they take big risks, and it depends on which year it is and what is the degree of investment and how much risk they are willing to take. And there have been times where industry labs have been like really academic labs, like they just didn't have to teach, but that's it.
Yeah. So I do agree with this, having like new funding and then in industry doing like very, very academic things. And I also want to check from the industry perspective, do you see us doing things that are not deep learning in terms of AI in like the coming, like the near future? Like, are we gonna be exploring like classic methods, or are we like too focused on deep learning and big models to think into what we had before? Like also in industry, because maybe in academia you have no choice because you maybe don't have the resources. But in industry that we do, are we gonna look there or not?
It's done all the time. In industry, people use what works. It doesn't matter, really. It doesn't matter if it's deep learning or if it's anything, if it's fancy or it has a fancy name, or it's the best paper award, or it's a paper no one cared about from 20 years ago, as Tony was saying. If it works, we use it, right? All that matters in production is anything that works. So to be very clear, at Amazon, as an example, we have a lot of algorithms that we are using right now that are not deep learning. Now, is deep learning most of the algorithms that are being developed? Sure, because it works, right? But we certainly don't stop there.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of stuff to do in deep learning. Like, we still haven't reached that point where we say, oh, look, there's no more data. We cannot really make the model bigger. So I think people will keep pushing that as much as they can. And then they will start asking questions like, oh, did the model learn physics, for example? And like usually the answer will be no, and then people will start researching on these things. Or, for example, is the model like everything that Ari is working on, right? Models do whatever they want. You need to put guardrails on the models, right? I think we will then start maybe shaping deep learning into something that is more understandable, more explainable, and that goes in the direction where we want it to go. And this will be maybe less deep and more, traditional, maybe.
Maybe I can add one other thing, responding to what Antonio said. I think industry is really eager to have high-risk, high-reward projects. So what Antonio was saying, I couldn't agree more. When you're in academia, you don't care what the impact is going to be immediately. You care about, this is something really crazy. It's most likely not going to work, and it's fine. But in industry, the only difference is if it does work, we take really big bets. I mean, most of the things that industry does fail miserably. But if they do work, there is a big return on that investment, right? That's what maybe the smallest difference between what you do.
Yeah, academia is high risk, no reward.
Following on that thing that you were saying, because we are looking into all of these large models and so on, but probably to go forward into AI, those are not sufficient, right? So what are we doing? Like, for instance, for you, Ari, in your teams, what do you add that is not just deep learning to be sure that those models, those generative AI models, are, good?
I can answer this, but it's also on the same line of what I was saying before, right? If you're going to look at how you take these models and make them behave according to some principles, some values, you don't only need technicians or deep learning people, surely you need data scientists, but also you need the social part, and the part that maybe it's not an engineering background, right? So someone who comes from the other side of the house, and I think brings you that perspective that's more socio-technical, and that's super key for all these models to be put into production or to be put anywhere useful, is to have that. So that really is a different skill set, and I think the value of these teams is when you have this cross-disciplinary mix, where you can have the deep learning scientists, the data scientists, and then some social sciences folks. If you have an ethicist, then amazing, but I think even a philosopher, I think it would be really interesting to have.
Yeah, because I mean, probably many of you know, but like there were 2 Nobel Prizes this year were very related to deep learning, right? We had chemistry, we had physics. Going forward, because now you're mentioning the philosopher, right? Where do you think the deep learning or the AI is going to have like a huge impact in advancing socially or in science? Because we had Noelia with her presentation on biology. I'm from AstraZeneca, and we are like all into the LLMs. So where do we see the next big impact? Any takers?
Is it for me?
I don't know, anyone. If anyone is brave enough.
I feel I'm talking too much. All right, maybe try to be short. And so I think this is a good one for everyone, right, to answer. But there's, even for science, I think that's very obvious. But if I look at industry, which is where I'm focused the most, strategic decision-making, it's really complex, and I think we're making enough advances that it could be very helpful. I don't want to repeat myself too much, but again, the transparency, explainability pieces, I think, are going to be really key to look at, and so with that, I'm going to transfer the mic.
Yeah, in academia now, what is happening also, for instance, at MIT, is that we are hiring a lot of people that are at the boundary between disciplines, so that are like computer science or AI, and some other area. It could be biology, chemistry, but also philosophy. And we look for people that are not good at both of them, but they are really good at the intersection. And so this is something we've been hiring for a while, and so there is like maybe now around like 20 people that are interdisciplinary like this, that are pure bilingual in these different areas. So I think this is also transforming academia. The fact that this technology now is kind of having an impact in all of the disciplines that are part of the academic world.
Anybody else? No? Okay.
Where will it not? I think that's the easiest answer, right? I think that this is the power of AI. This is why there's so much interest in AI right now. It can be applied to basically anything. If you want to have an impact, both in academia and industry, just go out there, find a problem that requires a lot of human labor, or it's very slow to complete, and just apply AI and make it run at 10x, 100x, 1,000x what it's running now, and you will change that industry. I cannot, for the life of me, I cannot think of a single industry where this technology cannot be used. I mean, a single one. Everything. I mean, you think construction, of course it could, right? Could be from the time that you come up with an idea to the design of the architecture to the building itself, right? How to build it better, faster, cheaper, anywhere in between, all the paperwork, of course. There is a tremendous amount of work that is being done that is slowing us down as a society. The reason we're not advancing faster is because of all these, I don't want to call externalities, but additions, right? Extra works that we have to complete in order to achieve every single little step. being it as a joke about bureaucracy or being it about whatever else it is. So as another example I could give other than the medicine that you've mentioned, obviously for drug discovery, it's a great one. Another one, it's for lawyers. Lawyers have tons of paralegals that have to do tons and tons of research work for every case that they deal with. Well, AI can expedite this by a factor of 1,000, a million, a billion. It's extraordinary, and you may think this is going to decrease the work of paralegals or whatever else, fill in your blank of where we're going to apply this. And this is actually the opposite of what's happening, because if you've ever tried to hire a lawyer, you will know how expensive they are. And it's because they have all these teams of paralegals and other things that makes it extremely slow and extremely expensive. If you reduce the cost thanks to this technology, now everyone has access to a lawyer. We can all hire a lawyer and have our own lawyer because, you know, it's super cheap. So actually it increases the amount of work for lawyers or contractors, or whatever it is that is mentioned, right? Drug discovery. So if we discover more drugs, we can address more issues that people have, right? So obviously people will be taking more drugs because it solves more problems. So this is the way that it's always been. And when will we know that AI has made an impact? When we stop talking about it. We no longer talk about how is the internet going to impact our society, right? But in the 2000s, we did. It was all we talked about. And then in the 2020s, you know, now it's AI. By the time that we stop talking about it, then you'll know it's everywhere. And it will continue to have an effect, but that's when we know it's everywhere.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're almost on time, but I'm going to ask you a mean question. Yeah? Which is, what paper would you like to see presented here next year, but you don't want to have anything to do with it? Oh, I left. I stopped writing papers a while ago just because of this. No, okay, I can let you go. Oh, he's going for it. Okay.
You know, the latest LLM trained with 1 million GPUs. I want to see what happens, but I don't want to do it.
Like the use of 1 million GPUs. That's good for us. Thanks, man.
Well, thank you, everyone. And thank you, everyone, also for coming. And yeah, it was a pleasure having you here. And Merry Christmas.